Chapter 251 The plan begins. Sun Wukong took out the token and used his will to sense the interior of the space, and found a drop of golden blood inside. The blood has a strong pressure, which makes Sun Wukong a little excited. This kind of blood with strong blood power is the most favored treasure of beasts, which can directly increase their abilities. Sun Wukong wrapped the golden blood with his will and began to refine it. At the same time, Zhang Yang listened to the conversation between Sun Wukong and the flea and was a little confused. The human race is exposed? The other party mentioned the demon master Kunpeng, and mentioned that the demon race actually did not want to participate in the war, and even mentioned Pangu? This made Zhang Yang have some associations. Could it be that the demon master Kunpeng was responsible for suppressing Pangu's will, and the communication between the two of them caused the demon master's thoughts to change? Under Pangu's guidance, the other party recalculated the future of the demon race and even the coalition. The previous calculations were that the coalition would win, but this time the calculation results were different, and the one who brought about the change is likely to be the human race. At this moment, Zhang Yang thought a lot. After thinking about it, he finally decided to let it go. Just work hard, and leave the rest to fate, regardless of the real thoughts of the demon race. Since this demon god will not participate in the war, and does not conflict with Zhang Yang's plan. Then continue. Today's Blue Star is very busy, and Zhang Yang is also coordinating the overall situation. The various forces on Blue Star have sent top monks to various parts of the Milky Way to provide assistance. They want to use this turmoil to lay the foundation for the unification of the Milky Way in one fell swoop. The abilities of the various races that have recently joined Blue Star opened Zhang Yang's eyes. The entire galaxy cannot be just the human race, but must be 100 flowers blooming and 100 schools of thought contending. The human race occupies a dominant position, unites all races, and everyone works together to burst out huge energy. Compared with the old families, the Blue Star family lacks foundation, and with this opportunity, it is rapidly growing. One by one, the 4th level Star Masters were sent out to suppress various places, and the entire Blue Star family was united, and the control of the galaxy was steadily improving. As time passed slowly, Sun Wukong's momentum became stronger and stronger, and finally reached the peak of his own realm. Without any pressure, he successfully broke through the realm and reached the Golden Immortal Realm. This cultivation speed is also among the top ones in Blue Star. Sun Wukong is at the Golden Immortal Realm, but the power of the demon god bloodline has not been completely absorbed, and is still subtly changing his body. Although he has just entered the Golden Immortal Realm, he is stronger than some old Golden Immortals in terms of means and strength. At this time, Sun Wukong is the top cultivator among all forces in Blue Star. Sun Wukong stood up slowly, feeling the strong power of his body, and couldn't help but feel a little proud. At this time, he heard a familiar command in his mind, and decided to start implementing the plan. Sun Wukong took out the token and said directly, "Get ready to meet me. I'm going to start." On the other side, a voice soon came, "Okay. Make more noise." Sun Wukong smiled. "Just watch." Sun Wukong was now in the 32nd heaven of the heaven, which was the Lingxiao Palace. At this time, the heaven was very empty, and its strength was at its lowest level recently. Although the Jade Emperor was still in the Lingxiao Palace, all the cultivators in the heaven knew that the Emperor was practicing in seclusion, and it was only his clone who was in charge of the work. The strength of the clone of the Emperor was only the early stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, which was a public secret. Sun Wukong knew the entire heaven very well, and he flashed a few times and came to the vicinity of the Peach Garden. Looking at the guards guarding the Peach Garden, his mind moved, and he blew lightly, and the heavenly soldiers guarding the Peach Garden yawned and fell asleep beside him. Sun Wukong laughed and appeared in the Peach Garden in an instant. He looked at the peaches that he usually wanted to eat, but was not qualified to eat, and started eating them directly. The peaches in the garden were used by the heavenly palace to hold banquets to entertain the gods and the most powerful creatures in the 3 realms. Now they are all in Sun Wukong's stomach. There is a saying that goes, "If you can't eat it, you have to take it with you." Sun Wukong could eat it, so he swallowed it all on the spot. And he could eat the oldest and most effective ones. Those that he couldn't eat were packed into the token space and prepared to be taken back to eat. There is no other way. Special matters must be handled in a special way. Since he was ordered to make a big fuss in the heavenly palace, he must make a big fuss. There is one thing that Sun Wukong didn't know. It thought that the whole plan was known to the heavenly court, and it was all a show. However, the actual situation was that only the Blue Star Saint, or the Saint's incarnation, knew the whole plan, and the other heavenly court gods had no idea. But it didn't matter. The core backbone of the heavenly court, the powerful gods of the heavenly court, were all working in the outside world, and they couldn't come back in a short time. Sun Wukong feasted in the peach garden, which made Ingzhum grit his teeth. This was really eating and drinking with public funds, and even taking some away. Sun Wukong ate a meal in the peach garden, ate the peaches, burped, and flew to another place. The other place was the Tishita Palace of Taishan Laojun. Taishan Laojun was not at home either. There were only 2 boys in the palace, watching the elixir furnace. Sun Wukong instantly appeared behind the 2 boys. In the stunned eyes of the 2 boys, his eyes went dark. 2 big lumps appeared on his head, and he fainted on the ground. Sun Wukong opened the gourd of refined elixir, opened his mouth wide, and poured it into his mouth. Waves of energy exploded in his body, and he felt his body was constantly strengthening, and his movements became faster. In fact, it didn't know that Taishan Laojun only took away some of the top-level elixirs, and the other elixirs, such as those that increase strength, increase consciousness, and increase soul, were all left to Sun Wukong. This was also to help Sun Wukong and create a strong man for Blue Star. The saints knew the entire battle plan, including what the flea said. They were all clear, and Zhang Yang did not hide it from them. After a while, Sun Wukong sensed the changes in his whole body and dared not eat any more pills, as he would explode if he did. So, in line with the principle of not wasting, he threw the remaining pills into the token. Just as Sun Wukong was about to leave, he saw a stick on the shelf where the pills were placed. He took it with his hand and revealed a look of surprise. It was so heavy. He picked it up with both hands and dripped a drop of blood on it. The weight of the stick instantly decreased a lot. At the same time, the name of this weapon came to his mind, Rui Jing Du Bang. Sun Wukong was a little surprised. The weapon weighed 13,500 kilograms, and could be large or small. He finally found the handy weapon he had always wanted. Sun Wukong thought to himself that it seemed that this weapon was specially prepared by Taishan Laojun for him. Otherwise, why would he put this weapon here? Isn't it just to make it convenient for him to take it away? Sun Wukong put the Rui Jing Du Bang in his ear and wanted to go outside. At this moment, the fainted boy woke up, looked at the monkey walking outside, and quietly pressed the emergency device. Sun Wukong had just walked a short distance when the Jinin boy immediately went to report to the heaven. Sun Wukong had just run to the 10th heaven and returned to the spirit world through the north heaven gate. A shocking news came out. Sun Wukong, the former chief of heaven, rebelled against heaven. This bold monkey stole the peaches and the golden elixir of Taishan Laojun, which was considered a complete defection from heaven, and ran back to the spirit world. In a short time, the news spread throughout heaven. Chapter 252 Big Fuss in the Heavenly Palace. Promoted to level 5-star Lord. Heaven. A piece of news like thunder spread throughout the heaven. It stunned countless creatures living in the heaven. This is too ridiculous. Right? Hey, have you heard? It turns out that the monkey marshal of the Heavenly Palace has rebelled against the Heavenly Palace. What? It stole the peaches and the immortal pills of Taishan Laojun, and ran to the spirit world in a swagger? What's its name? Sun Wukong? It is said that it is a stone monkey born in another universe. The last time the Battle of Blue Star failed, it seems that it was this traitor who leaked the secret. Bah! Traitor. Today, the whole heaven is talking about Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong is famous. The heavenly court moved quickly. 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals flew towards the spirit world, trying to capture Sun Wukong. In front of the entire spirit world, Sun Wukong held the golden hoop and flew into the sky, beating the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals to a pulp, and finally fled in defeat. A few days later, more heavenly soldiers and generals came to capture Sun Wukong, and even sent a few heavenly court gods. But unfortunately, they still couldn't beat Sun Wukong. It is said that when the heavenly court saw that they couldn't beat Sun Wukong, they became angry and sent the gods to lure Sun Wukong away. The heavenly soldiers raised the flower fruit mountain where Sun Wukong was born, and killed all of Sun Wukong's monkeys and grandchildren. Sun Wukong was so angry that his eyes turned red. He fought from the 10th level of the spirit world all the way up, defeating dozens of gods in heaven in a row. Just after he finished conquering the 32nd level, he was besieged by the gods from heaven who had returned and nearly died in heaven. Just when Sun Wukong's life was at stake, the demon world took action and sent the Saint Realm Demon Saint to rescue Sun Wukong. At this time, the Blue Star Saint took action, and the two sides fought fiercely for hundreds of rounds. But in the end, they were outnumbered and Sun Wukong was rescued by the demon world. The demon world announced on the spot that Sun Wukong would be named the Great Sage equal to heaven, and would help him to ascend to the saint level. It was also said that all creatures who joined the demon world would be treated well, and would be far away from the troubles of war. Once the news came out, the world was shocked. The angels, insects, and demons who were fighting in the galaxy were all shocked. When did the demons, a group of simple-minded beasts with developed limbs, have such vision? Originally, the angels and insects were very dissatisfied with the demon's sneaky behavior in this test. But they didn't expect that the other party would make great contributions. The results of a battle are never about how many lives are killed, but about the significance of the battle and what purpose is achieved. Although the demons did not send a single soldier, they instigated a general from the most promising family in the galaxy. The most powerful family in the galaxy. The Heavenly Court. The significance is extraordinary. The promise given by the demons will make many onlookers think, and they are likely to join the foreign coalition. This kind of victory without fighting is a tactic that all races like. This time you can't say that the demons didn't contribute. On the contrary, you have to praise the demons for their strategy. Just like that, everyone was very satisfied. Sun Wukong also joined the demon clan and followed the demon clan to the demon clan universe. Sun Wukong was also a little worried. After all, this was considered undercover in the alien universe, which was extremely risky. But there was also a sense of pleasure in his heart. This mission was not something that ordinary monkeys could accomplish. Sun Wukong followed several great saints of the demon clan and flew towards the headquarters of the Demon God Association. Time passed slowly, and in a blink of an eye, another 1,000 years had passed in the universe. In these 1,000 years, the status of Blue Star became higher and higher, with more than 2 million third-level affiliated planets and more than 1,000 fourth-level star masters. For a time, Blue Star became one of the most powerful families in the entire galaxy. The Blue Star family also officially started the road to the top. In the past 1,000 years, Blue Star has put out fires everywhere, fought bravely against enemies, and dared to take on the responsibility of the universe, which made all forces and the Council of Elders of the universe very recognized. Although there are still some forces stronger than the Blue Star family, the Council of Elders of the universe has decided to let Blue Star be promoted to the 5th level Star Master and lead the galaxy. The galaxy branch of the Council of Elders of the universe began to worship the cosmic consciousness according to the regulations, and requested that the Blue Star family be established as the master of the galaxy and lead the galaxy. This news made many ancient families in the galaxy feel dissatisfied. They believed that their family strength was much stronger than that of Blue Star, and they had been waiting for millions of years. How can Blue Star be qualified to control the Milky Way? The Cosmic Elders Council just said one sentence to shut up these old star masters. That is, Blue Star is brave enough to take responsibility, maintain the peace of the Milky Way, and take the initiative to share responsibilities for the Cosmic Elders Council. If such a family is not promoted, who will be promoted? After hearing the reason, these families shut up and dared not say a word. In this way, Zhang Yang began to prepare for the promotion to the 5th level Star Master. There is a condition for the promotion to the 5th level Star Master. That is, there are 100 4th level Star Masters under the command. Now the number of 4th level Star Masters under Blue Star has exceeded 1,000. So there is naturally no problem. Zhang Yang followed the method taught by the Cosmic Elders Council to sacrifice to the cosmic consciousness and began the formal sacrifice. The method of offering sacrifices is also very simple. That is, take out 5 cosmic incense sticks from the Cosmic Elders Council and communicate the cosmic consciousness with the power of incense. Zhang Yang materialized his figure, and according to the requirements of the Cosmic Elders Council, he lit the incense sticks, and the incense sticks floated to the universe. Ancestor Yang Mei presided over the promotion ceremony, chanting prayers, and the prayers flew to the universe with the power of incense sticks. Zhang Yang chanted loudly, "I am a human from Blue Star, born in the Lania Kaya universe, and I deeply feel the greatness of the universe. Today, under the protection of the Cosmic Elders Council, My blue star family has the ability to make certain contributions to the universe. My blue star family maintains peace and order in the galaxy, and specially offers sacrifices to the cosmic consciousness, hoping that the will of the universe will approve my blue star's promotion to the 5th level Star Master. My blue star family promises that under the leadership of the Cosmic Elders Council, we will fight to the death to maintain the order of the Milky Way and the universe, and are willing to fight for this universe until the last moment. As John Young prayed, a voice came from his mind, accurate. This accurate voice not only appeared in John Yang's will, but also in the Cosmic Elders Council. Ancestor Yang Mei couldn't help but sigh that the Milky Way finally gave birth to a level 5-star lord, and order was restored. After hearing the accurate voice, Zhang Yang felt that his entire will had been tempered, and his entire will was many times stronger. At this moment, he could sense all the planets in the entire Milky Way. He even wanted to possess any creature in the Milky Way, or manage a level 4-star lord. Even with one order, he can directly transfer a planet to any place in the galaxy. A 5-star master manages the entire galaxy, not a family. After being promoted to a 5th level Star Master, Zhang Yang no longer needs to enslave any Star Master, because all Star Masters within the galaxy accept his dispatch. It can be said that without Zhang Yang's consent, other Star Masters cannot be promoted to 4th level Star Masters, because when promoting to a 4th level Star Master, the 5th level Star Master and the Universe Elders must agree to be promoted to a 4th level Star Master. Even if Zhang Yang wants, he can use his will to change the laws of the galaxy and let all subordinate planets create human races. After being promoted to level 5-star lord, the entire galaxy as a whole, completely under the leadership of Zhang Yang, to deploy, act, and fight. This is the power of a level 5-star lord. Chapter 253, The Blessing of the Universe's Will. New Humans. After Zhang Yang was promoted to the 5th level Star Master, his will was infinitely strengthened, and he could already control the entire galaxy. He could instantly descend to any place in the galaxy, understand what happened in the past, present, and future of a certain point in the galaxy, and correct and manage it. This is the right given to him by the Laniakaya Cosmic Consciousness, to manage and develop the galaxy on behalf of the Cosmic Consciousness. After Zhang Yang controlled the galaxy, he found that the entire galaxy was somewhat backward compared to other star systems. This backwardness was not only in technology and strength, but also in all aspects and systems. Simply put, other galaxies are a whole, with a unified system and unified management. Under the management of the 5th level Star Master, the entire galaxy is generally working towards one direction. Other star systems have achieved great unification, with unified technology, unified cultivation systems, and unified thoughts. While the Milky Way is a bit like the 8 countries fighting in the Blue Star, each doing its own thing. This has led to disunity, chaotic technological development, and each family and Star Master fighting on their own. Zhang Yang was able to be promoted to the 5th level Star Master so quickly, which is also related to the invasion of alien races. Other alien races invading the star system were easily resolved under the unified management of the Star Master, and the cosmic crisis was quickly resolved. The Milky Way is still in the system of dispatching by the Cosmic Elders, and whoever is closer is responsible. If Zhang Yang had not taken the initiative to stand up and take responsibility, it would have been a bit difficult to directly promote to the 5th level Star Master. According to Zhang Yang's guess, it should be the Cosmic Consciousness, and the Galaxy branch of the Cosmic Elders are a little fed up and don't want to go on like this. And the galaxy has never chosen a 5th level Star Master, which is essentially reserved for Zhang Yang and the human race. Now that the human race is growing smoothly and the Star Master is brave enough to take responsibility, then just go with the flow and push it up directly. In this way, Zhang Yang led Blue Star to the top of the galaxy and became the master of the galaxy. After Zhang Yang was promoted to the 5th level Star Master, the Blue Star family's slavery contracts with other 4th level Star Masters, 3rd level, 2nd level, 1st level, including private territories, all became invalid. The so-called slavery contract no longer exists. This is not a regression, but a progress, because Zhang Yang now does not need to rely on the universe contract to manage the planet, but to manage the entire galaxy, all planet, star, material, the right to formulate rules, laws, and the right to manage all planet owners. Of course, the old star owner of the galaxy can also not obey the command, or Yang Teen. which depends on the means of the 5-level star owner. Therefore, why you want to be promoted to the 5th-level star master must be too strong in the family. This is your own troops. If you simply rely on the contract to manage the star owner. But there may be some risks after the contract fails. Although the 4th-level star master can make some small moves, he actually dares not to do so. It does take courage to be an enemy of the 5th-level star master and the entire galaxy. As long as you are not stupid, you dare not do so. Unless you escape from the galaxy and survive in other galaxies. Otherwise, you will be made to suffer everywhere and will be killed soon. After Zhang Yang was promoted to the 5th-level star master, he did not take action directly or formulate any policies, but observed and sorted out. This is called planning before action. When Zhang Yang was promoted to the 5th-level star master, all the 4th-level star masters in the entire galaxy received the news, and they all knew that Zhang Yang became the 5th-level star master. Star masters of other levels did not know yet. They did not receive the news. In short, their levels were not enough. Of course, if Zhang Yang wanted, they could hear Zhang Yang's voice in an instant. Zhang Yang was stunned, and then chose to agree. The Merta family requested to be promoted to the 4th-level star master. Do you agree? The family details are as follows. This is a process. Requesting to be promoted to the 4th-level star master. If Zhang Yang disagrees, clicks to reject. The other party will not be able to be promoted to the 4th-level star master. Zhang Yang used his will to perceive the situation of the entire Milky Way nurturing star system territory. There are still a lot of blanks in the entire Milky Way nurturing star system, and the private territories awarded are less than 1%, and the rest are in the trusteeship of the universe elders. That is the state when Zhang Yang was born. According to the system of the universe subject, he freely chooses the race to be born, and then promotes level by level. Regarding the selection of races in the universe, should the system change? Zhang Yang thought for a moment, and felt that it should not be changed to a single race, but should be 100 flowers blooming. But there must be a master and a subordinate, and the master is naturally the human race. After many genetic reforms and large-scale experiments, the human race has stabilized its genes. But Zhang Yang felt that it was still not strong enough. Now that he has been promoted to a 5th-level star master, he can further optimize the human race's genes, repair some genetic defects to achieve better results. After all, his core race is the human race. As the saying goes, one person's success brings success to everyone. He became a 5th-level star master and controlled the galaxy. So the status of the human race is naturally the highest. As a core race, it is not acceptable for the strength to be weaker than other star people. The race supported by the cosmic elders is the Protoss, and Zhang Yang supports the human race. Zhang Yang was promoted to level 5 star lord, and the cosmic will reward him. The cosmic will strengthen the core race selected by Zhang Yang. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang began to deduce and calculate the cells of the human race to further improve the human race's genes. As time passed, 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yang couldn't help but sigh. The higher the realm, the less concept of time and space. After thousands of years of experiments and deductions, there is finally a specific plan for the human race template. This is already the best plan. Genetic changes are mutual. Improving one will cause other genes to become relatively weak. For example, wirelessly increasing strength. When a person is born, his strength reaches 10,000 gene, which will affect other gene effects. After continuous improvement by Zhang Yang, the final effect is as follows. When the human race is born, their strength can reach the initial stage of the body refining realm, and their strength can reach 1,000 gene. As people grow older, even if they do not practice, their strength can increase steadily, basically maintaining an increase of 500 gene for every year they grow older. The lifespan of the human race is increased to 500 years, and when they are born, their lifespan is as high as 500 years. The IQ can generally reach between 110 to 130, which is an all-round improvement. The human race reaches adulthood at the age of 20, and their appearance is fixed until the age of 400, when their physical functions begin to decline until their lifespan is exhausted. This is a good thing. The relative impact is that the fertility will decrease slightly. The probability of pregnancy will decrease by 15%, and human women can give birth to up to 3 children in their lifetime. Of course, this is the case without cultivation. If you cultivate, you will be stronger. There is a premise for all this. It must be the case for babies born in the Milky Way. If you immigrate to other galaxies and are born, the genetic ability of the human race will decrease by 50%, and the ability will decrease significantly in an instant. The reason is very simple. This is the will of the universe to Zhongyang, Blue Star, and the human race, working for the will of the Milky Way. Of course, we'll give Zhongyang some rewards. After all, doing things requires living beings. The will of the universe will support whatever race is convenient for the 5th level Star Master. This is not a benefit exclusive to Zhongyang. Every Galaxy Master, that is, the core race of the 5th level Star Master, can enjoy the blessing of the universe will. So the other races encountered so far are all naturally born races, and they do not have the power of blessing. If you encounter star citizens from other galaxies, they are also immortals, and the difference in ability will be very large. And there is another point. The blessing of the universe will is a benefit exclusive to the Lania Kaya universe. Other universes do not have it, which is also what the universe will tell Zhongyang. The reason is also very simple. If the universe will do this, it will consume the power of the origin of the universe. That is, it will have a bad impact on the origin of the universe. If there is no life and death crisis in the universe, it will not support living beings in this way. On the contrary, it will limit the realm of living beings from being promoted too high to avoid threatening the universe will. But now there is no way. The Lania Kaya universe is invaded by 4 races. The other party wants to devour the origin of the universe. He must resist. The will of the universe is also struggling to hold on. It seems that this move has a great impact on itself. If it goes on for a long time, without the invasion of others, the will of the universe will collapse by itself, and the Lania Kaya universe will be destroyed. But if it devours the origin of other universes, it can repair the power of the origin. On the contrary, it can also strengthen the power of the origin. Of course, let alone devouring and strengthening the Lania Kaya universe. It is good enough to be able to protect itself. Now it is madly burning the power of the origin of the universe, just to cultivate more strong people to protect the universe, which is a means of self-rescue for the universe. After learning all this, Zhongyang also felt a little emotional. It was not easy. At the same time, he also felt a sense of urgency. He must speed up the development of the universe, protect the universe, and preferably devour the origins of other universes to feed back the Lania Kaya universe consciousness. After all, they are now one. As long as the universe is not destroyed, Zhongyang will not die. After all, he has struggled to this day, and he must do his best to defend his own welfare. Thinking of this, Zhongyang prepared to change the power of the laws of the galaxy. Chapter 254 Managing the Galaxy. Zhongyang used his will to change the power of the laws of the galaxy. As he modified it, the galaxy underwent some changes. Zhongyang also looked somewhere. A planet somewhere in the galaxy had just awakened its will. The Star Master who had just awakened his will was still a little confused, but soon heard the system narration, introducing his identity, responsibilities, and mission. Please select the planet race. The Star Master used his will to view the race template, which detailed the capabilities, status, technology trees, and other data of each race. With the help of the narration, choosing a race was considered to instill some knowledge in the Star Master, allowing him to understand races, galaxies, and other content. It is a little different from when Zhongyang was born. The first race template provided is the human race. Human race. Introduction. The human race, the core race of the Milky Way, was created by the Lord of the Milky Way. The human race has balanced data in all aspects. As the human race grows older, its strength will become stronger and stronger. At the same time, the human race has a high lifespan, high wisdom, medium reproductive ability, a complete technology tree, and 2 directions of technology tree cultivation. Technology and cultivation can be freely selected. When creating the human race, the initial energy is increased by 10%, and the energy of the upgraded technology tree is reduced by 10%. After checking all the races, the Star Lord naturally chose the human race. The human race has strong capabilities in all aspects, a complete technology tree, and 2 directions to choose from. Of course, the most important point is that this is the core race of the Milky Way and the race created by the Lord of the Milky Way. Moreover, the initial energy is 10% higher than that of other races, and the energy for upgrading technology is 10% lower. Is there still a need to choose? Zhongyang also has his own private goods. The technology tree contains detailed human thoughts and mentions that the human mother planet is the most powerful family in the Milky Way. The Blue Star family. Zhang Yang smiled when he saw the other party's choice. From now on, the human race must be the most numerous creatures in the Milky Way. There is still a big difference between these human races and the human race born in the Blue Star family. The Star Lords born in the private territory of Blue Star are all Blue Star travelers. Compared with other human Star Lords, they have a strong advantage. That is, they know the entire development history of the Blue Star family and carry all the memories of the Blue Star family. Zhang Yang did not intend to change or expand it. It was enough to just keep this 0786 territory. As time went on, the human Star Masters born in the territory would be sent to various parts of the galaxy to form their own faction. After Zhang Yang modified the laws of the galaxy, countless human Star Masters appeared in the entire galaxy in an instant. And there would be more and more as time went on. After modifying the race settings, Zhang Yang did not continue to modify them. And the promotion laws were still as cruel as before. From then on, the strength of the entire galaxy would gradually increase. The first change was to use the blessing of the universe's will to enhance the power of the creatures in the galaxy. But this is only the most basic point. Other galaxy masters have such conveniences, and they just upgrade other races. Zhang Yang pondered. How can we improve the strength of the entire galaxy? Governing a galaxy, governing a country, and governing a planet should be the same principle. It is nothing more than investing in education, developing technology, and strengthening infrastructure construction. At the same time, promote industrial upgrading and improve the economic strength and product competitiveness of the galaxy. Strengthen galaxy cooperation, and see if we can reach some cooperation with other galaxy masters to enhance the strength of the galaxy. Improve the culture of the galaxy, and let the Star Masters and Star People have a sense of identity with the galaxy. That is, cultural inheritance. The most important point is military strength. If you want to improve military strength, the first resource tilt is to develop the economy. Only when the economy is good can we provide more energy points to each planet, and the Star Master can buy more materials, thereby improving the strength of the entire planet. The second point is to improve technology. Develop technological revolution, and make technological breakthroughs. The power of technology is terrible. The third party is cultivation. Focusing on geniuses, concentrating resources to cultivate geniuses, and cultivating high-end combat power. The galaxy has many golden immortals, many quasi-saints, and many saints, which is very important for the improvement of the strength of the entire galaxy. Zhang Yang wrote these contents on a piece of paper and began to study them. These are just theoretical knowledge, and actual cultivation still requires specific methods. Time is still passing. Zhang Yang's promotion to the 5th level Star Master is a big event for the entire galaxy group. Laniakia Supercluster Virgo Cluster Local Group Milky Way Warrigal Belt Local Interstellar Cloud Oort Cloud. The superior unit of the Milky Way. The local group has a total of 53 galaxies of the Milky Way level. That is, there are 53 galaxy masters. Except for the Milky Way. Other galaxies have 5th level Star Masters. The entire local group has been around for hundreds of billions of years, and no new 5th level Star Masters have been born, especially large galaxies. Although the local group has 53 Star Masters, it is also divided into large and small galaxies. The largest galaxy in the local group is called the Andromeda Galaxy, which is 5 times larger than the Milky Way and is the well-deserved first galaxy. The Milky Way ranks second and is the second largest galaxy. The third place is the Triangulum Galaxy. The remaining galaxies are not so big. They are all small galaxies, grouped together in 2s and 3s. Some galaxies are still around the Andromeda Galaxy, the Milky Way, and the Triangulum Galaxy, and are considered companion galaxies. Most of the 5-level Star Masters born in this galaxy group were assigned to small galaxies and became the masters of small galaxies. Now, the second-ranked Milky Way in the entire local galaxy group actually has a 5-level Star Master, which is of course a big news. Galaxy like Junius Galaxy, the Sun Galaxy, is only 1/5 the size of the Milky Way. But even so, it ranks in the top 10. There are also some galaxies in this galaxy group, such as the Hydra system, Pisces system, Whale system, Cassiopeia system, Leo system, Phoenix system, Major system, Sagittarius system, Aquarius system, etc., with strange names and different sizes. The Galaxy Lord also has a group. When Zhang Yang was still thinking hard, He was pulled into the group by the elders of the universe. As the Galaxy Lord, he usually only manages the general strategy, so he is still very idle. As soon as Zhang Yang was pulled into the group, the whole group suddenly became lively. Galaxy Lords are usually not called by their names, so everyone's notes are like this, such as the Lord of the Andromeda Galaxy and the Lord of the Pisces Galaxy. After Zhang Yang came in, he was no exception. His name was directly changed to the Lord of the Galaxy. So, the whole group began to swipe the screen, "Welcome to the Lord of the Galaxy." Zhang Yang was originally thinking hard, and was suddenly awakened by the forced reminder voice in the group. Zhang Yang was speechless as he watched the chat group keep refreshing. How is this similar to the chat group of the human race? Brother, you are the masters of the galaxy. You are so funny. Do the Star Masters know about it? So, Zhang Yang directly created a red envelope function, input 10,000 points of divine source, divided it into 53 packets, and sent it in. For Zhang Yang and other galaxy masters, the entire group is just a communication medium. What function do you want? Just think about it, and you will get it directly. Many galaxy masters saw Zhang Yang send a strange red block with the words "Hello everyone" on it. They all showed a trace of confusion. What is this? As the Andromeda Galaxy Master became curious, obtained 1201 points of divine source. After a while, I looked again and saw that many Star Masters had clicked on it, and they all received different amounts of divine energy. There was also a special mark on him that said "Best Luck." His eyes lit up immediately. It was quite interesting. Chapter 255 Pangu. The Lord of the Andromeda Galaxy saw this, and followed suit by sending a red envelope. As the Lord of the Galaxy, they all have one characteristic: they have no concept of money. After being promoted to the 5th level Star Lord, they no longer worry about personal energy points. The 5th level Star Lord manages the entire galaxy, not individual galaxies, and only lives on the main planet as a base camp. Some 5th level Star Lords don't even care about the main planet, and their will is directly attached to the entire galaxy. As the will of the galaxy, they can stay on a certain planet at will. The will of the 5th level Star Lord is no longer limited to a certain planet, but manages the entire galaxy as a whole. The Galaxy Master also lacks money. Big money. Money to develop the entire galaxy. However, this also depends on whether the Star Master is attentive, motivated, and fully committed to developing the galaxy civilization. When they were just promoted to level 5 Star Masters, they all wanted to do something for the galaxy. But they encountered many difficulties and experienced many things, such as the explosion of several planets and the extinction of hundreds of millions of lives. For the Galaxy Master, they have become accustomed to it. Everyone saw that the Andromeda Galaxy Master also sent out something called a red envelope, and they all followed suit. For a while, the red envelopes were all over the screen. Even the ancestors Yang Mei, Chu, and Yu Mo Hen, who were secretly observing from the back, followed suit. A good welcoming ceremony for the group turned into a red envelope grabbing competition. Seeing this, Zhang Yang immediately used his will to grab it, and clicked on a red envelope, Xin Yuan plus 35,410 points. Good guy. Such a big deal? Zhang Yang immediately grabbed it, regardless of what they said, staring at the red envelopes and grabbing them. Seeing that even the demon gods were sending red envelopes, he was even faster. Clicked on the red envelope of Yang Mei Patriarch, Xin Yuan plus 948,7261 points. Clicked on the red envelope of the first demon god, Xin Yuan plus 5 points. The red envelopes were of all sizes, with large ones worth millions, and small ones worth only a little. It seems that no matter what class or status, there is no resistance to grabbing red envelopes. Zhang Yang remembered how much he had paid to collect dozens of energy points. Now, with a click, you can deposit tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of divine source points. Maybe this is growth. Maybe in the future, my original intention will change. But before that, I will try my best to contribute to the galaxy. Zhang Yang separated a bit of his will to stay here to grab the red envelope, and began to continue his research. When Zhang Yang was formulating and deducing policies, Sun Wukong had already arrived at the Demon Race Universe. Demon Race Universe. Sun Wukong responded to the flea from time to time, and followed the Demon Race Great Sage to the Demon Race Universe. As soon as he entered the other universe, he felt the demon aura all over the sky, and the whole universe was filled with a special energy. The essence of this energy is like the aura and fairy aura of the blue star, which is a necessity for the demon race to practice. When Sun Wukong stepped into the demon race universe, he felt uncomfortable all over. The whole universe was filled with demonic energy, trying to rush towards his body. He could only seal himself off to prevent the demonic energy from entering his body. The other great saints were not surprised, and had become accustomed to this scene. Creatures from the outer universe would feel uncomfortable all over when they entered this universe. This is because the energy systems of the two universes are different, and the will of the universe instinctively excludes them. Since Sun Wukong is the essence of the demon race universe, the will of the universe did not reject him, which was better. They also felt uncomfortable when they attacked in the Lania Kai universe. The great Saint Dijiang said lightly, "Don't resist. If you want to live in the demon race universe, you will have to take this step sooner or later." Sun Wukong heard this and gave up resistance, actively absorbing the surrounding demonic energy into his body to complete the energy conversion. He endured the pain in his body. The demon energy was too brutal, rushing through his body, causing some spasms in his meridians. Seeing this, the stern expression of the great sage Dijiang also eased a little. Most demons like to be straightforward, and they never want to use wisdom to solve problems that can be solved with fists. The great sage Zhu Meng was the same. He glanced at Sun Wukong and accepted it in his heart. After a while, Sun Wukong's body was filled with demonic energy, and the conversion was completed. The feeling of rejection finally disappeared, and he felt very comfortable instead. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and felt that his strength had doubled. This feeling was quite refreshing. It's not that the demonic aura is stronger than the immortal aura, but it's more suitable for spirits and animals. The token on the body of the great sage Dijiang flashed, and then he looked at Sun Wukong and said, "Let's go. The demon master wants to see you." Sun Wukong was a little nervous, followed the other party, and flew towards somewhere. After a while, there was a towering tower in the distance. The tower was divided into 9 floors and looked majestic. "You go in. The demon master is waiting for you inside." Sun Wukong nodded, and came to the first floor of the pagoda alone. As soon as he walked to the entrance of the tower door opened automatically. It walked inside and shivered all over. It was cold inside. Very cold. Even for it. It felt very chilling. A dull voice came, "Come up." Sun Wukong slowly walked up to the 9th floor of the pagoda, and saw several huge chains locking a red ball, and a creature sitting in front of the ball. This creature had a fish head and a human body, and sat on the ground like a small mountain. When he saw Sun Wukong coming, he sat on the ground. The other party seemed to be very frugal with words, and opened his eyes, and looked at Sun Wukong and said, "Sit down." Sun Wukong was not polite, and sat down on the ground directly. Kuiping pointed to the red ball behind him and said, "Do you know what this is?" Sun Wukong hesitated for a moment, and shook his head. The other party just said a word, and Sun Wukong was startled. "Haha. This is the Pangu you have been looking for. Oh, by the way, it is 1/3. Sun Wukong looked confused. "I want to find? Did I make a mistake? Demon Master? Hee. Should I call you Sun Wukong? Or Zhan Yang? Or the Lord of Blue Star? Now that we've come to this, Zhan Yang. If you keep hiding, I'll underestimate you." Zhan Yang, who was far away in the Milky Way, changed his expression. What was going on? Sun Wukong's expression changed slightly, and after a while, a strand of consciousness in Sun Wukong's mind materialized and occupied Sun Wukong's body. Zhan Yang smiled softly. "I have seen the ancestor of all monsters." "The ancestor of all monsters? Ha ha ha." Kuan-Peng laughed wildly, and after laughing, he looked at the red ball behind him and said, "Old man, you really praise me. I still have such a resounding name." A voice came. "Of course. In my opinion, you are the origin of the demon race. The first demon race. And of course you are called the ancestor of all demons." Zhan Yang heard the voice, and was slightly excited. He saw a white light flashing in front of him, and a man with a human figure appeared in front of him. This man was burly, muscular, with a thick face and a thick beard. He looked like a human boss. Zhan Yang was a little excited and said directly, "I have seen the Father God of Creation." Chapter 256 Lich. Undercover. How could Zhan Yang not be excited? The one in front of him should be the creator of Blue Star, the true founder of the human race Pangu, the head of the 3,000 demon gods. The demon god of power. The demon god who personally created the human race, deduced civilization, and instilled all of this into Zhang Yang. There is nothing wrong with Zhang Yang calling the other party the father god of creation. This person looked at Zhang Yang, nodded gently and smiled, looking very kind, just like the boss of the human race. Zhang Yang looked at the other party and felt very cordial. This feeling is difficult to describe in words. Pangu said gently, haha. Call me Pangu. I didn't expect that I could see you so soon. You did a good job. Zhang Yang chuckled. I am developing on the shoulders of giants. Naturally, I have to be faster. Zhang Yang glanced at Kuan Peng beside him, and couldn't help but use his will to transmit his voice and asked, Ancestor, what's going on? Hey, kid, transmitting your voice in front of me. Isn't it a bit disrespectful to me? Kuan Peng looked at Zhang Yang and shouted directly. Ha. It's normal for the younger generation to have many questions. Sorry to bother you. Panga smiled and looked at Kuan Peng, and spoke directly. Kuan Peng snorted coldly and disappeared on the spot. Panga looked at Zhang Yang, who was full of doubts, and said directly, I know you have a lot of doubts in your heart. You ask and I answer. This place is not safe. The demon emperor may come at any time, especially since you made such a big noise. Let's make it short. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and asked the biggest question in his mind. Who am I? You are no different from other star masters. You are the will of the universe. And you are no different from the primitive creatures you understand. The only difference is that you are the successor of our deduction results. You are not the will or incarnation of anyone. You are you. It's just that I randomly cast this memory out. No matter who inherits this memory. The planet of birth is the blue star. As for Zhang Yang's memory, Zhang Yang's human race experience is just to set a reasonable trigger reason for your memory. Zhang Yang asked again, is it accidental or inevitable that I created the human race? Haha. No one interferes with your choice. But the human race has a saying called subconsciousness, also called crossing over. Rebirth. Create a memory inheritance method for you. That is, Zhang Yang crosses over and is reborn as the master of a planet. And your subconscious will empathize with the human race, have a natural sense of identity, and will most likely choose the human race. What if I don't choose the human race? At that time, more than one memory was cast out. Only the one who created the human race first will inherit this memory and be called Zhang Yang. The rest will lose this memory and are no different from other star masters. Zhang Yang understood that the birth of Zhang Yang was an inevitable result. Whichever creature inherited this memory would be called Zhang Yang and would create the blue planet. Because if the human race is not created, this memory will be lost. And Zhang Yang, the star master, will no longer exist. Pangu watched Zhang Yang fall into deep thought, afraid that Zhang Yang would be upset, and couldn't help but say, you are you. Just multiple memories. This memory is called a golden finger according to the human race. It is no different from your 0786 territory. The human star master who created it. It shouldn't bring you any trouble. Right? Zhang Yang was shocked. Pangu knew the situation outside? And he knew it so well? Zhang Yang didn't ask, but smiled and said, you don't have to comfort me. I'm not upset. I just feel a little strange. I recognize my human identity. Moreover, if I didn't have this memory, to be honest, there would be no difference between me and other star masters. According to time, it's less than 10 million years now, and I should still be a first-level star master. And now, with this memory, I have become a 5th-level star master, controlling the entire galaxy and countless lives. As long as the universe is immortal, I will not die. I am very satisfied. Zhang Yang couldn't help but ask curiously, Grandmaster, how did you know I would come? And is this Kuan Peng really okay? Seeing Zhang Yang's open-mindedness, Panga smiled and said, I don't know if you will come or when you will come. It may be a billion years. It may be longer. Or you may not come. So when I saw you, don't look at me smiling. In fact, I was also very surprised in my heart. Even if another Zhang Yang inherits this memory, he will not do better than you. You are really excellent. Why did Zhang Yang think of letting Sun Wukong pretend to betray the universe and come to the demon clan? The reason is very simple. That is this memory. Zhang Yang inherited the memory of the human race, knew the history of the prehistoric world, knew the heaven and the underworld, and also knew the development history of the entire Lania Kai universe. Since the demon gods are real, and the heaven and the underworld are prepared for Zhang Yang in advance. Then the history of the prehistoric demon clan is naturally true. In the memory inherited by Zhang Yang, the history of the prehistoric demon clan is also very simple. The demon clan also has a heaven, called the demon court, and the demon clan has two emperors, Dong Wangtai and Di Jun. Zhang Yang once heard the ancestor Yang Mei talk about the Great War countless eons ago in the universe. He knew the name of the leader of the demon clan, and the names of some of the top masters of the demon clan. All of this matches Zhang Yang's memory. The abilities of other races are the same. So this cannot be a coincidence. Combined with what Yang Mei Patriarch once said. Although the 3,000 demons worked together to deduce the blue star, the main contributor was Pangu. And it was Pangu who kept deducing. And finally the demons participated in it, and joined some other races. So these memories should be added by Pangu, with the help of the human race, to create the so-called prehistoric online novel. Just want to tell Zhang Yang some secrets. And in the prehistoric history that Zhang Yang knows, the demon race was defeated by the witch race, which is known as the war between witches and liches. Both races were defeated, and the human race took the opportunity to rise, and become the master of heaven and earth. The reason why the demon clan failed is inseparable from a creature. That is, the ancestor of all demons, Kunpeng, the ancestor of all demons, betrayed the demon clan at a critical moment. So the demon clan failed. When Zhang Yang thought of this, he suddenly remembered the names of several demon clan saints who saved Sun Wukong, and suddenly asked tentatively, "Ancestor, what about the witch clan?" The witch clan is also in the demon clan universe. It is a clan created nearly 100 million years ago. Di Jun and Dong Wangtai led the demon clan, and the witch clan was created by me and Kunpeng together. It is considered the direct line of Kunpeng demon master. Zhang Yang was confused. What is going on? Zhang Yang asked with a puzzled face. Ancestor, as far as I know, weren't you suppressed by the three ancestors of the demon clan, angel clan, and insect clan respectively? This? Pangu nodded and said naturally, yes. I was suppressed. To suppress it, there must be someone guarding it. The guard can't be too weak. Right? Pangu looked at Zhang Yang and nodded repeatedly, and smiled proudly. The demon tribe guarding me is Kunpeng. During the years of guarding me, Kunpeng repeatedly complained about the two emperors of the demon tribe, and was crazy and dissatisfied with them. I felt the same way, and scolded them along with him. Pangu looked at Zhang Yang's face full of black lines, and didn't care. He continued, we became friends after scolding each other. I gave him advice on how to control the demon tribe universe. How can you do it without strength? You must have people to succeed. A good man needs 3 helpers. How can you succeed without people? So, you see, the witch tribe appeared, and we became friends. Occasionally, I can still float away and return to the Laniakaya universe to deduce the memories of Blue Star. You know the result. I used my will to deduce the human race. Zhang Yang suddenly realized. Ancestor Yang Mei said that you escaped a threat of consciousness during the battle. Was it the other party who took the initiative to release it? Then this Kunpeng is quite easy to talk to. Pangu said disdainfully. Easy to talk. Although I was exhausted during the battle, I could still kill Kunpeng on the spot. Later, I came up with a plan and stopped killing it. At the same time, I gave it an idea, which led to all the subsequent things. Zhang Yang understood after listening to Pangu's introduction. How could this person be arrested? This person is a voluntary undercover agent. Right? If he is an undercover agent, then he is an undercover agent. But he also turned the enemy's third most important person into a defector? Chapter 257 The Mystery of the Great War. Zhang Yang listened to Pangu telling some of the mysteries of the past, as well as the secrets that Zhang Yang had always wanted to know. Something very important to the universe. The two of them discussed here. When Zhang Yang said, Ancestor, many demon gods are trapped in the 4 universes, and your other 2 wills have been suppressed. Shouldn't you also find a way to rescue them? Pangu looked into the distance and said, haha. In these years, have you seen any demon gods come to the other universe to rescue demon gods? Zhang Yang was surprised. What happened? At this time, we have to start from the beginning. Countless eons ago, the Laniakaya universe was born. The universes will evolve into 3,000 laws, and gave birth to 3,000 demon gods. After the demon gods were born one after another, they did not think about cultivation, nor did they have any concept of cultivation. And countless epochs had passed like this, until the universe gave its will to many demon gods, asking us to create the world, evolve living beings, and expand the universe. But we demon gods had different opinions. I insisted on creating the world, but there was a lot of resistance, and we even fought a few battles. It was quite unpleasant, and the universe was also very dissatisfied. Not long after, alien races invaded, and the universe was defeated. And then everything happened later. Zhang Yang was a little surprised. Huh? Why did the demon god stop the creation of the world? When the Laniakaya universe was born, the universe was still in a chaotic state. After the birth of many demon gods, they occupied all the chaotic energy of the universe, and the universe could not give birth to new lives. After the birth of the demon god, he did not cultivate, but occupied the power of the origin, resulting in the inability of the origin of the universe to grow for countless epochs. So the origin of the universe sent down its will, allowing the demon gods to work together to open the sky, evolve the creatures of the world. Let the creatures of this universe cultivate and absorb the power of the chaos of the outer universe, so that the universe can continue to grow and increase some possibilities for the universe. But some demon gods were unwilling, thinking that after the birth of creatures, they could not completely control the world, and there were too many variables. They were even afraid that the will of the universe would support the new creatures to replace the demon gods and divide the power of the origin of the law. So they kept negotiating. The demon gods were divided into two parties. One agreed to open the sky, and the other disagreed. I overcame all objections and chose to open the sky. Without opening the sky, the universe is very small, with only 3,000 demon gods. The small universe of Akai is not conspicuous in the vast universe, unless the universe is swallowed up. The 3,000 demon gods can survive forever. With opening the sky, this universe has infinite possibilities, and will continue to grow with the cultivation of living beings. But as the universe becomes larger, the target will also become larger, which is equivalent to setting up a lighthouse in the vast ocean. Other universes can sense this universe, and the degree of danger increases countless times. After hearing this, Zhang Yang felt that it was all right. The universe consciousness wanted the demon gods to occupy the pit without shitting. The universe consciousness used all its energy to evolve the demon gods, and was no longer able to do anything else. These demon gods still don't listen to him, which makes him feel a strong sense of crisis. He wants to open the universe and cultivate some more living beings. Another part of the demon gods is a little selfish, but it's not wrong. If they don't open the universe, the 3,000 demon gods will always live in this universe. And it's good to be free. Pangu seemed to know Zhang Yang's thoughts. Haha. Do you think it's good not to open the universe? Seeing Zhang Yang nod, Pangu continued, I thought so at first. But the universe consciousness is right, which is the dark law you understand. No matter how big or small the Laniakaya universe is, it is a treasure for other universe consciousnesses. Devouring other universes and strengthening oneself is the survival instinct of the universe. The cosmic consciousness also wants to survive forever. Instead of hiding and hoping not to be discovered by other cosmic consciousnesses, it is better to take the initiative to develop and become the king of the universe. Another point is that the demon god is unrestrained. If a crisis really occurs, it may not be able to help the cosmic consciousness. The universe also has a lifespan, although it seems infinite compared to living beings. Do you think its lifespan is too long? Moreover, there are crises in the universe, namely black holes, collapse, and heat death. There are 3 major cosmic crises. Countless universes are destroyed in 3 ways. Zhang Yang stopped talking. He knew all these 3 crises. There are even black holes in the universe, of different sizes. There is also a black hole in the center of the Milky Way, which sucks in the broken planetary remnants of the Milky Way like a scavenger. If a black hole appears and swallows up the Milky Way, it is indeed quite scary. Zhang Yang also knows about the other 2 ways of destruction in his memory. These 2 theories are the 2 major hypotheses about the lifespan of the universe in the previous life. If it weren't for Pangu's installation of memories, how could the research level of human scientists in the previous life be used to speculate the entire universe with a scientific level that is difficult to step out of the Earth, and even understand the birth of the entire universe, black holes, and countless cosmic mysteries? Zhang Yang thought of this and couldn't help but sigh. The news that Zhang Yang said before crossing, everyone on Earth knew it, and even could be searched on the internet, turned out to be the highest mystery of the universe. The people on Earth really don't know how to appreciate their blessings. What a pity! All of this was calculated by the predecessors and instilled into Zhang Yang. A human race. Zhang Yang now understands. This is the collision of two ideas. One side of the demon gods believes that the universe can exist for countless eons, and the so-called swallowing of other universes or encountering a cosmic crisis are very rare events, and the probability of encountering them is too small. However, the demon gods, including Pangu, including the cosmic consciousness, want to develop actively, not guess the probability problem, but develop the universe so that the entire universe has the power to resist all risks. The two sides fought against this idea. As a result, not long after the creation of the universe, the four universes invaded. Pangu continued to say, several battles to create the universe made many demons dissatisfied, and the universe consciousness was increasingly dissatisfied with their behavior. The children they had spent all their efforts to evolve were not obedient, so they asked all demons to sign a universe contract. But the demons were used to freedom, so how could they tolerate such behavior? Therefore, only a few dozen demons signed the contract, which made the universe consciousness and many demons unhappy and left unhappily. After the war of alien invasion, everyone reacted. It is very likely that a demon who was dissatisfied with the creation of the universe took the initiative to expose the universe coordinates and attracted the aliens. It may not even be one demon, but multiple demons. Zhang Yang exclaimed directly, This? How is this possible? Why do you do this? They are all creatures born in the Laniakaya universe. As long as this universe is not destroyed, the demons will not die. If the universe is destroyed, what good will it do to them? Isn't this self-destruction? Zhang Yang really couldn't figure it out. How could there be such a demon? Zhang Yang was suddenly stunned. No. In the previous life, there were maggots who hated the country, traitors, and other beasts that were really incomprehensible. Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem strange. Pangu laughed. You are right. This kind of creature. Even the strange creatures in a certain movie you know, who took the initiative to expose the coordinates of the Earth to aliens and wanted them to destroy the Earth. And the creatures who defected to other countries and sought benefits for themselves. All of this exists. Although the demon gods are creatures derived from the 3,000 laws, other universes can also give birth to the 3,000 laws. The demon gods can also go to other universes and transform into the laws of the universe to continue to survive. Therefore, whether to survive in another universe is really not that important to the demon gods. Some cosmic wills will even take the initiative to pull the demon gods to integrate them into the universe and strengthen the original power of the universe. Therefore, it is really unknown how many of the captured demon gods now belong to the Laniakaya universe. The so-called 3,000 demon gods fighting against aliens in that war sounded grand and magnificent. But in fact, many demon gods were captured during the battle and may have already defected to the other side. Of course, only a few demons surrendered to the other side. Most of the demons still fought bravely and fought against the aliens. But after being captured, what is their current status, and whether they still belong to the Laniakaya universe are all unknown. Instead of betting on the other side, it is better to rely on yourself for development. Do you understand? Zhang Yang was a little confused. He thought that saving the demons would add some high-end combat power to this universe, and he would have someone to rely on and hope for. Now he knows that the other side will not only not help this universe, but may even attack this universe in return. Zhang Yang finally turned the endless thoughts in his heart into one. Hack. Chapter 258 Pangu Order. Zhang Yang was helpless. He was already a big shot, but now he was like a mountain. What a fart demon god he was trying to save. The one he saved might be a traitor who was lurking in this universe, and would suddenly turn against him at a critical moment. It would be better not to save him. Pangu looked at the frustrated Zhang Yang and said, Now you know why so many demons didn't come to rescue us. Right? Even my brothers don't know which demon is really suppressed, and which demon has defected to the other side. So the captured demons can't be counted on at all. Zhang Yang looked at Pangu and muttered in his heart, Brother Pangu, won't you? Haha. Don't guess me. The situation is not as bad as you think. Some of the captured demons have signed a cosmic contract. They are captured and can't take action against the Laniakaya universe. But then again, if the other party changes their mind, they can also join the other party and wait for the destruction of this universe. Then the contract will become invalid, and they can join the other universe. Zhang Yang suddenly thought of something and asked directly, What if the current demon gods suddenly join the other party in another war? After the battle of 3,000 demon gods, there are still 1730 demon gods left in this universe. Yang Mei should tell you that there are still 1,000 demon gods left. Right? That's right. These 1,000 demon gods united the universe consciousness, signed the universe contract together, swore the great oath, never betrayed this universe, and finally united the universe consciousness to establish the Universe Elders Council. Of the remaining 730 demons, some have disappeared without a trace, and some are lurking in this universe, practicing in secret. We don't know what their status is, so we can only keep a close watch on them and pay special attention to them. So you can only see those few demons, because some of them are practicing in secret. Some are watching the remaining demons, and some are out fighting to defend this universe. Zhang Yang listened to Pangu's narration, listening silently. And at the same time, the main body in the Milky Way began to plan the development direction of the Milky Way more carefully. It is not enough to control only one Milky Way. It is still too weak, and you have to control more star systems to increase your own capabilities. Now there are only 9 saints, which is far from enough. We must have a large number of Tao-level masters. Zhang Yang looked at Pangu and said, Ancestor, you have a long way to go. Pangu looked at Zhang Yang and patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder. Zhang Yang, I hope you can shine like the sun, and bring energy and hope to this universe. You are not alone. There are 1,000 demons behind you to protect you from the wind and rain. These years, each of us demons has loved this universe in our own way, loving this place where we were born. I have deployed the angels and the demons. Although the situation is difficult, as long as we work together, I believe we will win. You take this token. After Pangu finished speaking, he threw a token to Zhang Yang. Looking at Zhang Yang, who was somewhat puzzled, Pangu said, This is my token. I am the president of the Universe Elders Council. With this token, other demons will not embarrass you. Through this token, you can convey your ideas to the cosmic consciousness. You have been doing well. Your wonderful ideas are beyond the reach of other races and demons. Pangu was suddenly stunned. Okay. The demon court wants to see Sun Wukong. You should take the initiative to disperse this consciousness to avoid being discovered by the demon emperor. Remember, every demon is saving the universe in his own way. Don't rely on the demons. Only the human race is your foundation. Zhang Yang saw Kunpeng coming in. Pangu instantly returned to the sphere, and Zhang Yang decisively annihilated this will and dissipated it between heaven and earth. Sun Wukong suddenly shivered, looked at this place in confusion, and bowed to Kunpeng in front of him. I have seen the great sage as Zhang Yang's will dissipated. Sun Wukong's memory of this place has disappeared, and he only remembers that he walked into the pagoda. Kunpeng looked at Sun Wukong and said coldly, Let's go. The demon emperor wants to see you. Zhang Yang's will dissipated, but the memory of that place was transmitted back to the original body in real time. Looking at the token in the will, there was an ancient character on it, and he was slightly stunned, and then began to continue to deduce. Time passed quickly, and Zhang Yang also began to get busy. Zhang Yang first summoned the mechanical race, the spiritual race and other races with strong scientific research capabilities, and asked their star masters to summon the top scientific research talents to the Blue Star Hextech technology community to work with the human race to develop more powerful weapons. The road of technology has reached the end of the 4th level antimatter. If you want to continue to develop downward, you can only concentrate on researching new energy and new weapons. The so-called higher level 6th level star masters only manage more galaxies, and have thousands of saint level or 1 avenue level creatures under their command. These star masters all rely on the cultivation of creatures and comprehend the power of the avenue. There is no more powerful existence that relies on the development of technology. In Zhang Yang's memory, there are weapons that were deduced by the demon god but not turned into reality. That is, theoretical weapons. That is, dimensional weapons and black hole weapons. Regarding energy, antimatter is not the end, and there should be dark matter and red matter in the future. Only by using these 2 gravitational energies can dimensional weapons and black hole weapons be developed. After Zhang Yang summoned all the top scientific researchers in the entire galaxy to the science and technology community, he began to provide them with theoretical weapon directions. The so-called direction is just to talk about some knowledge deduced in the previous life. Many creatures were excited and looking forward to hearing Zhang Yang describe the power and ability of the weapons. But they heard Zhang Yang say, Okay, this is all I know. The rest depends on you. Come on. Watching Zhang Yang disappear, the scientists looked at each other and were dumbfounded. Are you kidding? Chapter 259, the last place elimination system. Although Zhang Yang disappeared at the spot, he saw everything that happened here after he left. Listening to the expressions and moods of the scientists in Muna, Zhang Yang was also a little helpless. There is no way. I really don't know. This is the first decree implemented by Zhang Yang, which is to seek breakthroughs in science and technology. It takes too long for a cultivator to go from the Qi refining stage to the Saint realm. It may take tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years, not to mention cultivating to the Dao realm. Thinking to the extreme, the 3,000 Dao realms did not solve the battle that year. Now a few Dao realms are born, and the Dao realms added up are not as many as those years, which is even worse. Therefore, if high-latitude weapons can be developed in science and technology, it will be of greater help to this universe. The advantages of technological weapons in range and continuous killing are unmatched by the cultivation system. After Zhang Yang completed the deployment of science and technology, he began to study the internal affairs of the galaxy. In the entire galaxy, there are more than 2 million fourth-level star masters, 76 masters in the Saint realm, 3,425 masters in the quasi-Saint realm, and 13,526 masters in the Golden Fairy realm. There are very few top masters, not to mention the cultivators in other realms. These are all the masters in the galaxy. In the future, if you want to improve the internal strength of the galaxy, you must start with them. Zhang Yang intends to adopt a one-to-one training mode, focusing on talent and training. First, the old will lead the new. The saint will lead the quasi-saint. The quasi-saint will lead the golden immortal. The golden immortal will lead the mysterious immortal. And so on. For the masters of the Saint realm in the Milky Way, they also need someone to lead them. This requires consultation with the Universe Elders Council to see if a Dao realm demon god can be sent to help this group of saints. Even if the Milky Way can give birth to a Dao realm master on its own, the entire system will be revitalized. At the same time, Zhang Yang is preparing to select talents from the entire Milky Way. These geniuses must be selected according to various cultivation talents, practice systems, and other comprehensive factors. The selected geniuses will be gathered together. Geniuses below the fairyland will be taught by monks, who are 3 realms higher than themselves. And geniuses in the fairyland will be taught by monks, who are 1 level higher than themselves. At the same time, we will increase efforts to expand the heaven and hell, so that top monks and geniuses can go everywhere to train, learn formations, and learn team combat. After thinking about these problems, Zhang Yang began to get busy. First, he invited more than 2 million fourth-level star masters in the entire Milky Way to gather these star masters in the blue star heaven for an unprecedented symposium. Zhang Yang asked everyone to speak freely about the problems they encountered, and the problems they needed the Milky Way to solve for them, so that many star masters could speak out everything they knew and tell all the difficulties they encountered in development. At the same time, he also explained that such a conference was a rare opportunity. So without mentioning the demand at this moment, after he issued the training targets, if the task could not be completed, then he would advocate and let the 3 capable third-level star masters take over. As soon as this was said, the 4th-level star masters who attended the meeting offered their opinions and suggestions. There were indeed many suggestions that made Zhang Yang's eyes light up. And he also wrote down the names of the other parties. At the end of the meeting, Zhang Yang truthfully stated some requirements. In the future, the 4th-level star masters will be evaluated for their performance, and the last-place elimination system will be implemented. The evaluation will be conducted every 1,000 years. The 4th-level star masters who rank in the bottom 1,000 for 5 consecutive times in various indicators will be dismissed, and the vacant positions will be given to the 3rd-level star masters. As soon as this was said, some star masters changed their faces, but they had no choice. The universe system is strict, and the lower-level star masters must unconditionally obey the requirements of the upper-level star masters. What's more, they also treat their 3rd-level star masters in the same way, and it's the same principle. Zhang Yang's big move naturally could not be hidden from the elders of the Universe Elders Council. They also quite recognized Zhang Yang's examination system and looked at him with new eyes. They were also more optimistic about the future of the Milky Way. However, they did not speak out, but secretly observed in the dark, wanting to observe whether this method was effective. After all, this was a big deal, and must be handled with rigor. After Zhang Yang finished talking to the 4th-level Star Lords, he publicly sent a letter in the Milky Way. This letter was to the 3rd-level Star Lords, telling them that every 5,000 years, he would select 1,000 of the most responsible and best-performing 3rd-level Star Lords from the 3rd-level Star Lords and select them to serve as 4th-level Star Lords. When this news came out, the whole universe was enthusiastic, and they compared the 3rd-level Star Master examination conditions in the document and spontaneously followed the requirements. After all, it is really difficult to rely on one's own ability to be promoted to the 4th-level Star Master. So even though the probability is pitiful, they still sign up and want to participate. In addition, the email also said that for the 3rd-level Star Masters, the Elders will also test, and the Star Masters who rank at the top will not only have promotion quotas, but also a large number of generous material rewards and material support. There is another thing. The Genius Simulator will be put on the Universe virtual platform later, calling on the star citizens on the planet who meet the requirements. And these star citizens will be taken away for targeted training. Geniuses are not taken away for nothing. And the Star Master will be rewarded with a lot of money. This email is not only sent to the 3rd-level Star Masters, but all Star Masters in the galaxy can receive this message. From now on, there will be no more big pot rice, and all will be targeted training mode. Whether it is Star Masters or Star Citizens, abundant resources will only be given to potential and motivated creatures. Countless Star Masters immediately went to the virtual platform and saw that the first treasure pinned to them all was the Genius Agreement worth 0.1 energy points. This is a magic weapon set by Zhang Yang using the laws of the universe. In fact, it is a contract. But this contract can automatically find Star Citizens who meet the requirements of the agreement on the planet. The procedures are all set up, and as long as they meet the requirements of the agreement will collect the names of geniuses. There are detailed training plans and advanced reward plans on it. As long as the admitted geniuses advance to a certain level within the specified time, the Star Master will get a reward. The so-called geniuses are not only looking for geniuses in cultivation, but also top creatures in a certain field. For example, those who do scientific research, teachers, alchemy, etc. These top geniuses in a certain field. The purpose is also very simple. That is, to use geniuses to promote the vigorous development of all fields in the entire galaxy. If there is a problem in chemistry, it will be solved by all the top chemistry experts in the entire galaxy. If there is a problem in mathematics and physics, they will promote the development of a certain technology. There are also geniuses like poison making, rescue genetic engineering, refining tools, etc., who are treated the same, without distinction. Once this order was issued, the entire galaxy was in an uproar. The Star Masters looked at the material rewards given to each genius, and after the genius level was promoted, they would be given those rewards again. What kind of rewards can the Star Masters get for the contributions made by the geniuses? In short, as long as they make contributions to the universe, the Star Masters will have huge rewards. As countless agreements were bought back, Zhang Yang was able to see the names, quantities, and other information of the geniuses that had been classified in various categories in the background. This number rose in a geometric form, proving that there are still countless talents in the entire galaxy. It's just that some talents don't know their own abilities, or they are not valued, and waste their own talents. For example, some geniuses are obviously geniuses in scientific research, but they practice cultivation, which is a serious waste. Some people may say that although he is a genius in the field of chemistry, the other party does not like chemistry and studies physics. Can you still force him? Zhang Yang can only say, haha. It depends on the means of the Star Master. With a huge amount of resources, fame, etc., as long as the benefits are strong enough. This is not a problem. Chapter 260 The Cultivation Atmosphere in the Milky Way. Zhang Yang's decision has mobilized countless Star Masters and Star Citizens in the entire galaxy. This is the sense of achievement brought by power. Why do they all want to be high officials? This is why. The Star Masters support the Star Citizens, and the high-level Star Masters support the low-level Star Masters. The entire galaxy is like a rope, striving towards a goal. This is not the end. Zhang Yang gathered all the Saint-level Masters, Quasi-Saints, and Golden Fairy Masters in the galaxy and held a meeting. The theme of the meeting is the same. Old and new. Targeted training. Saints take turns to train Quasi-Saints. Quasi-saints take turns to train golden fairy realms. And so on. At the same time, he told these saint realm masters to help each other. And he would ask the elders of the Universe Elders Council to support them. Most of the saint realms present were in the Hunyuan Saint Realm. The Saint Realm also had two small realms, Wuji and Chaos, which needed to be cultivated. The road was long, and he needed to continue to work hard. Zhang Yang finished using these three axes. What was left was to make constant fine-tuning, which would be a long process. Zhang Yang prepared everything, took out the token of the Patriarch Yang Mei, and began to ask for help. Zhang Yang's mind moved, and he appeared in the space. After a while, the Patriarch Yang Mei appeared in the token. Zhang Yang saw Yang Mei and immediately bowed and said, "Hello, Ancestor. You've made quite a fuss. You did a good job." Ancestor Yang Mei smiled when he saw Zhang Yang. I came to the Ancestor to report my work. The current galaxy is like a stagnant pool of water. It needs to be fully mobilized. So I thought of a method of targeted training for the old and the new. And I want to gather the geniuses together, which will help the development of the universe. Ancestor, to be honest, I came here to ask for help. Can you mobilize an Ancestor to come and give me some guidance? I am currently in the Saint Realm to guide the Quasi-Saints. And the Quasi-Saints are leading the Golden Immortals. I also want to find an Ancestor to give guidance to the Saint-level creatures, so that the entire structure will be complete. After thinking for a moment, the Yang Mei Ancestor said, in this case, then send a demon god to teach. But I have to ask first. After Yang Mei finished speaking, he seemed to be lost in thought. In fact, he had already sent a message within the Cosmic Elders Council. The Lord of the Galaxy wants to train the new with the old. Which brother is willing to go and teach the saint-level monks? The group, which was extremely silent, suddenly responded. Starry Night Demon, the Lord of the Galaxy? The little guy who created the human race? Demonic god, well, it's interesting. I would like to go. But unfortunately, my road is just a small road. It's okay for assistance, but it's still a little short of teaching the saint level. However, I am still very interested in the human race. It has accumulated for thousands of years. Yang Mei, please ask me if there is any way of elixir for the old to teach the new. I can go there to teach. The demon of weapons, I'm the same. Please ask if there is a genius class for refining weapons. I'll go out for a walk. My old bones are almost loose. The demon of arrays, same as above. The demon of talismans, same as above. Ancestor Yang Mei replied with a good word. But he was a little shocked in his heart. Have these old guys awakened? It seems that they are still concerned about the human race. Yes, there are many cultivators in the human race who refine pills and weapons. These are all descendants of these ancestors. You know, the reason why Blue Star can have so many secondary professions is inseparable from these demons. When the deduction was made, these old guys all put in a lot of effort. With the help of these monks, the Great Tao became much stronger. After years of dormancy, the Great Tao finally had new insights. In addition, with the human race's mastery of the Milky Way, the Great Tao was completely formed. They came out of the mountains at this time to find some successors, so that they could spread the Great Tao and continue to strengthen the laws of the Great Tao. For example, the Great Tao of Dan. The more beings that refine Dan, the stronger the Great Tao of Dan will be. But these people are good at assisting. But they are not suitable to be instructors to teach saint-level cultivation. After a while, a piece of news shocked the Yang Mei Patriarch. It turned out to be this old guy. He actually wants to come out of the mountain? However, it is appropriate for him to come out of the mountain. But his means are a bit tough. And these saint-level people will suffer. When the other demon gods saw the person coming to speak, they did not say anything. This demon god is the Dark Sea Demon God, the creator of the Blood Clan. The Dark Sea Demon God is the Blood Great Tao among the 3,000 Great Ways, which is considered the top Great Way among all the demon gods. His strength can be ranked in the top 10. In that great battle, the Dark Sea Demon God fought 5 masters of the Void Realm alone, and he was not defeated. It was because the Dark Sea's rebirth ability was too terrifying. As long as there was a trace of blood, he could be reborn. In the battle, he could control the blood of living beings, and his means were cruel. He slaughtered countless alien armies alone. He was a real bloody demon god. The blood race he created was also one of the powerful races in the universe. But the Dark Sea Demon God was eccentric and didn't like to deal with any demon god, let alone living beings. since he created the blood race. His personality has changed a little. But he only pays attention to the blood race, and doesn't care about other races. But thinking of the Earth, it was not surprising for the ancestor Yang, because there have always been legends of blood races on the Earth. And he had made a lot of efforts in the deduction of the planet. Now that there seems to be no living beings on Blue Star who are cultivating the great Tao of blood refining, it is not surprising that he has taken action. Everyone can see that the human race is rising rapidly, and it is believed that it will soon become one of the powerful races in the universe. Moreover, the human race has great potential and strong reproductive capacity, and will definitely be an important support for the universe in the future. Seeing that the other demon gods did not say anything, the ancestor Yang directly said in the group, "Then let Brother Mihai go. If other demon gods want to go, they can also go incarnate. I will also ask Zhang Yang later." Zhang Yang was not in a hurry. While waiting for the ancestor Yang, he was also observing the geniuses of the planets in the Milky Way. The time in this space passes faster, and some years have passed outside. This method has a very obvious effect. With targeted training and the guidance of the old and the new, these creatures can break through very quickly. These geniuses are not just from the human race. There are a large number of geniuses in all races of the entire galaxy. On the human side, mainly the Blue Star family, there are still many geniuses. Some geniuses have participated in the ranking competition many times and are well known. One of them is a genius girl from the human race named Ling Mingxin. She is growing very fast and her talent is top-notch among these geniuses. In just a few years, she has broken through from the Qi training stage to the Golden Core stage. And she has changed teachers frequently, because according to Zhang Yang's regulations, they must be trained 3 levels higher. And he also wants them to change teachers more often and learn more skills. After a while, Patriarch Yang said, "No problem. The Dark Sea Demon God is willing to help, and come to teach these Saint Realm creatures. However, the Dark Sea Demon God's methods are a bit tough, and his teaching methods are deliberately based on fighting. This group of Saint Realm creatures will suffer a bit. Don't worry about this. A strict teacher can produce excellent students. You can't cultivate a group of weaklings who can't fight. Well, there are some demon gods who are very interested in your targeted training and want to incarnate and come to teach. What do you think?" Zhang Yang was overjoyed. "That's great. The more the better. Can you tell me in advance which demon gods are coming so that I can gather all kinds of creatures?" "No. Let these demon gods incarnate and teach by themselves. They are used to freedom. Whether to find disciples by themselves or train in batches is up to them." Zhang Yang nodded upon hearing this. This was fine. No matter what. It was all for the benefit of the Milky Way. He had no objection. Zhang Yang exited the token space and told the news to the Saint Realm Masters. He didn't say much, only saying that an elder agreed to come out and teach them. The Saint Realm Masters were so happy. This Star Lord is really capable. While the Saint Realm Masters were thinking about it day and night, the Nether Sea Ancestor arrived soon. Under the expectant eyes of the Saint Realm Masters, the Nether Sea Ancestor took action and beat the Saint Realm Masters black and blue. He said, "It's very simple to comprehend the great Tao. That is fighting. In the battle, you will continue to grow. Just go for it. Use all your strength. And use the power you are best at to attack. I will teach you well." So, this group of Saint Realm Masters began their cruel and inhumane training. They were beaten every day and suffered terribly. No matter what means they used, they could not avoid being beaten. Fortunately, they also had a mission, which was to send a rotating saint to teach the quasi-saint. This job, which no one wanted to do, suddenly became popular. Many Saint Realm Masters rushed to go. The Saint Realm Masters who got the quota smiled and said to the quasi-saint, "My teaching method is very simple. That is, to fight and grow in battle." Ingzhen looked at the quasi-saints wailing on the ground, and felt very happy. With the help of his identity as the Lord of Heaven, he successfully got the quota, and came to guide the quasi-saint in his training. When Ingzhen returned, the quasi-saints on duty gritted their teeth, chuckled, and began to compete for the quota to guide the golden immortal realm. Under this atmosphere, the entire galaxy presented a strange way of practice, and the teaching method was also very unified. But the effect was still very obvious. Ling Mingxin fell to the ground at this time, with footprints all over her white clothes. Her hair was messy, and her face was swollen. She looked at her companions, who were lying on the ground and wailing around her with tears in her eyes. She had been practicing well. But suddenly a new teaching method was spread. After the teacher beat, the same level beat. A group of geniuses fought each other, without rules, and stopped when they fell. But everyone didn't care whether you were a man or a woman. The stronger you were, the worse you would be beaten. Moreover, according to gossip, the higher the realm in the future, the worse you will be beaten. Ling Mingxin covered her buttocks and said with a wry smile, "Why has the cultivation atmosphere become like this?" Chapter 261 Zhang Yang's fellow villager? Zhang Yang looked at the smooth progress of the training in the Milky Way and smiled with satisfaction. Is this right? Strict teachers produce excellent students. Sticks produce filial sons. Jade is not polished. It is not useful. Those classic quotes of the human race are still very reasonable. The entire Milky Way is like a high-pressure pot. The internal pressure is already full. As the saying goes, there are blockages and releases. And it is not a problem to be nervous all the time. Zhang Yang thought of a great career in his previous life, which could establish a wolf culture and wolf thinking for the soldiers in the army, which could unite the entire army and shape the military spirit. This career is political commissar. After you have the strength, you must also have the ideas to follow. After much deliberation, Zhang Yang finally decided to hand over this task to Confucianism. At the same time, he also had special requirements for Confucius. He did not want to instill benevolence in Confucius, but to instill bloodiness in Confucius. He wanted everyone to defend the Milky Way and fight to the death for the Milky Way. As the saying goes, a young tree cannot grow straight without pruning. Education should start from childhood. These Confucian disciples were sent to the grassroots level of each planet, practicing with these geniuses, growing together, and influencing them imperceptibly. After grasping the ideology, we have to solve the economic problem. War is fought for money. Zhang Yang summoned Jun Di back again. And seeing that he was busy all the time, he said directly, "Lao Jun, come and help me." Jun Yu was stunned. And after a moment's hesitation, he said, "Master Star Lord, it's not that I don't want to help. Our Bingyan clan was born in the scorching sun galaxy, and now our status is miserable. I have always wanted to accumulate wealth in the Milky Way so that I can go back and become a senior member and change the fate of my fellow tribesmen." You see, Zhang Yang thought for a while and said, "This matter is easy to handle. Move the entire Bingyan clan to the Milky Way. I will go to the Lord of the Scorching Sun Galaxy to communicate. These are all small problems. You just wait." Zhang Yang disappeared while the other party was stunned. Watching Zhang Yang disappearing on the spot, Jun Di remembered that the other party was no longer the same as before. He was the Lord of the Milky Way and controlled the entire Milky Way. The Milky Way was 5 times larger than the Sun Galaxy and had many planets. With just one word from the other party, he could solve the problem that had troubled the Bingyan clan for countless years. Jun Su thought to himself, if Lord Zhang Yang can really solve the problem, then I will definitely bring my entire family to join him. Otherwise it would be a bit shameless. Besides, isn't the purpose of doing business to improve the status of the Bingyan clan and change the tragic fate of the Bingyan clan in the Liang Galaxy? If the problem is really solved, I will join him and have the most powerful backing. Will I have to worry about my life? Zhang Yang didn't care what the other party thought. He was also thinking about a problem. He had heard Jun Dio say that the other party had joined an organization that sounded very similar to a bank. Zhang Yang was somewhat suspicious at the time, but he did not think much about it. After all, it was too far away, and there was no point in investigating. Now that Zhang Yang has become the Lord of the Milky Way, it is really easy for him to investigate the other party. Zhang Yang looked at the Lord of the Sun Galaxy in the group and sent a private message to the other party. After a while, the two appeared in a token. This token is a unique identity symbol of the Lord of the Galaxy. With the token, he can command the entire galaxy, and the space is self-contained. Zhang Yang waved his hand, and the whole space became full of birdsong and flowers. Looking at the figure coming, Zhang Yang smiled and said, "I have met the Lord of the Sun." "Uh-huh. Star Master Zhang. You are so polite." The creature transformed by Star Master Liang looked a bit like a human, but his skin was blue. His face was full of spots. He was bald, and he had an inverted triangle tail, which looked a bit strange. "You came to power many years earlier than me, so I call you Brother Liang. I have just mastered the Milky Way and have many questions to ask. Please don't hesitate to teach me." Zhang Yang was very humble and communicated as a younger brother. He did not suppress the other party, because the Milky Way was stronger than the other party. Brother Zhang is too polite. If you have any questions, just ask them. I can help you. Brother will definitely help you. Star Master Liang was also very straightforward. He also valued Zhang Yang. After all, Zhang Yang controls the second largest galaxy in the galaxy group, and his strength is extraordinary. There are more than 70 Saint Realm Masters in the Milky Way, but only 14 in the other galaxy, and the other Masters are even fewer. So the other party is also very polite. Zhang Yang was simple and clear, and directly told the other party about the Ice Flame clan. The other party was moved and directly scanned the range of the galaxy. The Lord of the Burning Sun said, Brother Zhang, there are 569 level 4 Ice Flame clan in the entire galaxy, which is a large proportion. But who made our relationship so good? I will let these Star Lords migrate to the Milky Way. After finishing the business, Zhang Yang asked curiously, have you heard of an organization called the Wanjie Chamber of Commerce? The Lord of the Burning Sun looked at Zhang Yang strangely. Of course, this was founded by a level 4 Star Lord in my galaxy. I really know about it. It is very famous. But I have never interfered with the other party. What? Did the other party offend you? Zhang Yang shook his head. That's not the case. It's just that I have something to do with the Lord of the Wanjie Chamber of Commerce. Can you help me scan the other party's location? The other party hesitated for a moment, then nodded and helped Zhang Yang scan. The Lord of the Sun closed his eyes, scanned carefully, and told Zhang Yang the coordinates of the other party. Zhang Yang had not calculated it before, but after listening to Panga this time, he really had a guess about the other party's identity. The other party is likely to be a creature from Earth who traveled through time and space to become a Star Lord. As Panga said, only the Star Lord who created the human race can be called Zhang Yang, and can create human civilization. At present, it is very likely that for some special reason, this Star Lord still retained the consciousness of the human race. But because of development, he could not create the human race. So he took the memory and founded the Wanjie Chamber of Commerce. After Zhang Yang finished communicating with the Lord of the Sun in advance, he appeared directly at the junction of the two worlds. Under the leadership of the Lord of the Sun, he successfully came to the Sun Galaxy. Zhang Yang instantly appeared near the Wanjie Chamber of Commerce. After scanning with his will, he quickly found the other party's information. Lone Star Tears? At present, he still looks like a human. The palace is decorated with Northeast characteristics. The race he created is actually a dragon race. This dragon race is not a Western dragon, but an Eastern dragon. And the other party can actually transform into a human appearance. Zhang Yang said goodbye to the Lord of the Sun Star and instantly appeared in the other party's room. The other party trembled and was very shocked. After a while, the other party's expression was very enthusiastic, and he spoke in a thick Northeastern dialect. You are here? Zhang Yang was a little surprised. You seem to know that I am coming? Northeastern fellow? Lone Star Tears smiled. When fellow villagers meet, tears well up in my eyes. Chapter 262 Time Traveler. Zhang Yang looked at the other person talking, listened to his accent, and smiled. What's up? Where were you from in the Northeast in your previous life? Yeah. Northeast Longjiang Province. Haha. I'm from Northeast Liaoning Province. We are really one family. Zhang Yang nodded, although he felt a little strange in his heart. But his face was normal. After all, the universe is so big, anything can happen. And he has seen the weirdest things. Are you a little curious about my origins? Gu Xinglei waved his hand, and the table was full of dishes and a bottle of Maotai. The surrounding environment also changed. It was snowing outside, and a stove appeared in the house with hot water on it. There were also some dishes on the table that Zhang Yang had seen in his previous life, such as pork stewed with vermicelli, pot-wrapped pork, and chicken stewed with mushrooms, all of which were authentic Northeastern dishes. Zhang Yang watched the other party sit cross-legged on the Kong, and even conjured up several large teapots. The other party picked up the Maotai and pulled a beautiful line of beer foam. He poured the blood sausage on the table into it calmly and stirred it with a spoon. Zhang Yang was very patient throughout the whole process. Watching the other party like this, he really had the feeling of his previous life, which was a great feeling. It was as if he was alone in a foreign country and met an old fellow who he hadn't seen for thousands of years. In fact, Zhang Yang had already vaguely guessed the other party's identity and roughly knew what the whole thing was about. Zhang Yang watched the other party pour wine for him, and remembered the rules of his previous life. He tapped the table lightly with 2 fingers to express his gratitude. The 2 of them clinked the big teapot, drank the white wine, picked up some dishes with their hands, and put them in their mouths. Zhang Yang was inexplicably excited. He had not eaten anything for millions of years, because these things had no meaning to him. As a star master, he has become indifferent to all worldly things. To put it bluntly, he is really desireless and has no desires. This feeling is like you have everything and want nothing, because as long as you want, you will have countless at any time. When you reach this point, when you can do whatever you want, you will no longer think about these things. Let's talk about some practical stuff. You must be very busy. Gu Xinglei took a sip of wine and put down his chopsticks. I lived on Earth in my previous life and was a small leader in a bank. One day, I suddenly lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up, I found that I had traveled through time. Those countless novels and system texts really happened. To be honest, I was very excited at the time. It wasn't until the system prompted me that I knew that I had traveled through time and became a planet owner. When I saw the race templates that could be selected, I found that there were no human races in this universe. I hesitated for a moment and chose to create the human race. But when I said I wanted to create the human race, the system suddenly reminded me that there was a racial conflict, and it was detected that the human race had already been created in this universe. You cannot create the human race. Please reselect the race. To be honest, I was extremely scared at that time. I knew that it seemed that I was not the only one who traveled here. And after the other party created the human race, they did not allow me to create the human race. I hesitated for a moment, looking at the giant dragon in the west, and wanted to create our dragon in the east. In fact, I didn't care at the time, thinking that all races could only be created once. But in the subsequent wars, I found that the races were repeated, and I fell into confusion. Lonely Star Tear said this, poured some more wine, clinked glasses with Zhang Yang, and continued, "War is cruel. I played promotion games and round-robin PK games. I defeated countless opponents with the help of the Dragon Clan. Although the Dragon Clan is a little arrogant, they can actually transform into human form from the moment they are born. I deduced the Dragon Clan's skills over and over again, deduced the Dragon Clan's evolutionary direction according to my memory, and let the Dragon Clan develop joint tactics such as military formations, rising step by step, and finally promoted to the 3rd level Star Master. After ascending to the universe, I started to develop. It was too difficult to be promoted to the 4th level Star Master. I remembered my previous life's business, the bank, and finally imitated Lao Ma and created a chamber of commerce, allowing these 3rd level Star Masters to join in and develop together. With this model, I quickly promoted to the 4th level Star Master, and the entire chamber of commerce began to expand. As the chamber of commerce became more and more wealthy and operated better and better, my Wanjia Chamber of Commerce gradually became famous, which attracted many Star Masters to come and deposit money and generate interest. Even Star Masters from the outer universe came to deposit money. For the first time, I knew that the Milky Way was so close to us. After becoming powerful, I asked my Star Lords to go to the Milky Way to do business, and at the same time secretly inquired whether there was a race called the human race, and whether there was an Earth. Later in the Milky Way, I really found out that a Star Lord created the human race, and that the other party was very powerful, with a large number of Star Lords under his command, as well as the familiar heaven and hell. The Star Lord was called Zhang Yang, but I didn't hear any news about the Earth. I knew that there must be something fishy, because if there really was an Earth, you would find it in the first place. I transformed into a human form and went to your family, listening to the development history, watching you getting better and better, until you grew up to be the master of the Milky Way. In fact, I don't know much. I only know that you created the human race. You copied the heaven and hell. You grew up to be a level 5 Star Lord. And I have also met you. But I really don't know anything else. Zhang Yang poured a glass of wine for the other party and drank it all in one gulp. But he felt a little emotional. Why did Zhang Yang say that he had guessed the general situation? Panga God once told him that there was more than one will outside. Whoever awakened the will first and created the human race first, the other wills would forget everything and could not create the human race. Now it seems that the situation is a little different. Or some bugs have occurred. Maybe the human race was created after Zhang Yang, and he would forget everything about the Earth. But this Lone Star Tears might have created the human race at the same time as him. But at the moment when the other party was entangled, Zhang Yang first said to create the human race, causing a bug in the system. The other party has not forgotten everything about the Earth. But he cannot create the human race. Panga God has placed some wills in various places in the galaxy. Some wills have awakened, and some have not even awakened. Everyone travels through time as a time traveler, carrying the memory of the role of the previous life. Zhang Yang was a salesman in Liaoning province in northeast China in his previous life. He knew a little about everything, was quite good at fooling people, and knew a little about everything. The other party was the leader of a bank in Longjiang province in northeast China. It was really amazing that he used this identity and memory to build a foundation. Whoever created the human race first is equivalent to the successor of luck, and is the orthodox one. During the development of Zhang Yang, as his civilization level increased, when he came into contact with the ancestor Yang Mei, all his memories were awakened, and he officially inherited all the memories of his previous life. As for Lone Star Tears, up to now, he only has the knowledge learned from his previous life's banking work and personal experience. Zhang Yang looked at him and said with emotion, "We are Earthlings. We are the great Chinese people. Everyone is like a dragon. We can make a career wherever we go." Lone Star Tears agreed. "Is it necessary? We didn't embarrass the Earth travelers, did we? Especially you, the Lord of the Milky Way. Novel dares not write like this." Ha ha ha! Zhang Yang laughed heartily, and the laughter was heard from far away. He swore that he was not as happy as he is now when he was promoted to the 4th level Star Master. This feeling is wonderful. Zhang Yang thought to himself, maybe it was God's will that I should keep a fellow villager with me so that I won't feel so lonely on my way forward. After Zhang Yang was promoted to the 4th level Star Master, his only friend, Quark, no longer joked with him as before. There was an invisible mountain between the two of them. This is the change brought by identity. But it is different for those who travel from Earth. I don't care how high your status is. We are all fellow countrymen. All travelers. Chapter 263 Imitation. Lonely Star Tears watched Zhang Yang fall into deep thought, and did not disturb him, but waited quietly. He looked quite calm on the surface, but in fact, he was very excited in his heart. It was hard not to be excited to meet a fellow countryman here, especially a fellow countryman who was more successful than himself, especially since the two of them had no conflict of interest. Both of them were Star Masters, in charge of billions of lives, so there was no conflict of interest. After Zhang Yang sighed, he saw that Lonely Star Tears had been looking at him, and gently picked up the wine glass. The two of them clinked their glasses, and drank the wine in the glass. Lonely Star Tears laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that two time travelers would be so harmonious when they met. I once imagined what the scene would be like if you met me. Or I met you. Are we going to fight? Or are we going to help each other? I wasn't sure before. But when you were promoted to the 5th level Star Lord, I knew that we were friends, not enemies. Zhang Yang pointed at the other party. You are such a thief. You have been spying on me. Ha ha ha. The two talked for a while, and Gu Xinglei hesitated for a moment. Master Star Lord, I have something to ask you. Zhang Yang directly stretched out his hand to interrupt. You can call me Lao Zhang, or call me fellow villager, but don't call me Master Star Lord. What about me? Let's talk according to my previous life memory. I am 28 years old. How old are you? Gu Xinglei said. Oh, I am 27. Not as old as you. So I will call you Brother Zhang. Zhang Yang glanced at the other party, and knew that the other party was being humble. And it was intentional. In the previous life in the north, how could he become a small leader of a big bank at his age? And what a coincidence. He was 1 year younger than him. Speaking within the system is an art. It is estimated that if Zhang Yang dares to say that he is 22, the other party has to say that he is 21 years old. This is also telling Zhang Yang that I want to recognize you as my big brother and treat you as my little brother. Zhang Yang poured a glass of wine for the other party and clinked his glasses with him. Okay, Xinglei, I know what you want to ask. It's about the previous life, where the Earth is, and whether you can go back, right? Seeing the other party nod, Zhang Yang slowly told the other party about the origin of the Earth, the cosmic war, the 3,000 demons, etc., picking out what he could say. Anyway, these are not important secrets. Lonely Star Tears listened to Zhang Yang's introduction of his past life, as if he was paralyzed in a chair. He still had expectations in his heart, thinking that one day he would be able to return to Earth and return home in glory. Where were his relatives and friends from his past life? Now all of this no longer existed. Zhang Yang looked at the other party's disappointed expression and said, "You don't have to be too sad. When I first heard about this, I felt the same way. But since it has become a fixed fact, I can only accept it. Besides, with our abilities gradually growing, it is not difficult to restore the Earth." The other party was excited when he heard this and immediately stood up. "Brother, do you have a way?" "Yes. The method is not difficult. I have inherited all the memories of the entire Earth, including all the data of characters, etc. I can clearly remember all living beings, even a tree. I can materialize it. How are planets born? They are created by 3,000 demons. As long as we have living beings that reach the realm of the Void Tao, we can create galaxies and planets. At that time, the Star Master can use the abilities of the Star People at will. At that time, do you understand?" Gu Xinglei nodded repeatedly and said ecstatically, "I understand. I understand. This is great. What is the power of the Void Tao realm?" Zhang Yang thought for a while. "What is the highest realm of your Star People?" "There are 2 golden immortals in my family. If the Chamber of Commerce pays a high price, we can invite a quasi-saint to help. As for the saint, we have never seen one before, so we invite one." Zhang Yang was not surprised. To have a golden immortal, this fellow villager must have paid a high price. After all, the Chamber of Commerce can still get a lot of resources by dealing with various forces. If we use these resources, we can always get a few golden immortals. As for the quasi-saint, this is already the top master in the universe. It is rare to see a saint in 10,000 years. The saints are all in seclusion and concentrate on studying the great Tao. What is the meaning of the energy wealth in the world to them? The only thing that can help is the fragments of cosmic wonders. But the quantity of this thing is limited, and it is very popular in all universes. And the effect of this thing is also limited. The core of the holy realm still depends on oneself and the power of the great Tao. And the fragments are just a harmonizer. Zhang Yang answered the other party's question. Above the golden immortal is the quasi-saint, the Hunyuan holy realm, the Wuji holy realm, the Chaos holy realm, and the Void Tao realm. In the Milky Way, the highest realm of life is the Wuji holy realm and the Void Tao realm, which can still be achieved. The most pressing problem now is the cosmic crisis. Only by overcoming the crisis can we live forever. I came here this time to see if you are as I guessed. All aspects of the Milky Way are now on the right track. The only thing missing is money. The war is fought for the economy. Are you willing to come and help me? Lone Star Tear said without hesitation. Of course. I am willing to go. But as far as I know, there are also regional protections between galaxies. Lord of the Scorching Sun Galaxy, can you let me go? Zhang Yang waved his hand and drank the wine in the glass. I will communicate this. You wait for my news. Returning to the Milky Way is also considered returning home. Zhang Yang thought about it. He had already asked the other party to take away a few hundred Ice Flame Clan planets in the other party's galaxy. They had already given him face. Now he asked again, asking for more than 10,000 planets. Isn't it a bit too much? It's not realistic to take away the entire Wanjia Chamber of Commerce. The Lone Star Tears family alone has 12,000 planets. How to operate? Looking for the Universe Elders? No. No. There is no way to find out the reason. And it is not easy to explain it clearly. And it will also make enemies with the Lord of the Sun Galaxy. If you use your power to suppress others, if this gets out, these Galaxy Masters will probably have a lot of opinions about you. Zhang Yang thought about it and sighed. It's difficult. Since he became the Star Master, except for Brother Quark, he has never asked anyone to do things for him. And Quark asked Zhang Yang for help. Otherwise the other party would not be so easy to talk to. Zhang Yang suddenly remembered how he asked people to do things in his previous life. The money is not appropriate. They are all Galaxy Masters. How much energy should be given to each other? It's easy to say or not. Got it. There is a saying in the previous life that smoke builds bridges. Wine pays the way. Sex makes fun. Money prevents disasters. And generous gifts open the back door. Zhang Yang suddenly remembered that he had just finished drinking with Gu Xinglei. This wine has no alcohol effect on him. The 4th level Star Masters. And they will not get drunk. But Zhang Yang remembered that when he was in the 1st level civilization, He had just entered the Starry Sky virtual platform, and the mall sold a kind of wine called soul-stirring wine. He still remembered that even when he was in the virtual state, he took a sip of soul-stirring wine and immediately felt his soul trembling. It was very refreshing and very enjoyable. It was a kind of pleasure that was refreshing to the depths of the soul. The pitfall of Chapter 4. At the same time, he was a little drunk, feeling that his nerves were out of control, a little excited, and a little drowsy. But after being promoted to the second-level Star Master, he drank soul-stirring wine again, and he felt nothing at all. That strange effect disappeared. At that time, this kind of thing was developed, which was only useful for the first-level Star Master. There must be something wrong. It is said that most of the materials in the Universe Virtual Platform Mall were refined by the demon god of weapons and the demon god of pills. It just so happens that the two gods are teaching geniuses on Blue Star. When John Yang thought of this, he instantly returned to the Milky Way. Chapter 264. Smoke builds bridges. Wine paves the way. Blue Star. The first heaven in the heavens. Somewhere in the secret realm of the heavens, there are thousands of monks refining pills, refining weapons, and learning medicine. Everyone is communicating with each other and having fun. The creatures here are basically human beings. These humans come from planets with different civilization levels. There are foundation-building monks, true immortals, and quasi-saints. These are all the creatures with the highest talent in refining pills and weapons in the entire galaxy. Genius is 99% hard work plus 1% talent. The difference lies in this 1% talent. Without this talent, no matter how hard you work, it will be useless. The famous Taishang Laojun of the alchemy system, Zhang Juan's was CI of the Taiping sect, and the four great heavenly masters of Taoism, Zhang Daoling, Guxian, Su Sun Su Jingyang, Sa Shoujian, Su Fu, and Ma He. The famous monks of the weapon refining department include Taishang Laojun, O Jizi, Gan Jiang, Lu Ban, Mozi, Su Sun, Zhang Yajiu, Madame Su, etc. The famous monks of the immortal doctor department include Taishang Laojun, Huatu, Bian Ke, Li Shizhen, Zhang Zhongjing, Ge Hong, Qian Yi, etc. These monks can gather here because of the arrival of the three great demon gods. The many descendants personally sought by the big boss of the virtual realm gathered these genius monks of the three major fields here: unified practice and unified guidance. Zhang Yan appeared here and directly found the incarnations of the three great demon gods. And several people instantly appeared in a virtual space. Zhang Yan looked at the three ancestors and said respectfully, "I have met the three ancestors. I thank the three ancestors for their presence and guidance. The three avenues have made great contributions to Blue Star and the entire universe. All of this, on behalf of, thank you again, in the future, anyway." Finally, time passed, and a day went by. The three demon gods looked at each other, and the weapon demon god hurriedly said, "Stop. Stop. Kid. What are you doing here?" Zhang Yang was not finished. "I haven't finished thanking you yet. Ancestor, I want to ask. The soul-stirring wine sold in the first-level mall." The three ancestors explained to Zhang Yang, saying that they were also influenced by the deduction of human civilization at that time, and saw that wine was a bit interesting. So they moved it to the mall. But the number of buyers was too small, and some star masters drank all day, did not make progress, and affected the development of the universe. Zhang Yan thought for a while. "Ancestor, there is a saying on earth. As the saying goes, smoke builds bridges, and wine paves the way. It is a medium for mutual contact. I intend to promote the development of relations between star masters, including the masters of galaxies. I think the relationship between the star masters is too cold now, which is not conducive to the development of the universe. We need to get the star masters to move and cooperate with each other. All this, on behalf of, thank you, in the future. Anyway, in the end. Stop. 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 Stop it. Shut up. Listen to us." The demon god of weapons roared, and Zhang Yang immediately covered his mouth and looked at the three ancestors with grievance. "You are the master of the galaxy. You have ideas. We support you. And what you said makes sense. So let's do this. The three of us will study and develop cigarettes and wines for star masters of all levels." "Okay." Zhang Yang was overjoyed and said quickly, "Oh, the three ancestors are busy with all kinds of things. How can they have time to refine these things? It is better for you three ancestors to refine the samples and give them to your incompetent disciples, so that they can have something to maintain their livelihood and practice their skills. There are 10 advantages to doing this. The ancestors. First, then. I represent, and then. Ah. Before Zhang Yang could finish his words, the demon god of pill kicked him on the butt, and he flew out of the secret realm. Zhang Yang rubbed his butt. He could actually feel the pain from the kick, which was a secret technique. He said with a grin, rough, too rough, insulting. Seeing the demon god of weapons standing in front of him, Zhang Yang immediately said, I am too rough. Too insulting. Haha. I am talking about myself. The demon god of weapon threw some cigarettes and alcohol to Zhang Yang. Take them. These are experimental products. You can change the appearance yourself. You use them first. I will give these formulas to these human cultivators. Zhang Yang thanked him quickly. And after saying a few words, he looked sad. Hey, ancestor. Our human race was created too recently, and we don't have enough foundation. The Milky Way doesn't have any special products. Can you just give these things to our human race as the foundation? I'm here to represent gratitude in the future in the end. Ah. As expected, Zhang Yang was kicked away by the demon of weapons again, and turned into a star and disappeared here. Zhang Yang didn't know what power the ancestor used. He could only maintain his human form and still feel pain in his buttocks. Could this be the power of the void realm? During the flight, Zhang Yang suddenly thought of a sentence and shouted, I will come back again. The corners of the mouth of the demon god of weapons twitched slightly unconsciously. He had never seen such a strange star master as Zhang Yang. The demon gods would talk about things when they had something to say, and would not disturb each other. These creatures and star masters knew that he was a demon god, the top boss of the universe. And they were all respectful. Who dared to be presumptuous? The demon god of weapons looked at Zhang Yang, who was shouting, and found it a bit interesting. He also remembered what Zhang Yang said about the specialties of the human race. They really haven't leaked the secrets of these two products that will be popular in the universe in the future, although other creatures in the void realm can make them. The formulas are different. The tastes are different. And compared with the proportions of the demon gods, they are really far behind. After all, these things are made by the 3 great demon gods. The 3 great demon gods of elixir, equipment, and medicine. So they are naturally different. Even these things, made by the Star Master, made by the Star People, and made by the demon gods, the taste and effect are still different. Zhang Yang looked at the ring full of cigarettes and wine made by the 3 great demon gods, and his heart was still very warm. These 3 demon gods are really good to the human race. Although Zhang Yang also knew that this was the most common thing for the human race to cultivate the 3 great ways of the demon gods. And he also knew what the other party was thinking. But this was a win-win situation. And it was normal. For the human race, there was no disadvantage. Only advantages. Zhang Yang packaged the tobacco and alcohol stored in the ring, and added, specially made by the 3 elders of the Universe Elders Council, on the cover. He also made up a short story about the 3 elders making tobacco and alcohol on the back, and finally added a sentence, for you who care the most. Zhang Yang looked at the product packaging with satisfaction, took out a cigarette and a bottle of wine, tried to light one, took a puff, and spit out a smoke ring, which was very comfortable. He took out the custom-made wine and poured it into the transparent glass. The wine showed the color of the starry sky and flowed slowly in the white transparent plate, which looked mysterious and high-end. Zhang Yang tried to drink a glass, and his eyes lit up. He felt a little excited, a little dizzy, and a little addicted. Even as a 5th-level Star Master, he wanted to drink more after drinking it. He was a little greedy. Not to mention that if a 4th-level Star Master drank it, he would be crazy. And the wine tasted good, too. Evaluation. Top quality. Zhang Yang was satisfied. Very satisfied. Zhang Yang took these things and instantly arrived at the Sun Galaxy. Chapter 265. The routine is too deep. Scorching Sun Galaxy. Zhang Yang's will materialized, and he instantly appeared in the Scorching Sun Galaxy. The Lord of the Scorching Sun Galaxy was a little confused. What was going on? It was said that the Lord of the Scorching Sun Galaxy was looking for someone, and disappeared instantly after finding the person. And now, he suddenly came back? Generally speaking, the Lord of the Galaxy will stay in his own galaxy, and rarely appear in other galaxy. The Lord of the Galaxy knows the galaxy under his jurisdiction very well, and will sense if there is an alien universe, especially the Lord of an alien galaxy, entering the galaxy. So unless the relationship is particularly bad, they will come out to greet him. Sure enough, not long after Zhang Yang came in, the Lord of the Scorching Sun Galaxy instantly appeared in front of Zhang Yang. The Star Lord of the Burning Sun laughed heartily. Ha ha. Star Lord Zhang. Have you found the Star Lord you were looking for? Zhang Yang nodded with a smile. Thanks for your care. I have found the other party. I came to thank you for your help. Ha ha ha. You are too polite. This is not a help. I just go with the flow. No need to thank you. No. 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 In order to thank you, I went to the Council of Elders of the Universe and asked 3 elders, who have been sleeping for tens of millions of years, to jointly customize some gifts for me, just to thank you. After hearing this, the Star Lord of the Burning Sun widened his eyes and cried. This little brother is really social. What surprised him most was that this Star Lord's ability was too strong. Right? Just like him. He would not see the rotating demon gods unless there was something important. Not to mention other demon gods. This new Lord of the Milky Way was really awesome. He could actually ask the 3 demon gods to make a gift for him. Especially a gift for himself. This surprised him a little. And at the same time, he was looking forward to the gift. Ha ha ha. Star Master Zhang is too polite. I wanted to refuse. But now I am also looking forward to it. Brother Lieri. This is not the place to talk. You see. Oh. I was careless. I didn't entertain you well. Let's go to my place. Zhang Yang followed the other party and flashed, appearing in a secret space. The scenery here is beautiful and poetic. Very suitable for rest. Especially after the other party understood the culture of Blue Star. They specially built a meeting place according to the human environment. For the Lord of the Galaxy, it is easy to understand something. Zhang Yang looked at the surrounding environment and knew that this was also built according to the human style. He knew that the other party really put in a lot of effort and really wanted to make friends. Without saying a word, Zhang Yang took out a pack of cigarettes from his consciousness, opened it in front of the other party, took out 2 cigarettes, and handed one to the other party. After the Lord of the Sun took it, he was a little surprised. He closed his eyes for a while and said with some disappointment, "Cigarettes?" It turned out to be cigarettes smoked by the human race. For high-level cultivators, or even Star Masters, this thing is a small thing and has no temptation at all. But thinking that this thing was jointly customized by the 3 elders, it should be interesting. Zhang Yang nodded and said with a smile, "Brother, try it. This is a little different from what the Star people smoke." The Lord of the Burning Sun did not hesitate. After taking it, Zhang Yang lit it for him. This intimate action made the Lord of the Burning Sun quite enjoyable. He knew the meaning and felt very respected. After taking a sip, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable. At the same time, he felt a little spicy, burning, and even a little dizzy and nauseous. This feeling is a feeling that he has never had since becoming a Star Master. The Lord of the Burning Sun endured the discomfort, smoking, chatting with Zhang Yang, and discussing some issues with each other. As he smoked, the Star Lord of the Sun felt a little relaxed and comfortable, and his mental power was a little focused. He felt a sense of satisfaction. While chatting, Zhang Yang took out another bottle of wine and handed it to the Star Lord of the Sun. The Star Lord of the Sun looked at the product packaging and listened to Zhang Yang telling him the story behind the wine. When the Star Lord of the Sun understood the story behind the wine, he thought it was quite interesting. After a glass of wine, he felt a little stimulated. The wine tasted too spicy. At the same time, he felt a little hot and excited. As they chatted, the alcohol began to paralyze the Star Lord's consciousness, making him a little excited. Usually, the Star Lord was very calm and never told anyone about the pressure in his heart. All things are born alone. This feeling is unintelligible to anyone. It is not cold at the top. The other party fell into a special state, which is called drunkenness. The Lord of the Sun Star felt that he was enjoying himself with cigarettes and wine at this time. And this form had never happened before. But Zhang Yang knew very well that the other party had not yet entered the state of tipsiness. So, Zhang Yang began to pour wine for him, and the two drank. During this period, Zhang Yang talked about the development of the first-level Star Master and the promotion to the second-level Star Master. The two of them had a huge emotional resonance, and they complained about the enemies, and some things they encountered in the past. The Lord of the Sun Star had never told these things to any living being, and now he complained about them like this. And the Lord of the Sun Star felt very happy. The actions and words became more and more exaggerated, and they talked about everything. Soon, a bottle of wine was finished, and Zhang Yang said, "Oh, brother, have you drunk too much? How about today? What the hell? This is just the beginning. I'm not saying that you need to practice your drinking capacity. Come on. I'm happy today. Drink more, and you have to leave more for me. This stuff is really good." Zhang Yang opened another bottle, and the two continued to drink. After the Lord of the Sun smoked, he continued to gesture, and felt that he didn't want to smoke anymore. As a result, after gesturing for a while, he felt that it was awkward to have nothing in his hand. Looking at Zhang Yang puffing comfortably, he immediately said, "Brother, give me another one. Is this fun? Brother, you haven't smoked enough. Come on. I'll light it for you." So the two continued to drink. Zhang Yang looked at the other party's state and thought it was almost done. So he said, "Oh, I remembered something. Brother, thank you for helping me find a benefactor. You don't know, hundreds of thousands of years ago, I encountered a crisis. It was..." Zhang Yang made up a story, and he was crying, and kept pouring wine for him. "Come on. Thank you, brother. Let's drink another glass." Bang dang. Zhang Yang drank the wine in the glass again. Zhang Yang felt that the other party was only about 40% drunk. He couldn't help but sigh. His Mother Star Master was too drunk. The main reason was that the wine he took out was low-proof at first, and it took a process. While the two were drinking, Zhang Yang took out 2 bottles of wine, one for each person, and the alcohol content of the other party's wine was slowly increasing. After a while, Zhang Yang saw that the other party had almost finished drinking, and began to talk in a circular manner, bragging, and talking slowly, knowing that he was drunk. Zhang Yang sighed deeply and said, "Brother, no, let's take a photo. Leave a record like the human race. I have never met a friend who came here like this. Ha ha ha. We must take a photo. Come on. Fill up the wine quickly." Zhang Yang poked and muttered somewhere, as if he didn't know how to operate the equipment. The Lord of the Sun was a little anxious. "Come on. Drink first. Walk more in the future. Don't do it." Zhang Yang turned on the video camera and came over. The two continued to drink. Zhang Yang lit another cigarette for him, took a deep breath, sighed, and said nothing. The Lord of the Sun immediately said, "What's wrong? Brother? Why are you sighing? What happened? Tell me. I will solve it for you." Zhang Yang nodded, poured another glass of wine for him, and said slowly, "Oh, brother, you don't know. I'm so annoyed. I just met my savior. You know what the other party is like. After knowing that I was promoted to the 5th level Star Master, you also, after drinking with me, he insisted on going to the Milky Way with me to develop, saying that he wanted me to take care of him. I said on the spot, this is not possible. It's the same if you develop here. I have a good relationship with Brother Lieri. And it's the same if you develop here. I said hello to Brother Lieri, but he was a little unhappy and said that I had developed well and didn't remember him. Oh, it's difficult. Brother Lieri patted his chest and said proudly, hey, what's my problem? Just let it go with you. No, that won't do. Isn't that digging my brother's corner and causing trouble for him? No, no, no. What's the big deal? We are so compatible. What's the big deal? Oh, my brother's family has more than 10,000 planets. If you take them away, it will affect my brother's layout. No, no, no. I'm telling you, brother, you recognize me as your big brother. So what's the big deal if you take some planets? Don't say 10,000. How about 100,000? The Lord of Library stood up, patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder and said, brother, I tell you, if you don't agree, you will look down on me and not give me face. Zhang Yang was very moved when he heard this. He wiped his tears and couldn't help but sigh, brother, you are so righteous. I won't say anything. It's all in the wine. I'll do it. You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want? Come on. Do it. The two drank and drank, and the Lord of the Sun fell to the ground and began to snore loudly and fell asleep. Zhang Yang was the same, although his alcohol level was lower than the other party. He couldn't hold it and fell asleep directly. The next day, the Lord of the Sun struggled to get up. Looking at Zhang Yang, who was snoring like thunder, he rubbed his head and murmured, "Did you drink too much?" Looking at Zhang Yang, who was still sleeping, he chuckled and said, "My little brother can't drink much. I did it for a while, but I always felt something was missing. Looking at my hands, I felt that I was short of cigarettes. I didn't feel anything when I was smoking. But now I'm not smoking. I feel a little uncomfortable." The Lord of the Sun looked at Zhang Yang, who was sleeping soundly, and he didn't want to wake him up, but he felt like a cat in his heart. Zhang Yang seemed to have a sense. "Huh?" Zhang Yang struggled to stand up, looked at the Lord of the Sun, who woke up, smiled bitterly and said, "Oh, brother, you can drink too much." After that, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handed one to the other party, and the two of them started smoking. The Lord of the Burning Sun took a deep breath and felt his whole body relax. This feeling was wonderful. People who have the habit of smoking are actually like walking dozens of miles in a pair of leather shoes that are one size smaller. The satisfaction of smoking addiction is the feeling of relaxation after taking off the shoes. Due to the plot, smoking is harmful to health. Non-smokers must not smoke. The Lord of the Sun could not help but sigh, "This is life. When you leave, you must leave me some cigarettes and alcohol. These things will be very popular in the future." Zhang Yang smiled, "Ha ha. Brother, don't disbelieve me. This thing is ready to be put on the universe platform. It is divided into different levels and versions. These in my hand are made by the elders themselves. The universe has only one copy." Zhang Yang took out a pile from his will and put it on the table. "I'll take out half. Brother, we'll each take half." "Oh, brother, this is too polite. Don't worry. Brother will never be in trouble in the future." Zhang Yang was chatting with the other party, and did not mention the matter of Lone Star tears. Instead, he suddenly said, "Oh, brother, I have to go. There are still a lot of things to do in the galaxy." The Lord of the Burning Sun also tried to keep him, stay for 2 more days, and drink some more in the evening. "No, I'll come to drink with you another day. By the way, I have to keep a copy of the photo I took yesterday for you, as a souvenir." Zhang Yang stood up and came to the side of the camera ball. After some operation, the video screen suddenly appeared. He hurriedly said, "Oh, why is it still recording?" The Lord of the Burning Sun looked at the screen and the two of them drinking. "It's okay. It's quite interesting. Look. Ha ha ha." Until Zhang Yang smiled bitterly and told the story of lonely star tears in the screen. The Lord of the Burning Sun patted his chest loudly and said that it would not matter if there were families on tens of thousands of planets, let alone 10,000 planets. The two of them stared at each other, and Zhang Yang said a little embarrassedly, "Brother must have drunk too much. These are just drunken talk. Don't take it seriously. I can't dig into your corner. Brother, you take a rest. I will go to find Lone Star Tears and sternly reject him. Please help me take care of him in the future." The Lord of the Sun snorted coldly. "What are you talking about? Brother, are you the kind of lord who doesn't keep his word? How can I make you an ungrateful lord? Don't say anything. You still treat me as your brother. Let's transfer him to the Milky Way now, and then go to the Elders' Council to file a case and complete the transfer. Let's go! Now." Zhang Yang couldn't help but sigh. "I'm so lucky to meet you. Brother, if you have any problems in the future, just let me know." So the two Galaxy Masters came to the Lone Star Tears family. The Fiery Sun Star Master said a few words to the other party, asking him to follow Zhang Yang well, and then transferred him to the Milky Way and completed the handover with Zhang Yang. The Fiery Sun Star Master looked at the Dragon Clan of the Lone Star Tears family. The entire family has more than 10,000 planets, although the high in combat power is only the Golden Immortal. But he found that the other family, extremely rich, with a lot of mid-level combat creatures. I can't help but feel a little regretful. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that such a family has great potential, and drinking is a mistake. Zhang Yang seemed to know what the other party was thinking, and he also wanted to make friends with him. So he said, "Thank you for being so generous, brother. Improving the strength of the galaxy is urgent. Now I am implementing a special training camp activity here, and invited an elder from the Elder Council to do special training for the saint-level creatures. And why don't you send the saint-level creatures to the Milky Way for special training?" Zhang Yang explained the whole plan, and the eyes of the Lord of the Sun Star lit up. This is a good thing. The Sun quickly said, then I'll trouble you. I will let them go for training. At the same time, my Sun Star Galaxy will also carry out a special training according to your method. Brother, your idea is great. If there are such things in the future, you must help me. Zhang Yang patted his chest. Don't worry. Brother, these are all trivial matters. Let them come to me anytime. Come to the Milky Way for a drink in a few days. I will sit on the east side. Zhang Yang said goodbye to the other party, and brought more than 10,000 planets of the Lone Star Tears family to the territory near the Blue Star family in an instant, and let them stay here. Zhang Yang carefully looked at the Lone Star Tears family, and found that it was mainly composed of the Eastern Dragon clan, and its subordinate races were mainly Jialong and other races, and they all generally did business. Zhang Yang thought to himself, it seems that the generals really lead the soldiers. Lone Star Tears knew that Zhang Yang brought him here to let him continue to develop the Chamber of Commerce and make money for the galaxy. It was also a statement that he would develop the Chamber of Commerce well. At the same time, he proposed to rename the Wanjia Chamber of Commerce to Galaxy Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Yang agreed to one by one and gave him a lot of power. He knew that the Dragon Clan was also a race with high potential. It was a good choice to increase the fighting power or continue to do business. Zhang Yang directly gave Lone Star Tears 10 private territories and told him to change the races of these territories to the Oriental Dragon Clan, so that he could focus on developing the economy for the Milky Way in the future. Lone Star Tear was very curious. No. Did the Lord of the Burning Sun agree to this? What method did you use? Zhang Yang slowly took out some cigarettes and alcohol and handed them to Lone Star Tear without saying anything. Lone Star was in tears and knew what was going on. He was also good at this. He gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Take some. This thing will be mass-produced soon. It will also be the main product of the Chamber of Commerce in the future. You have to sell it to the entire universe. Great. With this thing, it will be much easier to talk about business. Well, at the same time, I have some ideas. Add some special things together, targeting the genes of aliens. Improve the special ratio of smoke, and make aliens unable to leave this thing from now on. This is another war. I want to make the aliens lose their desire to fight. When fighting, they will have diarrhea, even if they are saints. You mean? When Lone Star thought of this, he shuddered. This thing was so powerful that it was no less powerful than 100 saints. It destroyed the foundation of the other race. Zhang Yang called Jun Su over again, handed over the rescued Ice Flame clan to him, and said, Jun Su, from now on you will follow Gu Xinglei, obey his arrangements, and develop the Milky Way. Jun Su was stunned. What's going on? Zhang Yang pointed at Gu Xinglei and introduced him with a smile. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. This is Gu Xinglei, the president of the Wanjia Chamber of Commerce. Now he has brought his entire family from the Liang Galaxy to join the Milky Way. You two can discuss how to start the work. Jun Su stared at Zhang Yang in amazement as he walked away, and said slowly, Awesome. Chapter 266 Another Demon is Coming. Jun Su was a little excited. After all, he had been striving to upgrade his membership level in the Chamber of Commerce. Now it's good. The entire Chamber of Commerce has joined the Milky Way? He also met the Wanjia Chamber of Commerce. No, the leader of the Milky Way Chamber of Commerce. The two will fight side by side in the future. Jun Yu extended his hand according to human etiquette and said excitedly, Hello, President Gu. You are my fan. Gu Xinglei was a little confused. What's going on? Pa, I am your fan. I turned out to be a V-level member of the Wanjia Chamber of Commerce. Gu Xinglei suddenly realized that this was the case. Listening to Zhang Yang's meaning, the two of them would live together in the future. This is his deputy. And he also smiled. Lonely Star Tears smiled heartily, took out some cigarettes and alcohol that Zhang Yang had just given him, and took him to team building. After a while, Lonely Star Tears looked at Jun Shi, who was lying on the ground and sleeping soundly, smiled, and went out to preside over the work. Lonely Star Tears began to log into the Galaxy Starry Sky virtual platform, and with the high-level authority given to him by Zhang Yang, he began to investigate which products were suitable for trading. He had some old relationships, so he first found suitable products and started trading. Zhang Yang was very satisfied to see that Lonely Star Tears had already entered the working state. He went to such great lengths to invite talent back, just to let them play an important role. After all, Time is still very tight. And every minute and every second must be seized. Thinking of the plan, Zhang Yang came to a secret place again and found the three elders. This time he spoke simply and clearly, and the three elders fell into deep thought. After a while, Elder Qi said slowly, "This thing has indeed been tested, and the effect is terrible. But this thing is the same for living beings. It is limited to enemies, and it is also effective for us living beings. Shouldn't we be more cautious?" Zhang Yang thought for a while. Everything has its pros and cons. At present, we belong to the weak group. I think based on the other party's genes, we can develop something against the alien race. The demon god of Dan said, but how to put it out? There is no contact with the alien race. We give it directly to the other party. And the other party must know that there is a problem. Zhang Yang used his mind to sense it, and immediately smiled. This is not a problem. Someone can help us sell it without arousing suspicion. Do you think it can be developed? It is best to use plants. And plants that are easy to grow. This way it is easy to spread, and not easy to arouse suspicion. Ultimately, spread it on a large scale in the form of cigarettes. It is best to fit the genes of aliens, and specialize in researching products for their physiques. At the same time, we need to understand and observe everywhere to prevent things from flowing in. What do you think? The three demons looked at each other, obviously communicating with their minds. Zhang Yang didn't care and waited patiently. This was also a plan. Moreover, Zhang Yang had already asked a secret place to conduct research and development on the genes of the insect race and other alien races. The major targets were the angel race and the insect race. The monster race could be fought for, but the demon race was cunning and evil. There was no benefit, and the opponent would not take it without absolute certainty. Once the balance of war tilted, the situation of 3 against 1 might instantly turn into 2 against 2. Every step had to be taken with caution. After a while, the demon god of weapons spoke up. We have communicated with the demon god on duty and have agreed in principle. Next, this universe must be tight inside and loose outside to prevent the export of products. Next, the 3 of us will focus on studying this matter, making some products, and testing the effects through some captives. The rest will be how to deploy and distribute to various alien races. Zhang Yang nodded. Okay. This matter can't be rushed. There will be an opportunity. Then I'll take my leave first. After Zhang Yang said goodbye to the 3 elders, he disappeared in the original place and returned to the 36th heaven of Blue Star. Use your mind to perceive things in various places in the universe, watching the vigorous development everywhere, and constantly fine-tuning. Time flies, and the years pass by. In a blink of an eye. 3,000 years later. In these 3,000 years, the Laniakaya universe is harmonious, full of vitality, and the overall development is steady and upward. The previous galaxy was like a headless fly, developing independently, without any cooperation. The appearance of Zhang Yang is like a needle that connects all the lines together. All industries in the entire universe cooperate with each other, support each other, and double their strength. During these 3,000 years, several more demon gods came to the Milky Way to provide guidance. The reason is that they are jealous. Yes, they are jealous of the 3 elders, who cultivate a large number of geniuses in weapons, pills, and medicine. This is not only in line with their own path, but also through teaching disciples. The Milky Way has built statues in front of major guilds for countless creatures to worship. Once this move was made, the 4 demon gods felt countless creatures worshipping them, and they became more powerful. Each demon god asked his disciples to establish guilds, such as the Refining Association, the Refining Association, the Doctor Association, and the Mercenary Association, to create a complete inheritance system. And the demon god also became the founder of the guild. The Mercenary Guild was established by the Dark Sea Demon God, allowing geniuses of all levels to join it and go to various places in the Milky Way for training. There are many types of tasks, such as the task of recruiting disciples, guiding tasks, eliminating traitors, doing business, collecting tasks, etc. With the development of these unions, the power of the Demon God Avenue has also increased. In fact, when they were about to come, many demons saw the information in the crowd, but they did not take any action. And the 4 demons, including the Dark Sea Demon God, came directly, and they were the first demons to eat crabs. Now, the results of the battle are remarkable, and their avenue has many more people who fit in, and the avenue has become stronger. Zhang Yang doesn't care about this. You can't just let others pay without getting some benefits. Right? Moreover, the various unions cooperate properly, allowing professionals to do professional things, so that they can exert their maximum energy. But some demon gods couldn't sit still. On this day, Zhang Yang was arguing with the 3 demon gods, but suddenly heard the weapon demon god say, "Boy, you have to be prepared." The weapon demon god has a carefree personality, is the most straightforward, always speaks his mind, and has a bad temper. Seeing Zhang Yang was a little confused, he continued, "Some old guys are gradually waking up. Or to put it another way, seeing your rapid development, we demon gods have established a union, and the growth of the avenue is obvious. These brothers have also started to think about it." Zhang Yang remained silent, but he was madly calculating in his heart. He knew what the weapon demon god meant. Some demon gods also want to come to the Milky Way, whether to preach or to recruit disciples. The purpose is to expand the power of the avenue. At the same time, in order to absorb the power of faith, the demon gods also want to spread their reputation throughout the universe, which is very beneficial to their practice and the support of the universe. Now that the 4 demon gods have developed well, they also want to come to the Milky Way to develop. They are all at the level of ancestors. When these demon gods come, it is inevitable that they have some ideas, and they may have some guiding opinions or some strange arrangements. Zhang Yang can't say much. It will be very difficult at that time. After all, they are all top bosses in the universe. Zhang Yang knows in his heart that there are only 2 solutions to this situation. The first is to let the starry sky give birth to a powerful person in the realm of the void as soon as possible to compete with the demon gods. If 3,000 powerful void down masters are born, what demon gods are there to fear? Everyone who comes must call me grandpa. But for now, although the special training results are good and many Saint Realm masters have made some breakthroughs, the gap between them and the Void Dao realm is still too big. As for the second method, it is simple. After thousands of years of getting along with each other, Zhang Yang and the 4 demon gods are already very familiar with each other. Zhang Yang's mind moved. His mood was low, and he suddenly stood up, looking into the distance. A tear fell across his cheek. "Ancestor, I have been a miserable child since I was a child. My mother taught me since I was a child that poverty. Ah, ancestor, help me. I will come back." Chapter 267 Demon God Recruits Disciple. Zhang Yang flew for a while, and immediately returned to the secret space. He looked at the 4 demon gods with some resentment. Just when he was about to speak, 4 cold lights looked at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang immediately covered his mouth with his hand, indicating that he would not speak. The 4 demon gods were also a little speechless. This kid is good in everything except that he has a big mouth. They are all level 5-star masters. Can they be more profound? The tone of the dark sea demon god was cold, but his words made Zhang Yang feel warm. "You are finished. Just do what you want. If other demon gods dare to point fingers, just treat it as fart. If there is any problem, I will go to them. Yes, although the 3 of us brothers are not ranked high, we also have some strength. Interfering with the development of the Milky Way depends on whether I agree or not." The medical demon god thought for a moment. "I don't think we need to worry. The consciousness of the universe will definitely see what Zhang Yang has done. It is no exaggeration to say that the strength of the entire galaxy has doubled in just a few thousand years. If anyone dares to interfere with such a star master, the will of the universe will not agree." Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. "Yes, I still have the Pangdu order. The demon god should theoretically obey the order, and it can also communicate with the consciousness of the universe. If I really encounter a special situation, I will also cry in front of Zixi Palace and cure all diseases." At this time, the ancestor Yang Mei conveyed his will, and Zhang Yang instantly appeared in the token. Zhang Yang said respectfully, "I have met Patriarch Yang Mei. He has always been grateful to Patriarch Yang Mei. If he had not given answers and help, Zhang Yang would definitely not be able to be promoted to the 5th level Star Master. It can be said that the position of the 5th level Star Master was brought in by Patriarch Yang Mei." Patriarch Yang Mei nodded with a smile. "Then the 4 brothers have told you, right?" Seeing Zhang Yang nodded, Patriarch Yang Mei pointed at Zhang Yang. "You kid. According to the words of the human race, you are really good at licking. Now the 4 ancestors are firmly supporting you. Among my brothers, I saw some demon gods coming over, and they specifically said that everything should be done according to the opinions of the Milky Way. and not to interfere with your choice. Give you a good compliment. Zhang Yang smiled a little embarrassedly. Be careful, or I will sue you for slander. How could I lick? Everything comes from the heart. Respect for the elders, especially Patriarch Yang Mei, who has helped me a lot along the way. If it weren't for you, I couldn't. Patriarch Yang Mei said unhappily. Stop. Stop it. Zhang Yang immediately covered his mouth. He had no choice but to fly too many times. The main point is to be obedient. I know you have a heart. You don't have to worry about the demon gods. Chu, and you, the 3 demon gods on duty, have also said in the group that after arriving in the Milky Way, you need to follow the arrangements and at least not cause trouble. After they enter the Milky Way, they will contact you as soon as possible and tell you what they think. If you can help, you can help. If you can't help, you don't have to be polite. Just refuse directly. Zhang Yang felt warm in his heart, knowing that there are still some demon gods standing behind him, supporting him silently. Zhang Yang looked at the ancestor Yang Mei and said gently, Ancestor, there are statues of the 4 great demon gods everywhere in the galaxy. I want to put statues of you, Chu, and you everywhere. What do you think? You are thoughtful. We don't need it. They need to rely on the power of living beings to practice. But the 3 of us brothers don't need it. I know you have doubts. For example, my origin is the power of space. What is space? The size of the universe is space. In other words, the larger the universe, the stronger my strength will be. The other 2. Chu is the demon god of shadow, which comes from the power of the shadow of living beings. The more living beings there are, the stronger the strength will be. Chu's strength will also become stronger. You is the god of speed, and it is similar. So we are all very optimistic about you. You have made all the efforts. All of us demons, including the will of the universe, have seen it. Go ahead and do it. Zhang Yang nodded vigorously, and his figure appeared outside the token space. After a while, another will came. Zhang Yang was a little surprised after seeing it, and then chose to agree. It turned out to be a new demon, the demon of poison, who wanted to inherit the way of poison, find some successors, and also wanted to establish a poison guild. The other party did not come to see Zhang Yang, but told Zhang Yang about his idea, which was also a kind of respect. And the way of poison still has a lot of room for development. In every war, poison has appeared, especially Shi Shuang, the master of the 10,000 poison sect, who has millions of disciples. The poison can attack a group or kill a single target. The form of the poison is also mysterious and can be developed. So Zhang Yang chose to agree. The other party said, Thank you, and came directly to the first heaven of the heaven. The purpose was very obvious, to find Shi Shuang. After a while, another demon god, the plague demon god, came. The other party wanted to find a few descendants to spread the avenue. Thousands of years later, several monks rose up and founded the plague department in the heavenly court. It was the descendants of the plague demon god who became one of the 6 military departments of the heavenly court. The plague demon god's eldest disciple was named Lu Yu by Ing Zheng as the plague department plague emperor Haotian. The others were Zhou Xian, the eastern plague envoy, Li Qi, the southern plague envoy, Zhu Tianlin, the western plague envoy, Yang Wenhui, the northern plague envoy, Shen Geng, the master of persuasion, and Li Ping, the plague scholar, who assisted Lu Yu in managing the plague department. Emperor Lu Yu is now at the golden immortal realm. His life is simply a cheat. It took only 1,000 years from the beginning of cultivation to becoming a golden immortal. Facts have proved that these demon gods have a lot of foundation. When they accept disciples, the disciples themselves are in line with the great Tao, which means they are extremely talented. In addition, the incarnation of the great Tao teaches them personally, and all kinds of methods are used. It is simply more systematic than a system. If you are short of elixirs, the master will ask for them. The demon god of elixirs is his brother. If you are short of weapons, you will go to the demon god of weapons to customize one for you. Protect them throughout the training. Don't be afraid of injuries. As long as you don't die, you will be trained to death. Anyway, you will be sent to the demon god of medicine in the end, and you will be a good man again in a few days. After joining the heavenly court, the plague department followed the instructions of the demon god and joined the Jiejiao, becoming a disciple of Ling Bao Tianzuan. Now in the heavenly court, All the righteous gods have taken their positions, either joining the Jeju or joining the Guanjiao. In fact, Lu Yu and others couldn't figure it out, and asked the master why they wanted to join the heavenly court, and even wanted to join a force on their own. As for joining the Jeju or the Guanjiao, it all depends on personal feelings. The plague demon god looked into the distance and said lightly, according to the deduction of my brothers and the instructions given by the universe consciousness, it is very likely that Lan Xing will control the universe in the future. The plague demon god looked at his apprentice and said, do you know what this means? The heavenly court will be the core administrative agency of the universe. Entering the heavenly court means that you are the top cultivators in the universe. If the heavenly court can really control the universe, with your current position of a third-grade god, there is hope for the great Tao. Lu Yu's eyes widened, and his heart was shocked. He knew what the master meant by the great Tao. That is an existence one level higher than the master's virtual Tao realm. Originally, he looked down on a third-grade profession in the heavenly court. After all, his master is one of the demon gods, and he is a direct descendant. So he was a little arrogant. Now it seems that he must firmly grasp this position and cannot give it to anyone. Zhang Yang didn't know about this at all. No demon god, including the ancestor Yang Mei, told him. After all, this is not to harm Zhang Yang, and there is no need to hinder the brothers from making plans and be a villain. In fact, even if Zhang Yang knew, he would not care. The future is too far away. No matter what the possibility is, he is now the master of the Milky Way. He can strengthen the strength of the Milky Way, and he is happy. Everything is a natural process. When you are in that position, it is very simple to deal with it. When you don't have that strength, just do your job well. In this way, Zhang Yang watched the demon gods come out of the mountains to recruit disciples, smiling, and each demon god's disciple was like a little cow riding a rocket awesome. A true saint-level seedling. He was a golden fairyland when he graduated, and he was a treasure. The wheel of history rolled forward, and time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 50,000 years later, Chapter 268 Undercover. Zhang Yang was lying on the 36th floor of the heavenly court, holding a piece of grass in his mouth, and looking at the lower two floors with great interest. During this period of time, all the demon gods who wanted to take action have taken action, recruiting disciples and preaching. Some recruiting one disciple, and some recruiting a group. In short, the final goal is to let the other party join the heavenly court. After several incidents, Zhang Yang also tasted that the heavenly court is very popular. No matter what the purpose of these demon gods is, they all want their disciples to join the heavenly court. But the headquarters heavenly court has limited space, with only 365 righteous gods, and the other mountain gods, water gods, and land gods. The disciples of these demon gods do not want to go. Even many demon gods later came to Zhang Yang, saying that this was their apprentice, who had learned the true teachings and was very powerful, and would definitely relieve the worries of the heavenly court. Could they give him a position as a fourth-grade god? This made Zhang Yang very embarrassed, as most of the positions were fixed, and they had made contributions to the heavenly court, or joined early, and were also veterans. Who would be allowed to step down now, and give way to the demon god apprentice? Wouldn't this lose the hearts of the people? Wouldn't that cause chaos in the heavenly court? And people would be panicked, afraid that they would be thrown out at any time. And how could they work? In fact, over the years, the heavenly court and the underworld have been upgraded through a large number of cosmic wonder fragments, becoming 5-star buildings, and they can be infinitely split. That is, to create countless branches. Now the entire galaxy is undergoing reforms, and the underworld is busy expanding, hoping to include all living beings in the cycle of reincarnation, so that they can be reborn. This is a great merit. So the position of King Yin Luo of the underworld is also very popular recently. Many living beings saw that geniuses were scrambling to join the heavenly court, and they knew that there must be some mystery. Since I couldn't get a position in the headquarters of the heavenly court and the underworld, shouldn't I be given a position in the branch? So, they began to look for connections, wanting to join the heavenly court and the underworld branches, even if it means becoming a land officer. If you become a branch land officer, you can also be promoted slowly. If you perform well, you can be promoted to city god, or even to the underworld's Hades envoy, branch chief, judge, etc. And finally to King Yin. This is also related to Zhang Yang's decision. He has provided good job benefits for the positions in the heavenly court and the underworld. And the benefits are so good that it is hard to find a position. Organization. This is the most sought after thing in the entire universe. According to living beings, if you have an organization, you will have a royal salary, and you won't have to worry about your life. In response to this situation, Zhang Yang also gave orders to Ying Zheng, who was receiving special training. Since the position is so sought after, it is not good to offend anyone. Then let the heaven and the underworld start open recruitment for the Milky Way according to the vacancies. Recruitment is divided into written test and oral test. This is for the branch. As for the headquarters position, Zhang Yang is also a little troubled. After all, it is not good to offend anyone. He doesn't want to offend any demon god. Finally, Zhang Yang thought of a way. The heaven is the home of Taoism, and the heaven is also divided into two sects, Jiejia and Guanju. If you want to join the heavenly court, you must join one of the two religions and be recommended by the heavenly lords. Leave the offending work to them. Not only the heavenly court and the underworld, but also the Buddhist sect is very popular. It is easy to join the Buddhist sect, but it is also difficult to obtain the fruit position. During this period of time, many geniuses emerged in the world, such as the famous and highly ranked Karma demon god. To everyone's surprise, he accepted a 1,000-year-old leopard spirit as his apprentice. Named Shengongbao. Zhang Yang looked at Shengongbao wandering around the universe, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The phrase fellow Taoist, please stay, is simply a weapon of the law of cause and effect, which must have a result, and most of this result is karma. This led to Shengongbao's bad reputation in the three realms, and few people dared to make friends with him. But he had a good mouth and could fool people. This reminded Zhang Yang of another disciple of the demon god, who was even less popular than Shengongbao. Anyone who saw him would stay away from him for fear of being stained with bad luck. This person was the disciple of the famous demon god of the heaven, Sweeping Star. Of course, there are many other disciples of the demon god who have joined various organizations and forces in the Milky Way. Zhang Yang was watching enthusiastically when he suddenly sensed something and appeared somewhere in the Milky Way. Sun Wukong carefully looked around, and when he saw that there was no one around, he immediately dispersed his evil spirit and began to transform the true energy of the Lania Kaya universe. After completing the transformation of the breath, he took a flea and hid in a planet. Sun Wukong looked at the little flea on his shoulder and curled his lips. This was the partner assigned to him by the demon master Kunpeng. The purpose of the two returning to the Lania Kaya universe was to incite more creatures like Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong has been staying in the demon world for tens of thousands of years. After continuous practice, he has cultivated to the quasi-saint realm and has a high position in the heaven. Sun Wukong thought to himself, I am finally back. If I hadn't come back, I would have become a core figure in the demon court. During the years of undercover, it relied on its own abilities to get along well in the demon world. And now it is a third-grade great sage in the demon court, in the demon world universe. Although it is a creature instigated by the demon master Kunpeng, it is deeply loved by the demon emperor and is constantly promoted. The demon emperor promoted it, but the demon master kept suppressing it. The demon emperor learned about the demon god association under Kunpeng, and came up with a plan to let Sun Wukong stay in the demon god association to help the demon god association continue to instigate creatures. There is another implication, which is to monitor the demon god association and prevent it from becoming stronger. Over the years, the witch clan created by the demon master Kunpeng has become more and more powerful. The demon emperor feels a little threatened, but he can't do anything, because once he does something, the demon clan will be in chaos in an instant and may be swallowed up by other universes. War could come at any time, and the demon emperor doesn't want to start a war just because he is jealous of the other side. There are two demon emperors, who are called brothers, but actually compete with each other secretly. The third person in power in the demon clan, Kunpeng, is indeed not as good as them in realm. But the demon clan has countless friends and great power. Once the demon master Kunpeng is attacked, it is also regarded as the foundation of the demon clan, which has a great impact. The demon clan is famous for its straightforwardness. The demon master is considered to be a rare wise leader in the demon clan. There is also a demon beast by Zay, who can predict the future, know the past, and predict the future. But maybe because it is too smart, it never investigates the disputes between the demon emperor and the demon master, but hides instead. It deliberately wants to hide. Even the Demon Emperor can't find it easily, because it will escape before you find it. It is said that only people with fate can meet it. The Demon Emperor sent it to instigate a rebellion, and the Demon Master sent the flea to assist it. And the two returned to the Lania Kaya universe. The memories in Sun Wukong's mind were also erased by the Demon Master Kunpeng. It didn't know that the Demon Master Kunpeng and Zhang Yang had contact, so it was on guard against the flea everywhere. The flea was the same. It always believed that Sun Wukong was instigated by the Demon God Society. He did not join the Demon Master Kunpeng when he came back, but followed the Demon Emperor, which was considered a betrayal of the Demon God Society. So it was very cold to Sun Wukong. Zhang Yang came to this planet in an instant, watching Sun Wukong and the flea quarreling, but felt that Pangolin shook slightly. Zhang Yang deduced and immediately approached the two fleas. Pangolin flashed with golden light, and the flea's will was occupied. A will came, my friend. We meet again. Chapter 269. If you don't come back, you don't come back. Zhang Yang was stunned when he heard the familiar voice, and said tentatively, Ancestor? Yes, it's me. I attached a trace of will to it. According to the plan, I will provide you with convenience and let Wukong come back. Zhang Yang was overjoyed. This was something that had been agreed before. Zhang Yang asked Sun Wukong to go there, and he also wanted to play an undercover role. He didn't give any contact information to avoid being exposed, but he communicated with Panga's will and let the Demon Master find a suitable opportunity to send Sun Wukong back to this universe, so that there would be a chance to contact him. This time is not fixed. It may be 10,000 years, or it may be 100,000 years. In short, he will definitely come back. The longer this time is, the more stable Sun Wukong's position there will be, and the less he will be suspected, since there are no obstacles. Zhang Yang also possesses his will in Sun Wukong's will. Wukong. Wukong. Sun Wukong was stunned, and suddenly reacted, and said in surprise, Master Star. Hey! I'm finally back. Master Star. If I had come back a little later, I would have almost become a high-level demon court. Zhang Yang said with a smile. Isn't this good? There is nothing you can't do. Sun Wukong was a little proud, and shook his head. That's right. This little thing is easy to do, isn't it? Zhang Yang asked in a deep voice. Does the demon clan contact several other universes? Yes. There are no restrictions on mutual trade. Sun Wukong said carelessly. Just follow my instructions. I just want a thrill. Zhang Yang squinted his eyes at Sun Wukong, which made him shudder, and he immediately had a bad premonition. Then, that I was wrong. Lord Star Master, please tell me first. Zhang Yang said lightly. This time it's very simple. You have to rob the Milky Way Chamber of Commerce's rapid tobacco and alcohol transport ship, which contains special materials prepared for several major universes. Next, you have to report these things to the Demon King of the Demon Clan and sell them to other universes. This thing is bound to bring a lot of wealth to the Demon Clan and make the Demon King trust you more. Sun Wukong was a little anxious, shaking his head and saying anxiously, No, Lord Star. Isn't this collusion with the enemy? Are we helping the demons to rise? Zhang Yang stared at Sun Wukong seriously and said seriously, Wukong, this is a big plan. You are someone I trust very much. No, a monkey I trust very much. This plan is related to the survival of the universe. You can choose to accept it or not. If you don't accept it, you can be at ease in the heavenly court as the great sage. I promise to let you be a second-rank official. You have made contributions to the universe, and this is what you deserve. If you accept it, I hope you can take it seriously, because it is really very dangerous. Sun Wukong was stunned. He had never seen Zhang Yang so serious. He was silent for a while when he heard the mission. He knew that what Zhang Yang said was particularly dangerous. That is, a life or death situation, or even a death or no survival situation. Zhang Yang was right. This mission was a life or death situation. Once the alien race was infected and unable to extricate themselves, the angels, demons, and insects would find the demon race first, thinking that the demon race had betrayed them and would never cooperate with them again. The demon race would also have victims, and then all the blame would be directed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong sat on the ground, looking at the bright starry sky, and slowly said, Master Star Lord, I have always had a question. Am I really the birthstone of the demon race universe? Indeed, You are a stone picked up by the demon god of this universe, in the demon race universe. Then was my growth to this point destined? Zhang Yang knew what it meant, and looked at the distance and said directly, almost. When I saw this stone, I remembered a legend of the human race in this universe. So I had an idea, which is to make you like the great sage equal to heaven. Making a big fuss in the heavenly palace, and making a fuss in the heavenly palace of the alien race, and becoming a hero of my human race. You are destined to be born in Huagua Mountain, destined to become a disciple of Bodhi Patriarch, and destined to join the heavenly palace, and destined to pretend to make a big fuss in the heavenly palace to rebel against the heavenly palace. Sun Wukong did not say anything, and after a while he said, "Oh, it's a great arrangement." Zhang Yang said nothing. This was indeed cruel to Sun Wukong. His fate was arranged and destined, and he followed his ideas step by step. Zhang Yang looked at Sun Wukong, who was looking at the sky with a little loneliness. He sat beside him and touched his head. He felt that he was also a living being and said softly, "Wukong, you can also choose your life freely. You can accept the mission or not. You can go to heaven, return to Huagua Mountain, or even return to the demon court." After Zhang Yang finished speaking, he stood up and walked outside with Flea. He and Pangu had something important to discuss. This must be said today. Let Wukong go. And you must be willing. Otherwise this mission will be useless. Not only will it not be completed, but it will also ruin this precious opportunity. Zhang Yang took a few steps, and Sun Wukong suddenly said, "Brother Yang." Zhang Yang paused and said softly, Am I some kind of heavenly chosen stone? Or can I transform in the demon clan? Or am I some kind of natural treasure that has become a spirit? No. You are just an ordinary stone born in the demon clan universe. If you don't specifically enlighten it, you will never have a will. Then is Sun Wukong really a hero? Zhang Yang said without hesitation, "Yes. He is the most admired hero by all living beings. I am willing to go. But I am afraid I can't hold on. Can you speak for me?" Zhang Yang waved his hand, and the two of them were in a strange space, and a few words floated in the sky. Journey to the West. Chapter 1. Spiritual roots breed. Sources flow out. Mind and nature cultivate. And the great way is born. Next, it was combined with the 1986 version of Journey to the West, and began to act out. Combined with the original work, the picture began to jump. These are all the contents that Zhang Yang had seen before, or deduced, and now it was played out. Seeing himself fight to the heaven and sit in the Lishao Palace, Sun Wukong's face was full of disbelief. With my strength, I can still overthrow the heaven. This is too beautifying me. Seeing myself being suppressed by Tathagata Buddha under the Five-Finger Mountain for 500 years. He was silent again. The picture jumped frame by frame, and Sun Wukong saw many things from it, such as there were two big hands behind him, pushing him forward. The journey to obtain the scriptures is inevitable, with 81 difficulties, and the true scriptures are obtained, and the Buddha is defeated. Zhang Yang waved his hand, and another drama appeared. Journey to the West sequel. Then it was The Legend of Wukong, and The Return of the Great Sage. Even the scene changed, and came to a world where all the peripheral statues of the Great Sage were sold on the streets. Everyone had a golden hoop and a monkey mask. Children on the street were fighting. "I am the Great Sage. I am the Great Sage. Stop arguing. We are all the Great Sage. Hello everyone. This is an MTV interview. Who do you like the most?" "I like the Great Sage." "Why?" "Because the Monkey King has a rebellious spirit. He has great magical powers. Hates evil. Dares to challenge authority. Never gives up when faced with setbacks. And he values friendship and loyalty. I just like him. Because he is so brave. Others are timid. But he is brave. There is nothing he dare not do." As the scene slowly ended, Sun Wukong's mind moved, and he put on the clothes in the movie and held the golden hoop. Son, accept this mission." Sun Wukong carried the golden hoop, tilted his head and said arrogantly, "Isn't there a saying, even if you go and never come back, then you go and never come back?" Zhang Yang kicked the monkey on the butt. "You must come back." Chapter 270 Special Offer. Sun Wukong got a start after being kicked, and turned around to look at Zhang Yang, laughing. "Come here quickly. I'll tell you about the mission." Zhang Yang called Sun Wukong to his side, and began to explain it in detail. Finally, he said very seriously, "Remember? Remember? Don't try these cigarettes. You can smoke the ones prepared for you. The outer packaging is the same, but the ingredients are different. And take this box of candy. Just in case. I said just in case you smoke this. You can take one to detoxify. But this thing has drug resistance. The more you eat, the worse the effect. Remember? Sun Wukong nodded carefully. And Zhang Yang continued, these are just the first step. When the plant is mature, you will do this. First the demon clan and then Angel tribe? Yes. You should act according to circumstances. Remember? There is no rush to make plans. You must be fully confident before you proceed. Even if the war starts, it will not affect the mission. Do you understand? I understand. After talking to Sun Wukong, Zhang Yang chatted with Pangu again. He told him about his plan and all his understanding of the Angel tribe. Ancestor? Yes. If there is a life and death crisis, if possible, save Wukong's life. Okay. My ethereal consciousness will not exist for long. You have a very flexible mind. You have flexibly applied all the methods deduced by the earth. You have done a good job. Zhang Yang saw Pangu's will dissipate, and he also retreated from Sun Wukong's will. After a while, Sun Wukong woke up. Flee. Hey. You're still sleeping here. Are you reliable? Flea was dazed and felt a headache. Are you going to beat me up? Pay attention. I'm going to sue you for defamation. Defamation of me. Also, call me Monkey Brother from now on. Remember? I'm the leader. You're the leader. Flea was trembling with anger, pointing at Sun Wukong. You. What are you talking about? Go back to the room. And go get some information tomorrow. After the two finished talking, they returned to the room. Sun Wukong turned on the TV naturally, sat on the sofa, and said with some nostalgia, Hey, I haven't watched TV for a long time. The flea said sarcastically, You are a monkey. And you still watch TV? Sun Wukong looked at the transformed flea with disdain. What do you know? If you don't watch the news, how can you understand the information of the Lania Kai universe? Many major events in this universe will be on TV. Maybe I can find a suitable opportunity. Sun Wukong watched this and that, and even watched a few TV series, and finally tuned in to the MTV 13 news channel, the largest chamber of commerce in the galaxy. The Milky Way Chamber of Commerce developed these products, and they were well received as soon as they were released. Now these things are hard to come by and can be regarded as a new way of communication in the new era. Let us interview Jungyao, Vice President of the Milky Way Chamber of Commerce, and let him introduce them to us. Hello, everyone. After continuous research and development, tobacco and alcohol have become. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately used the intelligent computer in the room to start looking for information on the internet. Sun Wukong was so excited, and the flea naturally followed him and watched the news. He checked. What is the value of tobacco and alcohol? What are the effects of tobacco and alcohol? Why can't living things live without tobacco and alcohol? Sun Wukong looked at the large number of visitors and was a little excited, looking at the flea that suddenly appeared beside him. He pretended to be startled. Oh my God! You scared me. The flea asked suspiciously. Monkey, what did you find? What ideas do you have? Tell me. Sun Wukong shook his head repeatedly. No. I didn't find anything. Sleep. Sun Wukong said. Then he lay on the bed, snoring loudly, and fell asleep. Flea moved his legs, looked at the sleeping Sun Wukong with some suspicion, and then looked at the TV news and the news on the smart brain, wondering what it meant. Flea rolled his eyes, pretended to lie on the bed, and fell asleep. When it was midnight, Sun Wukong was still lying on the bed, but the holy soul flew out of his body and flew silently to the outside. Before it flew to the door, the flea's soul also emerged. Monkey? What are you doing? Sun Wukong's face froze, and he said nonchalantly, No. Nothing. Humph. Don't think about acting alone. Is it the tobacco bar during the day? Sun Wukong was a little surprised. Hey, you can see it? Nonsense. I'm not a fool. Before I came out, the demon court and the demon emperor said that we should do it together, and no one is allowed to act alone. Do you want to disobey? Humph. Don't use disobeying to pressure me. Sunday. I suddenly thought of a way. Maybe it will be of great help to the demon world. Oh, tell me about it. Zhang Yang put the flea on his shoulder and began to mutter. But I don't know if it will work for our demon race. Or for other races? And do we have to report it? Otherwise, it's disobeying orders. Flea thought of the play he watched last night and said, Did you forget about Li Yulong's disobedience when watching the play last night? You are taking the blame. The demon court hates taking actions without permission. Thanks to me. Otherwise you would be in big trouble. Sun Wukong thought about it and said with admiration, That makes sense. Let's buy some samples and try them back. After the two finished their research, they came to a store nearby. Boss, give me 2 packs of Huazi and Mauzi. The store owner said angrily, Get lost. How can my small store have such top-grade treasures? Sun Wukong frowned and asked, Where can I buy them? I'm willing to pay a high price. There's none here. You can go to the 4th level planets. The large stores there should have the lowest grade tobacco and alcohol. The lowest level? This thing has different levels? Of course. It is said that this thing is very cool. According to the level, it has different effects on different creatures. High-level tobacco and alcohol are only available on Blue Star. You can go there to have a look. Sun Wukong and Flea looked at each other, and then went to the nearest level 4 planet. Flea couldn't help but complain, This thing is too popular. Isn't it? It's okay. The more popular it is, the more precious it is. Sun Wukong looked around his space, and found that it was all top-grade tobacco and alcohol. And they were all special editions. When Zhang Yang was developing this thing, he deliberately made some changes to prevent the aliens from discovering the problem. There is nothing wrong with all the cigarettes and alcohol sold outside. And no problems will be found. Even if a saint absorbs them, he will only feel relaxed, happy, and relieved. And he will only be slightly dependent. But when you don't smoke, you will feel inexplicably irritable, which will affect your cultivation and other things. There is nothing wrong with the things stored in Sun Wukong's will space. But the quality is better. But when these two are mixed together, that special effect comes out. In short, the feeling is magnified 100 times, making you unconsciously unable to leave it. Chapter 271 Exploding Universe. Sun Wukong and Flea came to the nearest level 4 planet, bought some lowest grade plums, big pots, and some low-end tobacco and alcohol, and settled down in a nearby apartment. They immediately opened the lowest grade liquor and began to taste it. After taking a sip, they coughed a few times, and then felt their minds empty. Both of them were a little shocked. The lowest grade liquor is so effective? And it is also effective for the demon race? If it is effective for the demon race, then it should be effective for other races. After tasting it one by one, the two began to drink the liquor again. This dazed feeling, coupled with a cigarette, suddenly felt that this was the most wonderful thing. Flea smoked, blew out a puff of smoke, and swung his legs, 1 cigarette, 1 wine, 1 life. Half drunk, half awake, half in the world. Sun Wukong was a little surprised. I didn't realize. Flea, you are quite poetic. That's right. Sun Wukong curled his lips. Just picked up the wine glass, but saw this sentence engraved on the bottle. Damn. I knew you didn't have these 2 tricks. Report back tomorrow? Okay. Hey. Leave some for me. Don't put it all in your pocket. This thing is interesting. I want to experience it again. Sun Wukong didn't care a little. Threw them on the table, and warned Flea, leave some for the task. I'll give it to you. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he turned his back and took out a special supply from the will space and lit it, feeling the excitement in the brain, knowing that this thing is really worth every penny. Sun Wukong took out a candy and put it in his mouth. The smoke gradually mixed into space. The flea obviously felt extremely excited and even had hallucinations. In the illusion, it became the most powerful flea in the world, and all creatures surrendered to it. All its wishes were realized in the dream, and this feeling was great. Sun Wukong closed his eyes and began to sleep. It is called sleeping, but in fact it is cultivation and meditation. This is the highest way to rest. When there are no other activities, creatures basically practice cultivation. Sun Wukong used his will to sense the other party's condition. The flea showed no change in appearance, but seemed to be in a stalemate, staying there motionless. This process lasted for a long time until the effect disappeared. The flea exhaled lightly and looked at the thing in his hand with some surprise. Sun Wukong's cigarette was like a primer, opening the flea's body's gene for smoking. Every cigarette smoked in the future will have this effect. but it will show different effects according to the grade of the cigarette. This is the role of these special cigarettes in Sun Wukong's will space. It will make all the aliens who have come into contact with it become senior smokers and can no longer leave it. This will bring a series of consequences, making the aliens become irritable and angry, and fall into their own world. Once there is no cigarette, they will lose their reason. In the Laniakea universe, this thing is only available in a specific secret realm. The creatures that can make these things will automatically forget these things when they leave the secret realm, and they will only remember them when they come back. There are several great demons stationed in the secret realm, and it is located inside the blue star, which is considered the most heavily guarded place in the Milky Way. Moreover, this thing is everywhere in the entire Laniakea universe, and there are only two channels to buy it. One is to buy it through the Universe Virtual Platform, and the other is offline retail. For offline retail, only the Milky Way Chamber of Commerce has this thing, and it is transported from the Milky Way to various circles through heavily guarded spaceships. Even the materials transported are low and medium quality goods, and high-end tobacco and alcohol are only sold in the Milky Way. Premium tobacco and alcohol are only sold on Blue Star. This can be regarded as a way to attract people from all walks of life to the Milky Way. Zhang Yang occasionally organizes various activities on the virtual universe platform. Skynet, for example, you can grab Huazi and Maozi for 0.01 yuan. A certain number of people are released every day, and you can grab premium tobacco and alcohol on the Skynet platform. Invite 100 people to make a group purchase and enjoy the group purchase price. Come to the Milky Way to shop, and you can buy 2 pieces. And come to the Blue Star family to shop, and you can buy 100 pieces. After just a few activities, tobacco and alcohol have become the most sought-after items in the Laniakea universe. Using it yourself is one thing, but giving it to others is also a face-saving thing. It can even bring people closer together, and you can get some when you ask someone to do something for you. This is the most face-saving thing. Seeing such huge benefits, the 3 demon gods not only did not regret, but smiled, because this thing was jointly developed by the 3 demon gods. The more it circulated, the greater their reputation would be, and the speed of their cultivation would also increase rapidly. Who asked Zhang Yang to engrave the names of the 3 demon gods on tobacco and alcohol, making them more and more famous. Now, many creatures don't know what Panga demon god is, but if you mention the Elder of Qi, one of the creators of tobacco and alcohol, creatures will definitely know. This led to countless demon gods secretly looking for the 3 demon gods, wanting the races behind them to sell and manufacture. But they were all sternly rejected by the 3 elders. They still have this basic ethics. Moreover, Zhang Yang treated them very well, just by engraving their names on tobacco and alcohol and marketing them all over the universe. They were able to stand firmly behind Zhang Yang. These things could be made at any time, but only Zhang Yang could make them so famous. This is the skill. Zhang Yang kept staring at Sun Wukong and Flea with his will. Seeing Flea's state, he knew that the effect was good. Next, he just had to follow the plan step by step. After a few days, Sun Wukong and Flea bought some more tobacco and alcohol. Sun Wukong kept complaining about the fleas, and the fleas awkwardly called him monkey brother. There was no way. The fleas had eaten all these things, and Sun Wukong couldn't stop them. When the fleas were all gone and there was no stock, that state made Sun Wukong a little terrified. After Sun Wukong took the other party to purchase another batch, his 2 hands quickly returned to the demon race's universe. Zhang Yang put his hands on his back and watched them return to the universe, knowing that he had to start the second major plan. A few days later, following Zhang Yang's will, Zhang Yang lowered his will and announced an alliance with the Sun Galaxy. The Galaxy Chamber of Commerce publicly announced that in order to meet the needs of the vast number of stars in the universe, it was preparing to build 2 storage centers in the universe, one in the galaxy and the other in the Sun Galaxy. The Galaxy Chamber of Commerce will send a large number of space battleships to the Sun Galaxy to transport supplies. When this news came out, countless people were excited. At the same time, it also attracted the crazy private chats of all the Galaxy Masters in this interstellar group, who asked Zhang Yang not to do this, and to build a storage center in their galaxy. This made the master of the Liang Galaxy very happy, and he kept praising Zhang Yang for his younger brother. Zhang Yang could only make excuses, saying that the current production was insufficient, and he would definitely open it in the future. And the storage center built in the Liang Galaxy only stored low-grade tobacco and alcohol. But even so, It made these galaxy masters jealous. They looked down on the small amount of money. But this benefit was too great. Even they couldn't bear it. On the other side, Sun Wukong and Flea stood in the demon court to report their work. Sun Wukong didn't say much. But Flea kept talking about the benefits of tobacco and alcohol to the demon race, which could obtain a lot of resources for the demon race universe, etc. Moreover, he described tobacco and alcohol as magical, which made many demon generals and great saints in the demon court excited. Flea looked at Sun Wukong with some pride. He put all the plans on a platter and didn't give Sun Wukong any chance to take credit. Sun Wukong was furious and wanted to beat Flea in court, but was stopped by the demon emperor. Jun asked Flea to pass these materials up. Jun felt it himself and frowned. It had no effect on him. But he didn't think much about it. He just thought that his realm was too high. Instead, he said to the huge demon court, "Who is willing to come up and try it?" Many demon court officials said in unison, "We are willing." Emperor Jun said sternly, "Well, then let all the nobles try the effect." Wukong. Flea. I am here. Distribute the materials in your hands and space. And make sure that every noble can get his share. Sun Wukong said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." Chapter 272 passed. Sun Wukong was ordered to take out the cigarettes in the space wheel. And he opened the package himself and lit them for each demon god. Some private goods were mixed in. And the whole hall was filled with smoke for a while. The air in the whole demon court was filled with the smell of tobacco. After the two types of cigarettes were mixed together, they burst out with huge energy. Even the emperor, who just felt that the cigarettes had no taste, now asked Sun Wukong to give him one. Sun Wukong respectfully took out a special version from the will space, quietly stuffed it into the demon emperor, and said, "Your Majesty, this is the cigarette I specially collected for you in the Lania Kai universe. This cigarette is called Huazi, which is the highest level of cigarettes in the universe, and is specially presented to Your Majesty." Jun looked at Sun Wukong and must reward such a capable subordinate. "You did a good job. I will make you a second-rank great sage and command millions of demon soldiers of the demon clan. But your main job is still to deal with the Lania Kai universe. There is one more thing. This kind of tobacco and alcohol is a treasure. You go and plan it out and come up with a plan. You must give back a lot of tobacco and alcohol. At the same time, you must find a way to sell it to the Angel clan in exchange for some resources. Can you do it?" Sun Wukong immediately said respectfully, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will complete the task." After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he handed over all the low-level tobacco and alcohol in his will to Jun and walked out. The strategist beside the demon emperor said, "Your Majesty, it seems that the great sage of heaven has really joined our demon clan. This demon is not greedy for power, and will be Your Majesty's right-hand man in the future." The demon emperor looked at the disappearing Wukong and said lightly, "Stop observing and immediately use the magic mirror to monitor Sun Wukong at all times. I want to hear his every word and action." A few months later, after Sun Wukong returned, he immediately returned to this universe to study the plan. When he heard that a new storage center was established in this universe, he already had an idea in his mind. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment, looked at the flea next to him, and said, "Let's go. Go back and report." "I already have an idea," the flea said happily. "Brother Monkey, what is the idea? Tell me. We have to analyze it together." A few months ago, the news said that a storage center for tobacco and alcohol was being prepared in the Sun Galaxy. There should be a huge amount of tobacco and alcohol stored in it. The grades of the tobacco and alcohol stored in it should be different, and there should be high-end goods. It is estimated that the value is very high. Sun Wukong said, "Once we succeed, it is estimated that we will never have to come back in a short time." "But?" Flea asked anxiously. "Oh, but what?" Flea was full of resentment. "It was obviously my plan. But the demon emperor ranked the stinky monkey as the second grade, and I was still the fifth grade. How can I complain? Humph. Damn demon emperor. It must be because I am the demon of the demon master. So he suppressed me crazily. Bah! I have made great contributions this time. But you still suppress me. I will ask the demon master to judge for me." The flea became more and more angry, jumping back and forth on the table. Sun Wukong looked at the flea with his peripheral vision, and secretly rejoiced in his heart. "Humph! You are really my savior. You made the difficulty of this mission, which was originally a mission with no chance of survival, lowered by several stars. Jump around. It's almost autumn. Sun Wukong had his own ideas. But he said unhappily, you can think about it yourself. You said all my ideas last time, making me look like a freeloader. Hey, monkey brother. Who says we are different? You see, I got some rewards last time. But you were promoted from the 3rd rank to the 2nd rank Great Sage, commanding millions of demon soldiers. You have to lead me. Sun Wukong sneered in his heart, commanding 1,000,000 demon soldiers? Bah! This is just a nice name. But in reality, no demon would care about it. The official position was promoted so quickly just to set an example for other alien races, and show that the demon race is magnanimous. Sun Wukong thought for a while. Yeah, that's right. But the 2 storage centers must be heavily guarded. And it's not easy to succeed. And attack that warehouse? Flea said without hesitation. Of course. We will attack the new one. The new defense system should not be so perfect. And it is said that it has not been fully built yet. So the chance should be quite high. Sun Wukong thought for a while, shook his head and said, that's not good either. The 2 important places are heavily guarded. If you want to succeed, how many demon soldiers will you have to send out? How much will it cost? What if you fail? Flea said nonchalantly, how can there be a plan that is foolproof? As long as we succeed, what does it matter if we lose some people? It's enough that we have made contributions. Anyway, it's not us who executed it. The demon emperor stood in front of the demon mirror, with a blank expression on his face. The 10 demon emperors around him looked at Kunpeng and sneered, humph. This is your good subordinate, who cares about the interests of the demon clan in vain. The demon master looked coldly at the demon emperor Jiuying who was speaking. The other party snorted coldly, and said no more. The 10 demon emperors are the real core of the demon clan. These are all in the realm of the void Tao, and the same realm of the demon god. The demon god Dong Wangtai is the leader of the demon clan, and is in the Tao realm. In addition, there is the god of the angel clan, Satan of the demon clan, and the insect king of the insect clan, who are also in the Tao realm. Dong Wangtai was seriously injured in the last war, and was recovering. So he passed the throne to Dijuan. Dijuan and the other 9 demon emperors, including Baize and Kunpeng, were known as the 10 demon emperors, and they were all core figures of the demon clan. But in the war that year, Dijuan and Kunpeng were both promoted to the late stage of the virtual realm, while the other demon emperors were in the middle and early stages. So this also led to the demon god not appearing, and Dijuan and Kunpeng tied for 2nd place. Why is Kunpeng so dissatisfied? It is because after the war that year, it and Dijuan were both in the late stage, and in the war that year, it contributed the most and achieved remarkable results. But the position of demon god was actually given to the most mediocre Dijuan. This made Kunpeng very dissatisfied, and he felt that he should be the demon god. But he was treated unfairly. Moreover, since Emperor Jun became the demon god, it has been suppressed by Emperor Jun everywhere. So it has long had the intention to rebel. Bai Zhe, who ranked first among the 10 demon emperors at that time, was called the smartest demon in the world. After the war ended, Bai Zhe said, I was injured too badly and my ability was overdrawn. Today I will withdraw from the position of the 10 demon emperors and live freely in the demon universe from now on. Finally, he said meaningfully, to deal with the Laniakaya universe. Either destroy it now, or hide behind it in the future war. Let the angels and insects be the vanguard, and our demons will make plans according to the situation. It's up to you whether you listen or not. The demon emperors didn't care, thinking that Bai Zhe might have been injured and wanted to mix up to heal his injuries. There are also demon emperors who say that Bai Zhe relied on his intelligence, but felt disheartened because he did not become a demon god. In fact, they don't know that Bai Zhe hid because he didn't want to see Dijun and Kunpeng fighting. No matter who Bai Zhe helped, he would die in the end. It was only in the early stage of the Void Realm, and was not good at attacking. Once, it was targeted by both forces. The final result would be the same. So it chose to hide. And when it wanted to hide, no one could find it. As for the second sentence, it was also because it saw a corner of the future. However, as a creature in the Void Realm, it also knew that the future can be changed. What Bai Zhe saw was just the most likely prophecy at this moment. And there were many mistakes in the previous prophecies. Otherwise, the battle would not have ended in a loss for both sides. In terms of the powerful masters of the Void Tao realm, the Laniakaya universe won completely. The reason for the loss was that the 3,000 demon gods were born not long ago, and most of them only cared about pleasure and did not practice. They were all in the early stage of the Void Tao realm. And there were no demon gods in the Great Tao realm. A small number of demon gods practiced. But the time was too short, and they had not yet reached the Great Tao realm. This led to the fact that dozens or hundreds of demon gods desperately besieged a powerful master of the Great Tao realm of the alien race, but were helpless. The 3,000 demon gods were fearless and like crazy. The reason was very simple. Because they were fighting in this universe, and could be resurrected infinitely. They suffered a great loss at the beginning. But as the battle went on, their realm was also improving. Even at the last moment of the battle, Panga finally ascended to the Tao realm, fighting 1 against 3, causing the universe to collapse and all living things to be annihilated. In fact, Panga was promoted too late. If he had been in the Tao realm before the battle, the result would be different. Everyone understood this truth, and they were even more afraid of the demon god, fearing that the demon god would grow up and take revenge. So several Tao realm masters used special means to seal the demon god and brought him back to the 4 universes for suppression. The Tao realm masters of the 4 universes were also seriously injured, and they abdicated and closed themselves off. But before closing, they left a secret order that they would jointly attack the Laniakaya universe once every epoch to prevent the demon god from recovering his strength or even reaching a higher level. Since the Great War, the universe has gone through 5 eras. One era is 1 billion years, and this era has gone through 640 million years. And Zhang Yang was born in this era. Chapter 273 Dark. Just as Elder Yang Mei said before, the demons suffered from frequent harassment from alien races, and they knew that they could not do it alone. So they turned to researching the creation of living beings. The birth of living beings is not due to one element, but many reasons. Although the Tao realm living beings of the 4 universes have made a unified agreement to require a joint attack once every century, they must also frequently attack the Laniakaya universe in the remaining time to prevent the demons from catching their breath. In the repeated attacks, the coalition forces found that the opponent was getting stronger and stronger, and began to create living beings. And the strength of the living beings gradually became stronger. The demons are not vegetarians either. After discovering the opponent's strategy, they also have corresponding means. That is, focus on one race. Are you going to attack together? In this era, I will focus on the demon race. In the next era, I will focus on the demon race. Under this circumstance, the seriously injured demon race had an idea, and began to act when attacking in the next era. Don't say. The effect is quite good. The demon god began to change the target and attack the demon race. These alien races also saw that this is to shoot the first bird. And if you only kill one, no one else can eat it. So, everyone began to hesitate, saying that it was an attack. But they were afraid to act. And the demon god couldn't bear to watch. Since then, the so-called coalition began to exist in name only, which can be regarded as a political show. Kuiping recalled these things with a blank expression on his face, but sighed secretly in his heart. The 4 universes are weakening, while the Laniakaya universe is rising. As the saying goes, time and fate. The only thing to be thankful for is that I am on the rising side. Thinking of this, Kuiping looked up at the magic mirror. After hearing what the flea said, Sun Wukong said coldly, "How can you say that? The demon clan is my home. I love it. And if the demon clan is damaged, can we be good?" As soon as he said this, many demon emperors behind the magic mirror nodded one after another, and they recognized Sun Wukong more. I thought this was just a demon monkey, and promoting it was just for example, with multiple purposes. In the end, it can be regarded as a treasure. Even the expressionless Emperor Jun was quite in agreement with Sun Wukong's words. Of course, they were not the only ones who agreed. The will of Pangu, which was lurking in the minds of Kuiping, Sun Wukong, and Zhang Yang, was also quite in agreement. Several people created a chat group in their minds through Pangu's will. No one would think that Pangu, as a Tao-level creature, played the role of a signal. Zhang Yang was also watching Sun Wukong's performance, and he also understood the many mysteries of the universe that Kuiping described in his mind. Zhang Yang even wondered if the ancient ancestor Pangu had made this series of arrangements that spanned countless epochs because he knew he would lose. It was really terrible. There are 5 Tao-level beings in this universe, 4 of whom are in seclusion, and 1 is suppressed. The suppressed one is Pangu. With his power, it is only a trace of will, which is difficult for other beings to detect. Zhang Yang saw that Sun Wukong was still trying to become loyal, and hurriedly said, Wukong, Wukong, let's stop talking. It's too much of a show. Let's get down to business. Sun Wukong was not panicked at all, and looked at the flea and said, I have two suggestions. First, the Heavenly Court communicated to make a feint to the east and attack the west. This is a military strategy. We can attack two important storage areas at the same time. One virtual and the other real. Because we are attacking by surprise. And the advantage is in my hands. The second point is to share the risk. When we decide on the policy of one virtual and one real, we can find the angels or demons to cooperate with us in the attack. They can attack any warehouse. It doesn't matter whether the warehouse is real or virtual. Our attack on this point is real. Do you understand? Many demon emperors' eyes lit up. It was interesting. I didn't expect that Sun Wukong was such an intelligent demon. The demons don't like to use their brains. They like to be straightforward or fight directly. Flea was also a little excited, and hurriedly said, why do the angels and demons help us? And why don't they ask the insects? They can definitely take over. Sun Wukong said contemptuously. If we ask the insects to come over, can we still rob the materials? They will be swallowed up by the insects. And we want to sneak attack, not attack head-on. Understand? As for how the other two tribes can help, we have to report to the demon court. We can give them some cigarettes and alcohol. Let them try them. Tell them to attack the two storage centers together, and let them choose first. Flea said quickly, that won't work. They will definitely choose the new storage. And isn't this a bargain for them? After they have a lot of supplies, how can we sell them to them? The demon kings behind the magic mirror also frowned. What the flea said was right. Isn't this a bargain for them? Sun Wukong showed a speechless expression, touched his monkey head and said, you have no brains at all. We also know that the defense of the new storage is weaker. It was our idea. And of course, there are some requirements. If the other side chooses to attack the new storage center, then we have to say, you guys have taken all the good things? If you want to attack the new storage, you have to launch the attack half an hour in advance to attract firepower for us. If they choose to attack the old storage center, we won't say anything and attack together. The advantage is completely mine. The flea clapped his hands excitedly and said, great, great. How come you have a monkey head? Sun Wukong said arrogantly. That's nothing. In fact, there is one last trick, which is a bit vicious. The flea was a little curious. What trick? We can prepare two groups of forces and ambush the new and old warehouses respectively. If the angels succeed, there will be some damage. We can come in secret and kill the opponent. Sun Wukong ignored the flea's shocked look and continued, in this way, my demon clan can get all the materials in the two storage spaces and sell them to the angels, demons, and even all the creatures in the Lania Kai universe. By then, the materials of the entire universe will flow towards my demon clan, and my demon clan will rise again. Not to mention the flea, even the many demon emperors behind the demon mirror, and even the demon god Di Jun were a little surprised. It must be said that this plan is too cruel. Flea shook his head quickly. No. No. This is too risky, and it will affect the relationship between the two races. Sun Wukong said disdainfully, it doesn't matter. Profit is the most important. There is a saying in our human race that if there is a 50% profit, we will take risks. For 100% profit, we dare to trample on the rules. And for 300% profit, we can do anything. Just think about it. The amount of tobacco and alcohol in these two large storage centers is so huge. More than 300%. It is infinite. This is the first step for the rise of the demon race. The flea shouted excitedly, fuck. Just do it. Sun Wukong looked at the flea jumping around and said unhappily, fuck. What do you say doesn't count? Let's report back tomorrow. The flea nodded, and the two began to meditate. Many demon emperors behind the demon mirror were still lost in thought. And Di Jun said sternly, then let's discuss it. At the same time, the flea looked at the meditating Sun Wukong, slipped away quietly, and flew towards the demon race universe at full speed. The flea suppressed the joy in his heart and said happily, I'm going to be promoted. Chapter 274, The Temple of Light. Sun Wukong slightly blinked his eyes, looked at the flea flying away, cursed angrily, and chased after it in a rage. The demon court. The demon god Emperor Jun looked at his ministers and said sternly, since it has been decided, let's do it this way. Goiche. Chi Tai. Fei Lian. I am here. You will lead the team this time. This time, the main purpose is to sneak attack. So the number of people should not be too large. I order you to lead 2 teams of Demon God Guards, and 10 teams of Demon Emperor Guards to be ready. As ordered. After Emperor Jun finished speaking, he looked at the Demon Master and said, "Where is Kuan Peng?" Kuan Peng's face turned cold. And then he said expressionlessly, "I am here. This mission cannot be missed. You will be in charge of the overall command. You will focus on the affairs of the Witch Tribe, and help the friendly Angel Tribe retreat to prevent accidents. In addition, we also need to observe the actions of the Ghost Car. If anything unexpected happens, we need to provide support." Kuan Peng had no expression on his face. Yes. But he was furious in his heart. Listen. Is this nonsense? The attack on the Angel Tribe was handed over to the Witch Tribe. If it succeeds, it will be blamed. If it fails, it will be blamed for incompetence. You 3 cultivators in the middle stage of the virtual realm can't handle a storage center. And you still need my support? The failure of the operation is also my problem. After a while, the flea returned to the demon court, looked at the demon emperor Manting, and spoke proudly. In its mouth, all this was its idea. And Sun Wukong only provided it with a little insignificant information. Many demon emperors flashed a look of disgust. The demon race likes to be straightforward and does not like this kind of smooth talker who takes credit for other demons' achievements. It was okay. He didn't attack Sun Wukong. Otherwise, he would have to serve in the Demon Refining Tower. The Demon Refining Tower is the prison of the Demon Court, where the demon generals, demon commanders, or righteous gods who made mistakes are imprisoned. The suppressed demon gods of the Laniakaya universe are imprisoned here, and it is the top level. No demon is allowed to come up without the order of the demon god. The demon god Di Jun said lightly, "Well done. Since the plan is so good, you will go to the Angel Tribe to promote this matter. If it succeeds, there will be a big reward." The flea froze, and was so busy asking for credit that he forgot about it. It would be a crime of deceiving the king if it refused directly. If it didn't refuse, it would be a little scared. The flea thought about it, and realized that he had to drag Sun Wukong into the water. So he quickly said, "Your Majesty, although I was the main force in promoting this plan, Wukong also made a lot of efforts. Without him, I could not do it alone. I suggest that Wukong accompany me to the Angel Bright Universe to carry out the mission in order to increase the success rate of the mission." The demon god Di Jun thought about it, and felt that he should not act on impulse. This plan really requires Sun Wukong to go. Then let's do this. You go to Sun Wukong immediately, and go to the Angel Clan to promote this matter as soon as possible. Sun Wukong listened to the flea's boasting, and did not refute it. He followed it to the Angel Bright Universe. The damn flea kept mumbling along the way. Not like a flea, but like a fly. All along the way, it kept mumbling. There was no way. Without this plan, it would have no chance to go to the Temple of Light in the Angel Light Universe. It would be fine to go there as a demon. But if you approach the Temple of Light as a creature of the Laniakaya universe, it would be like lighting a toilet lamp looking for shit. A few years later, the 2 demons took the pass given by the demon god, and soon arrived at the Bright Universe. The moment they entered the Bright Universe, Zhang Yang felt the rich power of light. The whole universe was filled with the power of holiness and light, which made people feel very peaceful. Because of some pass, Zhang Yang was not stopped along the way, and he saw countless temples. These angels were born from the temple reincarnation pool. Just like the human race's reincarnation in hell, temples are also divided into large and small. And angels live around the temples. They also have to eat and drink like normal creatures. Zhang Yang saw 2 winged angels along the way, with snow-white wings, kneeling in front of the temple to pray devoutly. And the power of faith flew to the sky and finally dissipated. Flea looked at Sun Wukong without saying a word, and said proudly, "You haven't been here, right? These angels are terrible. They are like the wooden men and robots," she said. "They pray every day. Pray to the God of Light. And pray to become 4-winged angels. In fact, their prayer is cultivation. They also eat, drink, defecate, urinate and sleep normally. But they don't need to work because they are born with strong strength and strong survival ability. They only need to do one thing, which is to pray constantly to be promoted to higher-level angels. They use the number of wings to distinguish their status. Low-level angels unconditionally obey high-level angels and command them at will. This is a bit like the insect race. Angels have no gender distinction. But they have 7 emotions and 6 desires like us. They also have friends and partners. Low-level angels believe in high-level angels and pray every day to the high-level angels who lead them. Everything of low-level angels belongs to high-level angels. Even friends and partners. This will cause countless problems. They have become numb. Based on this, angels are very pious on the surface. But they should be very bitter in their hearts. Sun Wukong looked at the angels who were kneeling on the ground, praying non-stop, and had a passionate expression. And he didn't know what to say. Different races have different problems. This is caused by the mechanism of the angel race. And it is also the basis of their survival. Zhang Yang looked around and asked Pangu, "Grandpa, have the 2 wills been connected? Where are you imprisoned?" 1/4 of Pangu's will was suppressed by the angel race. Zhang Yang was looking forward to this. Pangu was really not simple. He used 1/10 of the will of the demon race to instigate the demon master Kunpin, the 3rd person in the demon race. Then it should not be bad in other universes. Right? Pangu is like a virus. Every strand of his will can contaminate a large number of creatures. Pangu sensed it and shook his head. It's too far. I don't know where it is suppressed. But it is most likely in the Temple of Light. Well, Wukong, go full speed ahead and head to the Temple of Light. When we get too close, we will enter a silent state. Sun Wukong looked at the flea who was still talking. Let's go. The demon god is still waiting for us. Go full speed ahead. The flea curled his lips and didn't say much. The 2 demons went full speed ahead. As time passed, the 2 demons finally saw countless islands. The huge thing in the middle was the Temple of Light standing in the sky. The Temple of Light was like a medieval castle, pure white and flawless, emitting a faint holy light. This is equivalent to the demon court of the demon race. And the heaven of the human race is generally the highest administrative body. There are thousands of islands around the Temple of Light, which are intricate and guard the Temple of Light. There are also 8 huge islands around. And there are castles on the islands, with different properties. They are obviously much larger than the surrounding islands, about half the size of the Temple of Light. Flea looked at Sun Wukong, who was a little shocked, and introduced him. There are 8 archangels in the angel race, namely Lucifer, Michael, Raguel, Gabriel, Sariel, Ramiel, Uriel and Raziel. They assist the God of Light in managing the entire angel universe. The 5 archangels are Gabriel, Lucifer, Michael, Raphael and Uriel. They were all promoted during the time of God. During the time of God, Lucifer was the archangel, and his status was actually higher. Then came Gabriel and Michael. As for the other 2, they did not compete for it, so we will not mention them for now. But there is an open secret. After God was injured, he hid and healed like Dong Wang Tai of my demon clan, and passed the position to the God of Light. The God of Light likes Archangel Michael more, so Michael is the archangel now. Gabriel and Lucifer are not convinced. The 3 of them often have conflicts. This is already an open secret. Sun Wukong was a little confused. Won't the God of Light mediate? Flea said disdainfully. Mediate a fart. This is called balance. How can you manage people who are in harmony? Sun Wukong said with some admiration. Brother Flea, I really underestimated you. You know a lot. Flea said happily. That's right. Although my Flea clan is not strong, we have a large number. We mainly focus on intelligence work. Zhang Yang heard it clearly in his mind. Why does this news sound so familiar? Zhang Yang suddenly remembered something, then looked at Pangu and said, in the sink. Chapter 275, Terrifying Thoughts. Zhang Yang looked at Pangu and didn't understand. A little confused. Ancestor, don't you know? What's wrong? I don't know. The will of the earth and the will suppressed by the demon clan are one. So I know about you. But being suppressed by the angel clan has no connection with other wills. Maybe next year. Why are you so shocked? Zhang Yang shook his head and didn't say anything. But Zhang Yang's heart was full of shock, even full of fear. In short, something is wrong. Pangu said it very clearly. In the battle that year, Pangu knew that he was defeated. So he deliberately left the demon master Kunping alive. And 1/4 of his will was taken away by the demon clan. And a piece of Pangu's will was secretly released. After the war ended, this Pangu will join other demons to create the earth, and use the earth as a chessboard to deduce civilization, which led to today's brilliant cosmic race civilization. Simply put, the earth was deduced by the demons. And the Earth is the origin of all civilizations. What horrified Zhang Yang was that Pangu didn't know one thing. That is, Lucifer and Gabriel betrayed God, led a large number of angels of light to fall, and became fallen angels. This backstab caused the angels to suffer a great loss of vitality, and they have never recovered since then. Such a major event. This Pangu didn't know. It's terrifying to think about it carefully. Is it normal for the Father God of creation to not know the content of his deduction? Zhang Yang remembered another thing, and his pupils shrank. I had never thought about it before. In my memory, the demon master Kunping betrayed the demon race and communicated with Pangu's will, which was indeed the case. But from what I have learned during this period of time, many demon gods did not know about this matter. This is self-contradictory. Pangu united many demon gods to deduce the earth and the human race, deducing all possibilities over and over again, and left them all to Zhang Yang. Then only Pangu knew some of the mysteries, and other participants did not know. Zhang Yang had doubts before, but he thought that after many demon gods deduced other races, they withdrew and did not participate in the creation of the human race. But judging from today's situation, something is not right. Pangu's may have noticed that Zhang Yang was not in a good state, but he did not ask. Zhang Yang did not explain, but quickly calmed down. Zhang Yang said calmly, "Ancestor, can you sense where the will is suppressed now?" "Not yet. It seems that my will is well protected." Li took out the pass and handed it to the guardian angel, and walked towards the Temple of Light. After a while, Pangu said, "I sense that he was suppressed on these 2 islands." "Uh-huh." This quarter of the will was divided into 2 parts for suppression. It was really cautious. Zhang Yang smiled, and was more certain in his heart that his suspicion was correct, because the place Pangu pointed to was exactly where the 2 archangels Lucifer and Gabriel were. Either Pangu had a problem, and was deceiving himself. The probability estimate was 1%. Or the devil had a problem, and was deceiving himself. The probability estimate was 0%. Combined with my own inference, I obviously knew more than them. And if I had to deceive them, it would be me who deceived them. From this point of view, it can only be me who has a problem. This probability estimate, 99.9999%. Zhang Yang was dumbfounded. "Baka." Zhang Yang calmed down and said to Pangu, "How can I connect with the will?" Pangu did not respond, but was a little dumb. Zhang Yang immediately understood that this was already connected. Since they have been connected, there is no need to rush. Sun Wukong and Flea went forward and finally reached the location of the Temple of Light. They checked their identities again and scanned them. They were allowed to pass only after finding nothing abnormal. Zhang Yang saw that Pangu had not woken up yet and was a little anxious. He was very likely to be exposed if he relied on his own ability. He was relying on Pangu's will to protect him. Zhang Yang watched as it was getting closer and closer, and asked Sun Wukong to find a way to delay the time. Otherwise he could only dissipate this will. When Sun Wukong just arrived at the palace gate, he suddenly took out 2 boxes of cigarettes from the will space, threw 1 box to Flea and said in a voice transmission, "The show has begun." Flea was confused. "What the hell? What kind of performance?" Sun Wukong opened a box of cigarettes, opened it elegantly, and lit one. Flea reacted immediately, and quickly did the same thing, starting to puff out smoke. The 2 kinds of smoke mixed together in the air, and the effect was amplified 100 times. The surrounding guarding angels looked at the 2 monsters in confusion. What are they doing? The smoke was diffused and drifted around. The angels who smelled it thought it was a bit unpleasant and a little pungent, but they didn't say anything. As for assassination and poisoning, don't be silly. Even a fool wouldn't believe it. Don't tell me. It smelled a bit unpleasant at first, but now it smells pretty good, and I even want to try it. Sun Wukong looked at the flea puffing and said, "Just smoke it yourself. Give some to everyone to try." "What are you doing here?" Flea suddenly realized and quickly distributed them. Of course, the ones he distributed were all of the intermediate standard, and the packaging was obviously different. The guardian angel wanted to smoke, but he didn't dare to take it. At this time, the palace gate opened, and it was the archangel of power among the 7 archangels, Raziel, who came out to greet the 2. Raziel said coldly, "Since it is given by the messenger, just take it." Sun Wukong quickly came over and handed Raziel one. This box was obviously different, and the packaging was higher end. He didn't refuse, and imitated him. Sun Wukong lit it up. Flea was distributing on the other side. constantly taking out from his pocket and distributing to all the nearby guardian angels. You can't believe it. A holy fire appeared in the angel's hand, ignited, and smoked. At first, I had a cough, but the cough became more severe and I felt more relaxed. In the dream, they became archangels, making great achievements, and all their goals were achieved. The resentment and worries that had been suppressed in their hearts for a long time were all solved in the dream. An angel who had been stuck in a bottleneck and had not broken through for a long time actually broke through on the spot. There were quite a few breakthroughs. All the creatures present were stunned, including the fleas. Normally, this effect would not occur. Zhang Yang knew that this was because there was a problem in his heart. The pressure had been accumulated for too long, and now the pressure was suddenly released. His state of mind was advanced, and he broke through by himself. Many times, it is not that you can't do it, but that your heart does not want to do it. Raziel felt relaxed as he smoked, especially as the smoke filled the air around him. He suddenly felt less choking and more relieved. The reason why he came out was because he passed the pass-in. The God of Light knew what the demon god wanted to do. The God of Light was also very interested. He could attack the Laniakaya universe and gain some benefits. The demon god said it was worth a lot, so it must be so. He also said that this was a sneak attack, and maybe he could capture a few demon gods and weaken the opponent's strength. You know, the Laniakaya universe has always been a headache for the 4 universes. This universe is a bit too strong. There is no such universe. When the universe was first opened, 3,000 demon gods were directly born, all of which started from the Void Dao realm. Although some demon gods are not good at fighting and have limited abilities, they are also genuine Void Dao. Once they rise, will they still have a good life? The other party will definitely devour the surrounding universe, so we can only destroy the other party before it rises. The scale of the attack has been reduced now, because there are only 1,000 demons left in the Laniakaya universe. And there is no Dao realm yet. There is a threat, but it is not that big. Since we are willing to cooperate, we must experiment with the effect of materials. The demon god said it very well. It was magical, saying that he himself was also smoking and drinking a little every day, which was helpful for practice. The God of Light looked at the guards in his hand and did not dare to take it. So he asked Raziel to go and experiment with the effect. In fact, the Hall of Light was full of the angels' loyal ministers and archangels. Everyone was observing the situation outside, seeing his subordinates puffing and puffing. They looked like they were enjoying it. And it was a bit surprising that so many angels broke through the realm. Judging from the packages distributed by the 2 demons, this thing is also divided into grades. The subordinates' draws were obviously not as good as those drawn by the flea demon envoy, and the flea draws were not as good as those drawn by the monkey and Raziel. Seeing that Raziel was not disgusted and was still drawing, it was known that this thing was indeed not bad, because Raziel was quite special. In the words of the human race, he was quite tricky. The God of Light had made up his mind at this time and did it. The God of Light looked at Michael, who understood and said slowly, "Send the demon envoy to see him." Lucifer and Gabriel, the 2 archangels, looked at Michael coldly, and then their faces were expressionless. The guardian angel will then shout, "Send the demon clan envoy to see you." Chapter 276, Lord of the Universe. Raziel had just finished smoking and heard the voice coming from inside, and said, "Let's go. I am summoned by God." Zhang Yang looked at the motionless Pangu will and felt that it was too late. Just when he wanted to destroy this will, he heard Panga say, "Let's go. Go there." Zhang Yang took a long breath, told Sun Wukong a few words, and instantly followed Pangu to a certain place. Sun Wukong and Flea followed Raziel to the interior of the Temple of Light. Zhang Yang looked around with some curiosity. Pangu's will was suppressed here. The Pangu will, which was suppressed by the angels, was able to communicate with the will of the demons at any time, which led to this drama. As Zhang Yang expected, the 2 archangels Lucifer and Gabriel had been provoked by Pangu's will and decided to betray their god and join the demons. The reason was very simple. They were dissatisfied with the God of Light and felt that they were much stronger than them. Moreover, Panga told them a great secret, which was the key to rebellion. That is, God had been killed by the God of Light and Michael. The God who returned with them at that time was disguised as the God of Light, who falsely conveyed the imperial decree and passed the position to himself. Of course, they could not believe it. But they could not help but let Pangu analyze it for them. There was indeed a detail back then, which was also the reason why they were willing to believe it. After the battle, they were all seriously injured, and they did not pay attention to it, nor did they dare to think about it. They only remembered that at the last moment, the 8 angels were fighting with the devil. God and the other 4 masters of the universe were fighting in another place, and they could not get close at all. But at the last moment, the angel of light, one of the 8 angels, insisted on helping God and took Michael away. When God came back, he only said that the throne was passed to the angel of light, and then disappeared, and has not appeared until now. After returning, the angel of light became the god of light and took power, and Michael became the new archangel, Lucifer, who was stronger than both of them, and Gabriel were excluded everywhere. So there was this big drama. Even though Zhang Yang already knew the results, he couldn't believe it. Zhang Yang did not say a word, listening to Pangu recounting the details of the past. The 2 universes of angels and demons are not large in area, but they border each other. Compared with the Laniakaya universe, a single race is only a quarter of the size. The 2 races have a feud and have fought each other for countless eons. The angels are always stronger than the demons. Simply put, attribute restraint. Light restrains dark attributes. When invading the Laniakaya universe, the 4 masters of the universe fought against many demon gods. Although they were powerful, they could not withstand the demon gods' desperate fighting style. The demon gods would self-destruct if they could not win. Anyway, they could be resurrected. At the final stage of the battle, some of the demons had been sealed, some had escaped, and the 4 masters of the universe had also been seriously injured. Pangu was already at the end of his strength. In this universe, the demons can be resurrected infinitely, but their own damage cannot be changed. The resurrection power will become weaker and weaker, and it takes time, so it is easy to be suppressed by foreign races. Pangu has self-destructed several times, and at the last moment, he also wants to pull someone to do the backup. The closest to him is the devil Satan, and the other is the angel God. Pangu actually wants to pull God to self-destruct, because God is stronger than Satan, and Pangu knows that once God dies, the demons will definitely invade the angels. The reason is simple. The demons have been bullied by the angels for countless eons, and Satan was once suppressed by God in the sulfur lake for tens of thousands of years. The reason why Pangu knows this is because he sees the memories of angels and demons. But Satan is closer to him, and he has a greater grasp. Pangu said with his will quickly to Satan, "I can have hit you. Even if I do and die, you will be killed in the future. Even if my will is suppressed, I believe that I can cooperate. I will have a plan in the future." Pangu did not wait for Satan to answer, forcibly promoted to the avenue, and flew towards God with the last strength. I was scared to be shocked. So staring at me not let go? Obviously Satan is the closest to you. Did I throw your ancestors' grave? As a result, it can be imagined that Pangu said in God's ear in the ear of God, to blame. Just blame Satan. Boom. When God was blown away, he clearly saw the expression on Satan's face. The final result was that among the 4 masters of the universe, Satan was the least injured. God was the most injured, and the other 2 Tao realms were second. After a while, the battle ended. Both sides were unable to fight. The aliens retreated, and the demons licked their wounds. On the way back, when everyone was discussing the suppression plan, God, the insect king, and the demon god joined forces to sneak attack Satan. Satan fought hard, and their injuries worsened. But Satan was also seriously injured. Although Satan was very angry, he knew that they were afraid that he would start a war and unify the universe while they were in seclusion to heal their injuries. So he didn't dare to say much. Finally, it was agreed that every era, they would send their men to jointly invade the Laniakaya universe once to prevent the other side from reviving. This is the whole truth of the Great War that year. Zhang Yang was full of emotion. Things are often so absurd. Zhang Yang looked at Pangu and said, "I really didn't expect that. You are really insidious. This is not the demon god of power. It's simply the old Insidious." Ouch. Pangu looked at Zhang Yang, who was playing tricks unhappily. "How can you talk? Can't tell the big and small kings? Hee hee. Insidious? Boy, you should have some guesses in your heart. Just now you were suddenly shocked, and you didn't react much to such a mystery. Obviously you knew the result a long time ago. Are you surprised by all this?" Zhang Yang nodded. "Indeed. I seem to know the result of many things. Your two consciousnesses are not connected to each other. But I seem to know the result. Pango looked at the sky and sighed. It's not a shame. Forget it. You will know when you take out the Pango order. Zhang Yang's main will is still in the Lania Kaya universe. And the Pango order is also there. The two consciousnesses are interoperable. Zhang Yang took out the token, looked at the ancient characters on it, and then remembered what Pango said. Is it finally going to be revealed? What is going on? Zhang Yang was a little nervous when he took the Pango order. He knew what Pango wanted him to do, and vaguely guessed the result. Zhang Yang activated the Pango order with his will. The biggest function of the Pango order is that it can directly connect to the will of the Lania Kaya universe. That is, the real master of the universe. Pango had just told him that among the 5 universes, only the Lania Kaya universe had its own will and communicated with the demons. He had been lurking in the 4 universes for so many years, and had never heard of other universes communicating with the consciousness of the universe. One day, the universe was born in the Big Bang. After many years, some local creatures were born, and gradually came to life. Zhang Yang took the Pango order and communicated with the will of the universe with his mind. After thinking for a while, he said, "Dear, are you there?" Bang! The Pango order fell to the ground. Zhang Yang couldn't believe it. He looked at the Pango order on the ground for a long time without saying a word. He saw that the goo on the Pango order had turned into the word Yang, and a large number of sealed memories poured into his will. Chapter 277. The big account is useless. Zhang Yang used Pango Ling to communicate with the will of the universe and said, "Dear, are you there?" The result is that Zhang Yang heard this sentence, "Dear, are you there?" That's why Zhang Yang was so surprised. Adding the tempering of Pango Ling, the answer is obvious. Zhang Yang is the will of the universe. A large amount of sealed memories poured into Zhang Yang's will, making him a little dazed. Zhang Yang said in disbelief, "I am the will of the universe? I am the master of the universe?" As a large amount of memories merged, Zhang Yang slowly accepted this fact. What exactly happened? It turns out that when the universe was born, it awakened its will, sensing that there are 4 universes around, with countless creatures and powerful strength. He has a strong sense of crisis. As the will of the universe, Zhang Yang clearly perceives that the 4 universes around him are acquired dead universes. That is, universes without innate birth of the will of the universe. What is the difference? As an innate universe, Zhang Yang can mobilize the energy of the universe at will, materialize, transform, actively guide the development of creatures, and exert all his abilities. As an acquired dead universe, he can only wait for the birth of creatures in the universe. When they develop and become strong, they may produce instincts, which means that there is a will of heaven in the dark. He cannot actively communicate with creatures, cannot exert the power of the will of the universe, and cannot guide the development of the universe. He is equivalent to a newborn baby, with only biological instincts, and develops instinctively. Zhang Yang sensed that other universes have Tao realm creatures. If they invade this universe, it will be ruined. Although those universes are garbage, they have been born for countless epochs. Over time, they have also developed a certain self-defense ability. Zhang Yang certainly knows this situation. Fortunately, he is an intelligent universe. As long as he guides the development of the universe, it will develop. So, Zhang Yang blocked the location of this universe and wanted to develop quietly. Zhang Yang observed the mysteries of the universe and created 3,000 laws based on the Tao of the universe. Since then, this universe has unlimited possibilities, but most of the energy has also been consumed. Countless creatures can be born in this universe. It only takes time to accumulate, and it can quickly become strong. Zhang Yang knew that even if some creatures were born, they would be very weak. Even with his guidance, it would take countless years for them to grow. But there were still 4 universes lying around. If they were invaded or discovered by other universes, they would be ruined. As an innate universe, he knew that he was very popular. Once swallowed by a universe, the other party could also become an innate universe. If he swallowed them, he could also generate a lot of energy and develop better. This is the law of the universe, and no one can change it. Zhang Yang looked at the remaining energy in the universe and made a bold decision. That is, all in. Use all the remaining energy to make the 3,000 laws directly materialize and give birth to 3,000 innate creatures. Zhang Yang used the energy of the universe, which is non-renewable and will be gone once it is used up, unless he devours other universes and takes away their energy. After the birth of 3008 creatures, there will be 3000 more powerful people in the Void Dao realm. 3008 creatures. This is much stronger than the acquired dead universes around. These demon gods are talented. As long as they are willing to practice, their strength will surely advance by leaps and bounds. They will soon be able to devour the surrounding universes, and let this universe continue to grow. The so-called practice is to let the demon god sit cross-legged, absorb the energy of the universe, and continue to participate in the great Tao, constantly deduce and strengthen their own great Tao. The stronger the great Tao, the stronger this universe will be. If they devour some more dead universes and combine with each other, this universe will surely rise. What a pity! After the birth of the 3000 demon gods, Zhang Yang asked them to practice every day and not to go out, so as not to be discovered by the outer universe or even the four surrounding universes. Once discovered, they will definitely guide the creatures to devour the Laniakaya universe out of instinct. It's okay if they attack alone, but if they attack together, it will be useless. Although this possibility is very small, Zhang Yang doesn't want to take any risk. In this way, time passed slowly. The demon god sat and practiced all day, which was too boring. So, the two demon gods went against Zhang Yang's idea and sneaked out, looking at the lively and vibrant universe outside. Countless creatures shuttled in the universe. Think about the daily life of my brothers. This is too different. And these creatures are too weak. The difference in strength is not a little bit. After seeing the outside universe, the two demons returned to their own universe. They created creatures, created the universe in their palms, evolved some creatures here, and had fun all day long. Seeing this, the other demon brothers also followed suit and began to create their own small worlds. These two demons are Luo, the incarnation of the law of the magic way, and Hongjun, the incarnation of the law of the immortal way. From then on, most of the demons began to play all day long and no longer wanted to practice boringly. In short, they did not do any serious work and did not want to practice. But there are also some demons who are disdainful of this and want to concentrate on practicing, such as Panga Demon, Yang Patriarch, Time Demon, etc. After Zhang Yang used his will to materialize the demon, he had exhausted his source and fell into a deep sleep. After a few epochs, Zhang Yang observed the universe and was furious. 3000 demons. There are only more than 1,000 staying in this universe, and the rest are not here. After Zhang Yang sensed it, he became even more angry. Some of these demons stayed in the four universes around, and some flew to a farther universe. Zhang Yang used the power of the law to pull these demons back and scolded them. The demons were silent and did not say a word. Zhang Yang knew that this was because they had gone wild and their personalities had changed. These demons stayed in the four universes around them, smearing creatures and enjoying themselves all day long. I am afraid that the coordinates of this universe have been exposed. Zhang Yang immediately asked these demons to concentrate on their practice and sense them. The coordinates of this universe may have been exposed and may be discovered by other universes. This universe is in danger. Next, they must practice hard. Otherwise it will be too late. Zhang Yang did not sleep either, staring at them all day long. And these demons were quiet for hundreds of millions of years. But their cultivation did not progress, and they were bored all day long. Moreover, when they went out, they did not encounter creatures with higher cultivation than them, and they felt that the universe was just scaring them. The first two demons who went out again ignored Zhang Yang's orders, and went out to the demon race universe. With a leader, some demons also fled. They already knew that Zhang Yang would not do anything to them, and they had to rely on them to protect this universe. No matter how Zhang Yang persuaded them, they just didn't come back and didn't listen to anything. Zhang Yang knew that these demons were completely useless and had been cultivated in vain. This child was useless, so he had to be raised again. But now there was no energy. What should I do? Then I can only use the dumbest method. Cut off the law, recover the original power of the demon, and create a new life. The big account is useless, so I can only train a small account again. Chapter 278. The time is ripe. After careful consideration, Zhang Yang felt that he could not start a war, because he knew that the demon gods, who did not obey his orders, were no longer here. Once he took extreme actions, these demon gods would most likely betray the universe directly. Zhang Yang was just born at that time, and his mind was not so mature. Nor did he have so many schemes. He could not have imagined that his child would be so disobedient and even run away from home. Most of the cosmic energy is actually used to create the 3,000 laws. Because this is the strong foundation of this universe. The demon gods are just the fruits of the 3,000 laws, and the catalysis of the cosmic energy. With these 3,000 great ways, the universe has infinite possibilities, and countless demon gods may be born, and even become creatures of higher realms. No matter how many words are said, it is just unexpected. He underestimated the evil in the hearts of living beings. After this lesson, he chose to negotiate in secret. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. Words are not reliable, and the demons must be restrained. So he studied the cosmic contract. There are still a few demons who go out, and the rest can still be negotiated. Zhang Yang also knows the character of these demons based on their performance in these eras. Fortunately, the strongest, most obedient, and most excellent Pangu demon god always obeys the command. He communicated with Pangu and asked some questions tentatively, with a bit of melancholy in his language. The result was really as he expected. Pangu signed the contract without any hesitation. The contract requires them not to betray the universe, and to obey the will of the universe. Otherwise they will be attacked by the laws of the Great Way. In fact, this is just a formality. Even if there is no contract, Zhang Yang can still cut off the connection between the demon god and the law. Cutting off the law will reduce the power of the demon god and lose the ability to regenerate infinitely. Zhang Yang did not directly negotiate with many demon gods, but gave this task to Pangu, asking him to negotiate. And he and Pangu had a single line of communication. The demon god had no idea that Zhang Yang also had intentions here. Pangu summoned the remaining 2,300 demons and asked them to practice diligently. At the same time, in order to prevent such things from happening again in the future, he asked everyone to sign a contract. That is, to swear an oath that they would never betray the universe. And at the same time, they were forbidden to go out to prevent exposing the universe. Since most of the demons did not follow the other demons, they instinctively wanted to stay here to practice. But there were also some demons with unstable wills, who knew that if they did not leave now, they would not be able to leave in the future. When they thought that they would have to practice here for countless eons, they still chose freedom. They also said that this was not a betrayal of the universe, and they would come back to help if they encountered a crisis. Zhang Yang looked at the demons who left and was very sad. These were the first batch of creatures born in his universe, and they also had deep feelings for them. But Zhang Yang could not accept this behavior, and could not accept it. In this way, the remaining more than 2,000 demons stayed here and practiced with peace of mind. Zhang Yang did not sever the connection between the runaway demons and the laws, because once he did so, he would force them to defect. And Zhang Yang was very clear about this. In the following years, Pangu, Yang Mei, and other demons broke through from the early stage of the Void Dao realm to the middle stage, and everything was developing in a good direction. It was not long. These demons wandering in the outer universe were too ostentatious, and did many things that angered the heavens and people, which attracted the attention of the creatures in the surrounding universe, and began to kill the demons. These demons were not in this universe, and could not be resurrected infinitely. The other universe also had the attention of the Dao realm strongmen. That is, God, Satan, the demon god Dong Wengtai, and the insect emperor. These demons finally realized that they were not invincible, and they all regretted it. Some demons began to flee towards the Lania Kaya universe. During the escape, the enemy army was led back to this universe. This guy is Zhang Yang's irritation. He is good at nothing, and is the #1 troublemaker. He wanted to make a fortune quietly, pretend to be a tiger and eat pigs, and accumulate strength to swallow up the nearby universe in one gulp. But it turned out to be a barbecue. The 4 alien universe creatures then discovered that there was another universe, which was 4 times larger than their universe. God and other strong men had an intuition in their hearts that if they could swallow this new universe, this universe would evolve, and they could also go further. This intuition can also be understood as the 6th sense. If only one Dao-level creature had a feeling, it might be a fantasy. But in the process of exterminating the demon god, the 4 Dao-level strong men who were already hostile to each other learned from each other that they all had this intuition. The 4 universes were originally enemies of each other, fighting for countless eons, and no one could do anything to the other. Now, with a common goal and a common enemy, they decided to unite. During the battle, many demons did not want to die and chose to join the other side. The aliens also learned that there were 3,000 demons in this universe. But now there are only 2,000. After preparation, the 4 aliens formed a coalition. More than 1,000 void Tao realm. Plus the demons who joined the past. For Tao realm masters, and countless other creatures jointly invaded the Lania Kai universe. Zhang Yang was half dead with anger. And immediately cut off their Tao, thereby recovering a wave of energy. As soon as the traitorous demon entered the Lania Kai universe, he found that his own strength had dropped sharply. He no longer had that kind of connection with this universe. As if he was just a wandering ghost. But there was no other way. Things had come to this point. What else could be done? Just like that, a shocking war broke out. The other side really didn't expect that these demons were so perverted that they could be resurrected infinitely. Behind this was Zhang Yang's mobilization of energy to support them. Even Pangu's ability to forcibly upgrade to the Tao realm was inseparable from Zhang Yang's operation. At the end of the battle, Zhang Yang knew that this battle could no longer be won. The best result was a draw. Since he already knew the result, Zhang Yang discussed a plan with Pangu during the battle. The result of the battle was just as Pangu said. Neither side won. For invading Tao realm creatures were severely injured. And hundreds of void Tao realm masters were also killed. The invading demons died or fled. The Lania Kai universe also paid a huge price. And only 1,100 demons were left in the end. The strongest demon Pangu was suppressed in the 4 universes. And some demons were captured and imprisoned. Until the end of the war, both sides licked their wounds. The demons who survived in the Lania Kai universe all regretted not practicing harder. And at the same time, they knew that the number of creatures in this universe was small. And the means were few. So they suffered a great loss. Just when they were frustrated, Pangu's will was realized, which gave them infinite hope. This is Pangu's will that encourages everyone not to lose heart, and to stop being as lax as in the past. They must develop in an organized and disciplined manner. The decision of a single demon god is unreliable. So the Council of Elders of the Universe is established to jointly manage the universe. Pangu proposed that the universe must have countless creatures, so that there would be more hope, and finally decided to develop civilization on the basis of planets. Moreover, there were countless alien races to learn from when the war just broke out. So, Pangu materialized a planet to set an example for everyone. Let everyone continue to deduce on this planet according to their own ideas, and then create creatures and races, and not just borrow the alien races to create. This planet is the Earth. The person who formulated this plan was Zhang Yang Benling. After deduction, Zhang Yang decided to develop civilization in the model of Planet Master and Small Universe, and at the same time formulated cosmic laws to prohibit the creatures on the planet from betraying the Planet Master. The Planet Masters are divided into different levels and compete with each other. Only with competition can there be pressure, and only with pressure can there be progress. Finally, a pyramid model is formed to manage the entire universe. So there is the Lania Kai universe. When the demons were fighting bloody battles, Zhang Yang was not idle. Zhang Yang extracted many memories of alien creatures and knew that they were not all the same. Based on these problems, a series of plans and methods were formulated. Zhang Yang did not make it public, but told Pangu all this and let him speak out. At the same time, Pangu also decided to carry out the mission himself. And he must be captured and lurk in the 4 alien races. It is not enough to just hide. And at the same time, you have to get close to these mission targets. This is the scene Pangu mentioned before. At the last moment, he held back and did not kill the demon master Kunpeng, preparing to instigate spies to turn Kunpeng against him. He did not fight Satan, but focused on God, and at the same time told God to be careful of Satan. It can be said that there are arrangements in the 3 major universes, but not in the Zerg clan, because this group of bugs is really perverted. But as long as the problems of the other 3 universes are solved, Pangu is confident that the Lania Kai universe can fight the Zerg clan universe alone and put the bugs in his pocket. There is no need for strategy to deal with bugs, only hard power. The best way to fight against Zerg is technology, which can attack Zerg on a large scale. Zhang Yang, who made all these plans, knew that he could not rely only on the demon gods, but also on himself. Whether this planetary management model is feasible or not is still an unknown. How can we find problems without personal experience? After all, there will be many problems in the implementation process. These problems cannot be fed back to us by the universe elders. We must fix them in real time and experience them personally. This is why Zhang Yang traveled through time. inherited the consciousness of the Earth, created the human race to change the universe, and cooperated with Pangu to instigate the great plan of alien races. This also has a huge advantage. That is, the most core races in the universe were created by Zhang Yang as the Star Master. They are all Hoi of Zhang Yang, and they will have a natural liking for him. The human race will not listen to any demon god's opinions, but only to their own opinions, because Zhang Yang created everything from scratch, gave the human race all possibilities, and made their status higher and higher. If you cultivate as the Lord of the universe, you will inevitably be very arrogant and unable to merge with the living beings. Zhang Yang decided to seal his memory, bring the memory of the Earth, and be reborn as a first-level Star Master. Zhang Yang gave Pangu some secret instructions, so that he could give corresponding help at the right time to accelerate his growth. Heaven, Hell, and Lingshan are not made of any cosmic fragments. They are purely cosmic spiritual treasures refined by Zhang Yang using the remaining cosmic origin. Otherwise, why don't aliens or other races have such special and abnormal wonders? Zhang Yang's last order was that if Pangu thought the time was right, he could use the token to awaken his memory. Now it seems that the opponent is preparing to attack the storage center, and the 4 Dao-level creatures are seriously injured and unable to come out. The opponent can rebel at any time. The time is ripe. Chapter 279 Terrifying Technological Weapons. Zhang Yang no longer recalled the past, but returned to Pangu with a will. Pangu has seen the Father God, Pangu said respectfully. He knew that Zhang Yang had recovered his memory. The earliest title of Father God came from the title of Zhang Yang by the demon god. Zhang Yang helped Pangu up and said with emotion, "You have worked hard these years." Pangu sighed, "Why talk about hardship? Even you have sealed your memory and worked hard with everyone. What qualifications do I have to complain?" Zhang Yang patted Pangu on the shoulder and said nothing more. Both parties need to adapt to their identities. Otherwise it will be a bit awkward. Zhang Yang thought for a moment and said, "Don't tell any living being about my identity. There will be no Lord of the Universe in the future. Only Zhang Yang, the Lord of the human race. When you go back, you will become the President of the Council of Elders of the Universe." Pangu smiled bitterly and said, "Still the President? Then I will be the President for a while, so that the human race can grow faster, and I will guard the last post for them." Zhang Yang knew what he meant, and said happily, "What are you thinking about? The position of President will always be yours. After we win the battle, we will spread your deeds throughout the universe. You will become the god of creation of the universe. In order to save the people, you turned against the demon god and went undercover in the alien race for countless eons. All of this is for the universe." Pangu's eyes were red as he thought of his efforts over the past eons. Zhang Yang sensed it and said, "Okay, let's get down to business first." Sun Wukong is done and has reached an agreement with the angels. However, the angels have to explore the way first and collect intelligence before setting their goals. It seems that they are still a little suspicious of the demons. Pangu said, "This is normal. Generally, the hypocritical bird people regard all the star people as slaves of faith and pray all day long." Zhang Yang thought for a moment and made a decision in his heart. "Then let's do this first. You can communicate freely with the will suppressed by Satan, and my will remain with you. In this way, you can connect with the will of the demons. My remaining will is suppressed by the Zerg, a group of insects without any emotions. Order is engraved in their genes. It is impossible for them to betray the Zerg king. They only rely on themselves. Haha. No hurry. Let's do it step by step. When the 3 tribes are in chaos, we must kill the Zerg with a thunderous force. Only by taking back the Pangu will that suppresses the Zerg universe can we complete the whole plan. Wait for my news. The last moment is coming." Zhang Yang was silent after he finished speaking. He had returned to this universe. There was only one last key left in this layout, which was to destroy the Zerg and take back the 25% of Pangu will. Only if Pangu is resurrected can the winning rate of this layout be increased to 100%, making it foolproof. The key to dealing with the Zerg lies in the technological weapons being researched. Only by instantly defeating the Zerg can the other 3 universes be shocked, and those creatures who want to rebel make the final decision. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang came to the Hextech technology community. The entire technology community gathers the top scientific research talents in the entire galaxy. Everyone gathers here to research top weapons. Zhang Yang came here and summoned the heads of several major projects to the conference room for a meeting. Zhang Yang looked at the excited technology leaders and said softly, "You have worked hard. The creatures of the galaxy will not forget you." Now the alien races outside are eyeing us covetously. But we also have our own advantages and our own plans. The key to this plan lies in you. When the war is over, I will report to the Council of Elders of the Universe. Spread your names throughout the universe, and engrave your deeds forever in the long river of time. Zhang Yang looked at the technology leaders, who were breathing rapidly, knowing that no one could resist the temptation of fame and fortune. Time is running out. Everyone should introduce the progress of the projects they are responsible for. Let's start with Mr. Qian. No need to talk about formulas. Just talk about the results and difficulties. Mr. Qian was a little excited at first, but he stopped shaking when he mentioned the projects he was good at. He stood up with the information, looked at everyone and introduced, "The project I am responsible for is two-dimensional foil, which is a latitude weapon. We developed it based on the structure of the universe. This weapon can instantly restore a galaxy to its birth state. That is a point. The whole weapon is terrifying. But the difficulty we are facing now is that our research on the structure of the universe is still in a theoretical stage. It will take a lot of time to realize it. After all, we cannot see the structure of each base point of the universe with our own eyes. We can only plan the base point of the universe bit by bit based on mathematics and physics. The base points of each space are different, but there must be the same base points. As long as we extract these same base points, this space will collapse and return to the base point." Zhang Yang nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the wisdom of the human race is really infinite. What is lacking is guidance. Very good. Well done. The request to observe the base point of the universe is not excessive. The meeting is over. Bring the core members of the team, and bring the tools with me to the site to observe the base point of the birth and destruction of the universe. Next. Newton, I am studying a fluid material called water droplets. It has a 100% reflectivity to electromagnetic waves and is absolutely smooth. Its temperature is at absolute zero. Its strength is tens of thousands of times stronger than the hardest known material. It has a microchip inside that can make any turn without slowing down. It is fast and has strong dangerous power. According to our conception, this is a single weapon that can destroy important enemy facilities and kill high-level enemy combat forces. This is a powerful composite material that requires a lot of substances. The difficulty we are facing now is that some of these substances have not been found in our universe. After our research, we found extremely trace elements of this substance in the bodies of demons and angels. This proves that this substance exists in the two universes. But our creatures simply cannot go to these two universes to collect it. That's not a problem. Develop the collection and detection devices for these two types of matter. The smaller the volume, the better. I'll arrange people to collect them later. Next. Penrose, my research topic is man-made black holes. Needless to say, the danger is that the black hole has too much gravity. All nearby materials are sucked in. We need to observe the research base with our own eyes. Got it. This is similar to what Mr. Qian asked. Bring your instruments and relevant personnel. There is a black hole in our galaxy. I'll take you to observe it. Next. Einstein, I study dark matter and red matter as material energy. At present, trace amounts have been extracted, but it is not easy to use. My difficulties are similar to theirs. I also want to observe the birth and destruction of red matter and dark matter with my own eyes. As many researchers talked, Zhang Yang recorded them one by one, and most of them were satisfied. Hello everyone. As the master of the universe, it is not too much to take the living beings to study my body? What is dark matter? What is a black hole? They are all part of my body. Chapter 280 Preparation. Zhang Yang has thousands of incarnations. Several incarnations lead scientists to study various topics, requiring them to ensure that the data is accurate and come up with specific plans as soon as possible for production. The war is not far away. Theory cannot kill the enemy. Results must be seen. Zhang Yang sent more incarnations to various places to start making final arrangements. Heaven. The 36th heaven. Zhang Yang is currently active with the demons and angels. He is not idle here either. All the Saint-level masters in the entire galaxy have come here. After the Milky Way galaxy launched the Saint-level special training, the Sun galaxy saw it, and also sent Saint-level masters from the entire galaxy to come for special training. Those below the quasi-Saint level do not need to come here. They only need to conduct special training in their own galaxy. If the Lord of the Sun galaxy knows about it, then the entire galaxy knows about it. This guy is also a big mouth. He spread the news after drinking a little wine. Hey, do you know? My brother is so awesome. Who is your brother? The Lord of the Milky Way. Let me tell you a secret. My brother went to the Council of Elders of the Universe and invited several elders over, and is conducting special training for saint-level creatures. What is the relationship between us? I directly sent all the saint-level masters in the galaxy over. Huh? Who is this Star Lord? He can even invite the elders of the Council of Elders of the Universe? And there is more than one. Hey! Can you take me with you too? Take me with you too. And how do they do their special training? Teach us. Ha ha. Why is your wine glass empty? Come on, Brother Lieri. I'll fill it up for you. Explain it to us in detail. Just like that. Zhang Yang's special training of fighting instead of training was rolled out throughout the galaxy. Zhang Yang took a look around. The entire local galaxy cluster was very hard-working and had set up special training camps. However, other areas of the Virgo cluster were still the same as before. The entire galaxy cluster was in a state of laxity. If the local galaxy cluster belonged to the city, the Virgo cluster would be a provincial unit. A city can only serve as a model, but it cannot change the entire universe. But without this model, other places don't know how to develop. Zhang Yang's mind moved, and Ing Zheng appeared directly somewhere in the 36th heaven. Ing Zheng was a little happy. He hadn't seen the Father God for a long time. Ing Zheng quickly said, I have seen the Father God, yeah. How was the special training during this period? Great progress, especially in practical experience. Before, everyone had realm but little practical experience, let alone life and death crisis. Under the guidance of the blood demon, everyone fought without rules. There was never any one-on-one. It was a no-rules, no-limit melee. Even if they were seriously injured, it was not a problem with the help of Elder Dan and Elder E. Some of the saint-level realms had breakthroughs. Everyone cooperated and got along better privately. Overall, the results were remarkable. Zhang Yang nodded with satisfaction and suddenly asked, what about other places? As a heavenly emperor, he couldn't just take care of himself. Other saint-level special trainings can be ignored. But Ing Zheng can't. Ing Zheng was not panicked at all, and said, after you formulated the policy? So far, 21 quasi-saints have broken through to the saint realm. 174 golden immortals have broken through to quasi-saints. 471 mysterious immortals have broken through to golden immortals. 2769 true immortals have broken through to mysterious immortals. And 173,685 have broken through to the true immortal realm in the tribulation period. Not to mention the rest of the realms, which break through every few years. So fast that it's scary. Zhang Yang was not surprised by this result. The cultivators who can cultivate to become immortals have good talents and comprehension, but they just lack a master to guide them. The previous universe was a gang-building faction, without anyone to guide them. So they could only build their own cars behind closed doors, wasting a lot of time. It is different now. Under the guidance of Zhang Yang, reserve talents are constantly being sent upwards. The reserve force is huge, and those who are capable will get more resources and move up. Every time you advance to a higher level, you will get help from the teacher as soon as possible, with tailor-made, one-on-one guidance, and thrive in the most scientific way. Heaven, hell, Buddhism, and how many other secret places are there? After receiving your order, heaven, hell, and Buddhism began to search for talents who meet the corresponding positions in various levels of special training camps. Let them learn military formations, go to various places to complete missions, and only after graduating successfully will they be allowed to go to the next level of training camp. Internally, joint exercises have also begun to be conducted continuously, requiring heaven, hell, and Buddhism to complete assembly in the fastest time. Engage in combat as quickly as possible. Appease all realms as quickly as possible. And be able to handle emergencies in the 3 realms as quickly as possible. At the same time, I have started a confrontational military exercise in response to the plan you gave me. The 3 organizations will randomly confront each other, one-on-one, one-on-two, and conduct multi-dimensional operations such as surprise attacks, direct confrontations, and infiltrations. The Blue Star Lord Heaven is the highest command center, ensuring that during the battle, all levels of units, families, and Star Masters will contact the Heaven as soon as possible and obey the Heaven's command. The countless branches under the heaven and the underworld will also protect the living beings at the first time, and at the same time activate the highest combat readiness, start self-defense counterattack operations, and ensure multiple sets of enemy response plans. Zhang Yang was very satisfied. This Emperor of Heaven made the right choice. Look at this arrangement. Zhang Yang continued. You have done a great job. In addition, let the Buddhist sect set up a supervision team to support the battles in various places. During the battle, they will constantly patrol various places, with the Heavenly Court and the Underworld as the combat organizations. The combat readiness levels are divided into 3 levels. At the highest level of combat readiness, the masters of each planet must unconditionally obey the arrangements of the Heavenly Court to which they belong. If there is no Heavenly Court, they will obey the orders of the Underworld. They must protect the lives of the creatures on each planet, set aside a large number of shelters in various planets and institutions to ensure that they can survive for a period of time in the face of extreme situations. After the first level of combat readiness, the star people with low combat effectiveness will take refuge. Ingzheng heard this and said with some hesitation, Father God, according to our research and the results of many exercises, the star people are unwilling to hide, and are willing to wear mechas and die on the battlefield. They say that everyone has the responsibility to protect their homeland. Zhang Yang was stunned and admired him. Then he said, immediately go to the science and technology community to find Wen Ran and ask him to increase the research and development of mechas, and order the secret realm to increase the speed of mecha production to ensure that when entering the second level of combat readiness, every living being can get a mecha, enough ammunition, medicine, and Danong. Ingzheng said without hesitation, understood. I have ordered several secret places to increase the production speed. Any lack of anything must be reported in advance. We will fully guarantee their material requirements. The mecha has notified Mr. Wen Rong that the final mecha model has been finalized, which can allow the mecha to integrate its own spiritual energy, and the two will be combined to increase the power of the mecha. The pills are mainly fasting pills, healing pills, and pills that increase combat power. And even, Zhang Yang asked in confusion, even what? Ingzheng was somewhat moved, and immediately knelt down and said, even these masters have developed explosive pills and zombie pills, and have also submitted requests. Please agree to produce this kind of pills. Please approve it. Father God. Zhang Yang closed his eyes, and instantly understood the effects of the 2 pills. He sighed deeply and said, okay, you prepare it. After Zhang Yang finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot instantly. Chapter 281 Arriving at the Cosmic Elders Council. After Zhang Yang finished his work here, he appeared in the token again, waiting for the arrival of Yang Mei Patriarch. Zhang Yang did not tell Yang Mei Patriarch his identity, but asked for an audience as the Star Lord. Zhang Yang thought of these 2 types of pills, and was somewhat silent. Explosion pill is a suicide-style pill that can overdraw all the energy, spirit, and spirit of the star people in exchange for absolute power. The consequence is that the body explodes, and the soul is shattered. After taking the zombie pill, the star people will be very excited, lose the ability to feel pain and fear, and even if they are injured, it will not affect their combat effectiveness. After a while, Yang Mei Patriarch appeared in the space. After the 2 of them exchanged some polite words, Zhang Yang said, Grandmaster, according to the plan, the aliens are planning to raid 2 storage centers in the near future. The whole plan is as follows. Zhang Yang told Grandmaster Yang Mei the details of the raid, including the shady things that the demons were planning to do. Grandmaster Yang Mei opened his mouth wide, looking unbelievable. He originally thought of a Sun Wukong undercover plan, and it would be good to be able to get some intelligence out. As a result, this kid actually made such a big plan? It's like asking someone to make a toy model and directly making an aircraft carrier. While Patriarch Yang Mei was shocked, he also had a hint of doubt. After all, how many powerful people would the other side send out? Whether there would be casualties, and whether it would cause a major war between several universes. These were all issues that needed to be considered. The consequences of a successful counterattack must also be considered. Thinking of these things, Patriarch Yang Mei sighed. It was not right to fight, and it was not right not to fight. The most important thing is that the Council of Elders of the Universe is not a monolithic entity. It is also divided into multiple systems. Everyone is for the good of the universe, but they have different ideas. They don't fight or compete in normal times. But when there is such a major action, There will definitely be disputes. Just when Patriarch Yang Mei was in a dilemma, Zhang Yang took out a token from the will space and threw it to him. Patriarch Yang Mei took a closer look and looked at Zhang Yang in surprise, speaking with some excitement. Hey, where did you get the token? Is it possible? Is Big Brother okay? Zhang Yang smiled and said, Yes. I attached a strand of consciousness to Sun Wukong, and then lurked near Pangdu's will. I communicated with Pangdu Patriarch and told him about the plan. He was very pleased and gave me this token because he was afraid of any disagreement. Pangdu Patriarch is very good. He is doing well there, and is also trying to find a solution for this universe. This is a letter he gave you. Patriarch Yang Mei couldn't wait to pick up the letter. After reading it, he looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. He patted Zhang Yang's shoulder excitedly. Good. Very good. With this token, you will be the acting president. Although the universe elders have a voting system for major events, the president has a veto power over major events. With a letter and a token, this matter will be decided by you, and everyone will follow your arrangements. Come on. Follow me to the command center. I will call all the demon brothers except those in the closed gate. Let's discuss together. This time we must take revenge. Zhang Yang followed Patriarch Yang Mei and flew towards a secret place. Yang Mei is one of the vice presidents of the Universe Elders, and Pangdu also said that Patriarch Yang Mei can be trusted. But some things should not be said. No matter how foolproof the plan is, it should not be easily revealed before it is implemented. Zhang Yang followed the other party to a certain space. Just as he approached this place, the space rippled and two figures appeared in front of Zhang Yang. If they hadn't seen the old ancestor Yang Mei, they would have probably taken action. The two figures were the demon god of control and the demon god of guarding. The two gods looked at the old ancestor Yang Mei and didn't say anything. But the wills of the three gods were communicating. The old ancestor Yang Mei looked at Zhang Yang, and Zhang Yang understood what he meant, and directly took out the token and showed it. Although the two demon gods didn't dare to believe it, they knew that the token was real, and waved their hands. Please. Zhang Yang politely arched his hands, and several figures disappeared from the spot and appeared at the headquarters of the Universe Elders Association. Zhang Yang looked around curiously. This space is an independent planet or world. There are a lot of gods living here, as if it is their home. Yang Mei looked at Zhang Yang and introduced him. This is a small world. The gods of the entire galaxy live here. They work for the elders. So the gods born outside will be led to live here. The number of demons here, including me, are all incarnations, but not incarnations. Every galaxy has such an organization, and we exist. Zhang Yang understood that when he reached the realm of the Void Tao, he could not say which Tao was an incarnation, as long as he thought all Tao were the original body. Each incarnation has the power to mobilize the realm of the Void Tao. When an incarnation mobilizes its power, it becomes the original body. When Zhang Yang was visiting, Patriarch Yang Mei had summoned all the demons, and all the demons that could appear had appeared. This was like a meeting of the human race, with many demons sitting in the conference room and talking. The Patriarch of the Ji clan, who is also the core creature of the think tank of the Universe Elders Council, she appeared here to record and analyze. This is a big deal. The Pangdu order that disappeared for countless epochs actually appeared again. In order to record the meeting, Patriarch Yang Mei has once again incarnated as a will and came to the conference room, materializing the token in the air, so that everyone can verify the authenticity. The breath cannot deceive people. Patriarch Yang Mei took out the letter written by Pangdu and put it in the air for everyone to read. This letter was not written specifically for him, but a few polite words to all the demons, telling them about his own situation and asking them not to worry. He said that he was planning a plan, which was very important and could not be missed. He asked everyone to unconditionally obey Zhang Yang's arrangement once, and whether the subsequent plan would continue would depend on the results of this action. If many demons had not verified Pengdu's order and knew that the token was real, they would have thought someone was teasing them. A bunch of Void Tao Realm, the highest decision-making body in the entire universe, had to obey the orders of a level 5-star lord? No matter how incredible it was, no demon dared to say anything. This was the absolute authority established by Pangdu. There is another important question. They don't know what Zhang Yang is going to do now, and what the plan is. Patriarch Yang Mei didn't say it either. If it is reasonable, they will do it. They won't let many demon gods attack the alien race at this moment because of a token, and the demon gods must agree. Just when everyone was talking about it, Zhang Yang came to the door of the conference room. The many demon gods who were originally talking about it suddenly became quiet. As a cultivator in the Void Tao realm, let alone the space of the Universe Elder Council, even a galaxy can be known. But no demon god used his will to explore the appearance of Zhang Yang outside the door. This is a respect for Pangu, and also for Zhang Yang. The creature who can convince Pangu to hand over the Pangu order deserves their respect. Besides, they have all heard of this creature. Whether they have heard of it before, or just learned about it through mutual communication, they all know the specialness of this Star Master. The door slowly opened, and Zhang Yang appeared in front of many demon gods. Chapter 282 Conquering the Demon God. Zhang Yang smiled, without any pressure, and slowly stood in front of all the demon gods. Many demon gods looked at Zhang Yang with sharp eyes, and they were quite impressed when they saw that Zhang Yang was not nervous at all. This courage is not something that ordinary Star Masters can do. He is worthy of being chosen by Brother Pangu. Excellent. How could they know that if it was the previous Zhang Yang, he would definitely be nervous, and would lick him well. But now is different from the past. Zhang Yang is different. He is too familiar with this group of innate creatures. After all, he has seen countless eons before. These are all creatures created by him, and they should call him Father God. Why is Zhang Yang nervous? Zhang Yang did not introduce himself, because it was meaningless. The demon gods present may know the growth process of Blue Star better than he does. For many demon gods, this universe has no secrets. It just depends on whether they want to know. This is indeed the case. Before Zhang Yang came in, the chief of the Ji tribe had distributed all the resumes of Blue Star to many elders. Zhang Yang looked around. As a 5th-level Star Master, Zhang Yang did not know most of the demon gods here. Only a few dozen demon gods had dealt with Zhang Yang, because these demon gods had been to the human race. Zhang Yang looked forward and smiled. After many years, I finally see all the elders again. Coming back here is also like returning to my mother's home. Many demon gods smiled. And now they were speaking in the way of the human race on Blue Star. After the real-time translation by Chi-Chi, everyone understood the meaning of this sentence. This is indeed the case. Countless eons ago, it was Brother Pangu who worked with many demon gods to deduce civilization on the planet. Zhang Yang inherited these memories, so he is certainly a descendant of many demon gods. Today, I came here with the trust of the old ancestor Pangu. I don't want to talk about it for a long time because time is tight. But I finally returned to my aunt's house, and I can't come back empty-handed. Many demon gods were a little confused, including the old ancestor Yang Mei and Chi-Chi. What's the situation? Bring some gifts? Zhang Yang took out the Pangu order, tapped it lightly, and a figure appeared. Brother! The demon gods present stood up excitedly, looking at the figure in front of them in disbelief. Pangu looked at the familiar figures and nodded with a smile. Brothers, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Thanks to Brother Zhang Yang, I finally meet you all. Because of the plan, I can't be here for a long time. But the last opportunity has come. When the plan is completed and the final victory is achieved, we brothers will have a long talk again. This time is not far away. After Pangu finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Yang and nodded, patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder, and disappeared. Seeing Pangu disappear, many demon gods were stunned. Is this the end? How could they know that all this was agreed upon in advance by Zhang Yang and Pangu? Pangu is here to stand up for Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang doesn't want to get along with him as the Lord of the Universe. And even in the future, he will no longer appear as the Lord of the Universe, but will hide behind and change the entire universe through Zhang Yang. This has an advantage. That is, there will not be an insurmountable mountain blocking the mini Void Tao realm, or even the Great Tao realm. Zhang Yang watched Pangu dissipate, feeling a little emotional, a little excited, and a little sad. And these little emotions were well controlled. Zhang Yang coughed and said, Elders, time is running out. I will no longer be polite. I believe that in the near future, the ancient ancestor Pangu will definitely appear in front of us in a complete state. Let me talk about the whole plan. Any mistakes or additions will be discussed at the end. Zhang Yang watched many demon gods nod their heads. When no demon god spoke, he continued, after a lot of work in the early stage, the deployment has been completed in the demon race universe and the angel race universe. In the next period of time, the demon race will sneak attack the storage center located on the Blue Star. There are 2 tobacco and alcohol storage centers in this galaxy group. one located on the blue star, and the other located in the scorching sun galaxy. They are also newly built. They store a lot of genuine materials, which are also deliberately placed as bait for the two races. The Demon Clan plans to send 3 Void Realm Demon Emperors, namely Gui Che, Chi Tai, and Fei Lian, as well as 20 Saint-level Demon God Guards, and 100 Quasi-Saint-level Demon Emperor Guards, to raid the Blue Star Tobacco and Liquor Storage Center. Zhang Yang ignored the stunned demons and continued, the angels will send Uriel, Sariel, Raziel, 1 Archangel, 2 Archangels, 50 12-winged angels, and 210 winged angels to raid the tobacco and alcohol storage center in the Sun Galaxy. Since the storage center on Blue Star is heavily guarded, the angels will take the lead to attract firepower for the demons. The demons will take action only after the angels take action first. The demons will arrange for the Demon Master Kunping to send the witches to support them, and at the same time prepare to kill the angels in one go, and then give them to us and take away all the tobacco and alcohol to complete the whole plan. Bang! Zhang Yang looked to the side and saw the chief of the Wisdom Tribe, who was recording and analyzing, was stunned, seeing many demon gods looking at him. The chief of the Xi tribe stood up quickly and said awkwardly, the head is too big. The head is too big. The base is not stable. Many demon gods looked at the chief of the Xi tribe with contempt, but their hearts were full of shock. What is the origin of this little guy? So terrifying. He can accurately know the other party's deployment of troops, when to start, and the complete plan. All of this. How can people believe it? After listening to Zhang Yang, the ancestor Yang may immediately block the entire secret space, allowing only entry but not exit. The reincarnation demon god stood up and asked loudly, Zhang Yang, it's not that we think too much. Can you explain to us why you know the battle plan of the two tribes so well, and even know how many people to send and who to send, and you just know when to start? This is a bit too surprising. Can you explain it? Of course. You can also use that privilege. We will follow your arrangement unconditionally. But only this time. Zhang Yang was not surprised. Anyone would do the same. Ancestor of Samsara, please take a seat. I will explain to you and resolve your doubts, which will also facilitate the subsequent battles. Why do I know so much about the intelligence of the two alien races? All the demons looked at Zhang Yang intently, wondering why. Zhang Yang said slowly, because this sneak attack plan was tailor-made for them. Chief, she understood the human culture very well, and couldn't help but blurt out a national quintessence, fuck. The demons who had been in the human race also said in unison, oh my god. The other demons felt that they should say something. Otherwise it would be difficult to express their feelings at this moment. Fuck. Oh my god. Zhang Yang happily told them how to arrange Sun Wukong's rebellion, how to make plans for the demons, how to send Sun Wukong to the demons, etc. The demon gods were stunned and finally admired him. After Zhang Yang said this, the reincarnation demon gods immediately expressed their views. Zhang Yang, you have a good brain. We listen to you. You deploy the battle plan. Yes. Yes. You deploy the plan. We will fight according to your words. Chapter 283 Deployment. The war is about to begin. With the statement of the reincarnation demon god, the other demon gods also tacitly agreed to this plan, because this is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ancestor Yang Mei looked at the patriarch of the Xi clan and ordered, immediately distribute a copy of these opponents' information to acting President Zhang, and then distribute a copy to all the elders. After a while, the information of the 6 alien Void Dao Realm cultivators mentioned by Zhang Yang appeared in front of all the elders. Although the opponent only sent out 6 alien Void Dao Realm cultivators, it sounds a bit small, but the opponent's realm is actually cultivated by himself. The combat power is very strong, and they are all combat-type cultivators. The 3,000 demons in the Laniakaya universe sound like a lot, but their actual combat power is indeed inferior to that of the opponent. The opponent can fight 1 versus 5 demons with lower rankings, because some demons are not good at fighting at all, and even lack fighting opportunities, and rarely take action. Moreover, there are no 3,000 demons in this universe. Only 1,100 demons. And there are only more than 200 demons who are really good at fighting. Although the other demons are not good at fighting, their realm is real, and it is still very easy to fight against the saint level. The most important thing is that the opponent did not use all his strength. It was just a sneak attack. Sneak attacks require concealment, fast movements, and a sure hit. not a large number of people. It is easier to be exposed when there are too many people. The demon race is not just 10 demon emperors. And the angel race is not just 8 angels. Many old guys have already gone into seclusion and no longer come out. They are the foundation of the entire universe. They are pursuing a higher realm and want to be promoted to the great Tao realm as soon as possible. This is just like the devil god in seclusion. All want to be promoted to a higher realm as soon as possible. What the Laniakaya universe lacks is time and foundation. After all, when this universe was born, it was too many years behind the other side. This time is worth accumulation, not just a few years. When the Laniakaya universe was born, the other 4 universes had been born for countless epochs. And the 4 universes already had great Tao realm monks. Although Zhang Yang is the master of the innate universe, he cannot raise living beings to the Tao realm out of thin air. Raising to the void Tao realm is the end. The reason why Pangu was able to break through to the Tao realm was that he had accumulated enough energy. Zhang Yang pushed so hard that he broke through to the Tao realm. During the war, Zhang Yang's energy was exhausted. Zhang Yang reluctantly cut off the connection between the law and the demon god, making it impossible for the demon god to revive with the help of the law. But the energy did not come back. Zhang Yang recovered part of the energy of the demon god, who died in the battle in this universe, and helped Pangu at the last moment. The remaining energy was also used to deduce the future of the universe, build the entire universe, etc. And now it is also poor. If Zhang Yang still had energy, he could forcefully promote the human beings such as the 3 pure ones to the void Tao realm, which would also increase the strength of this universe. Now it's like a businessman. The capital chain is broken. As long as there is innate energy from the new universe, Zhang Yang can revitalize the entire universe. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang sighed. A good cook can't cook without rice. Seeing Zhang Yang frowning and saying nothing, the Yangmei patriarch whispered twice, "President. President." Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment before reacting and was deploying a battle plan. Zhang Yang told the plan he had prepared in advance. Ancestor Minghai will bring 14 ancestors, a total of 15 void Tao realm to surround and kill the 3 demon emperors of the demon clan. What is needed is speed. Don't fight alone. What is needed is speed. Do you understand? Ancestor Minghai nodded coldly. Speaking of these 3 demon emperors, he remembered that these were old opponents in the past. At the same time, mobilize 40 saint level and 200 quasi-saint level masters to act together. If the ancestors' actions are smooth, come to help them. The Minghai patriarch frowned and said, "It's a bit cumbersome to bring them to this level of battle. It's better to add a few dozen brothers. Even if they are not good at fighting, it is still easy to kill the saint level." Zhang Yang shook his head. It's indeed fast. But it's hard for these saints and quasi-saints to advance to the void Tao realm without experiencing life and death crisis. Even the most realistic exercises are just exercises after all. The battle line is too long. We can't just consider our own galaxy. In the next big battle, saints and quasi-saints are also the top fighting forces in the universe. How can they survive without some bloody battles? Not to mention it's 2 against 1. Zhang Yang saw that the Dark Sea ancestor stopped talking, and then looked at the 5 elements ancestor on the other side. This ancestor mastered 5 laws, and was also a special one among the 3,000 demons. With 5 laws in one, the 3,000 demons are just a general reference, and the actual number is not exactly 3,000. The 5 elements ancestor is also a combat type ancestor who ranks relatively high. It is still the same configuration, leading 14 demons, 40 saints, and 200 quasi-saints to deal with the angels. Ancestor Menghuan, you lead 20 elders, a number of saints, and quasi-saints, and ambush on one side, waiting for the demons to eat black, and then wait for my order to take action. Ancestor Yangmei is a space law, with the fastest moving speed. You lead the elders of the moment, the elders of the speed, and other speed-type demons, and sit in the center with me to support everywhere at any time. Old Ancestor Chu, you are responsible for inciting the 4 universes to rebel and uprooting the chess pieces hidden in the universe. This is a good opportunity. Wait until the war starts before taking action. Wait for my order. Okay. These are the participants in the attacks on these places. The specific plan and action time will be notified. Next, I will cooperate here to issue orders. The elders of the eyes, the elders of hearing, the elders of the heart, the elders of the sound, the elders of the brain, and the chief of the wisdom tribe. We will stay here all the time to command the overall situation. Zhang Yang looked at the remaining demon gods and smiled anxiously, saying, "Don't worry, old ancestors. Let's stretch our muscles together this time. This counterattack is just the beginning. For the next round of wars, the entire universe will implement a 3-level war preparedness system based on galaxy clusters. Level 3 war preparedness. The entire galaxy cluster must be vigilant, and Star Lords of all levels are required to monitor their areas with all their strength. Level 2 war preparedness. The entire galaxy cluster must be ready to fight at any time, and Star Lords of all levels are required to make combat deployments. Once the Elders' Council issues an order, they will immediately lead the army to fight. Level 1 war preparedness. All members of the entire galaxy are mobilized. All star citizens are in their respective positions, and they are fully committed to producing materials and ensuring logistics. The entire galaxy is prepared for the highest war preparedness of a protracted war and a life-and-death battle. My dear ancestors, you have all seen the special training in the galaxy. We should not take any action against the Saint Realm for now. First, there are not enough ancestors to help with the special training. Second, a war may start at any time. Each galaxy cluster and each galaxy cannot be without Saint-level citizens. I suggest that we issue an order to the Star Masters of the entire Lania Kaya universe now, requiring the citizens below the quasi-saint level to start selecting talents and start targeted special training activities. At the same time, the entire universe must immediately enter the 3rd level of war preparedness. All Star Masters are required to tighten their internal forces and relax their external forces. And at the same time, they must fully produce war resources. The intelligent races of each galaxy must constantly monitor the entire responsible area and report any situation immediately. At the same time, they are responsible for conveying orders from here. From today on, the Milky Way is the command center of the entire universe. The entire galaxy has entered a state of combat readiness and is fully producing mechas, equipment, pills, and other materials. The elders will help coordinate the lack of materials and personnel here. I have finished speaking. Please give me your instructions. Elders. The whole venue was silent, and the ancestor Yang Mei said hesitantly, "Tell me the truth. Are you going to counter the sneak attack or go to war?" Zhang Yang looked solemn and said seriously, "Ancestor, this opportunity is rare. Do as I say first, and let's see the effect of this counter-sneak attack. This is not the unconditional privilege that has not been used yet. It can be regarded as the elders supporting my combat plan, and I will stay here for the rest of the time. All living beings, including the elders, must go out in pairs, although I am in charge. There are so many elders watching. If there is any problem, we can stop at any time." Right? When many demon gods were silent, the old ancestor of the underworld said, "Just do it according to what Big Brother wants." I believe this is also what Big Brother wants. The Panga order, which had been hanging in the air all the time, suddenly flashed white light, as if responding. Then come on. Chapter 284 Familiar People. Commands were issued in an orderly manner from the Elders' Council of the Galaxy Universe, and the entire Lania Kaya universe fell into a strange state. First, the 3-level combat readiness system was passed on to the 5th-level Star Master through the branches of the Elders' Council of the universe in each galaxy. The 5th-level Star Master then summoned the 4th-level Star Masters under his command and passed it on one by one. At the same time, the intelligent races of each galaxy patrolled the situation everywhere through the eye of the universe. The list of all the saints and quasi-saints has been placed in front of many elders. Everyone circled the selected star people and began to prepare. The demon god of sound secretly contacted the saints and quasi-saints, requiring them to be ready for battle at all times. They will participate in a big war next, and are forbidden to disclose it to any living being. Yuan Tianzuan was teaching his disciples carefully. These disciples were very competitive, and were promoted to the quasi-saint realm. The original 12 golden immortals had become 12 quasi-saints. The rest of the core disciples were also promoted to the golden immortal realm, and the mysterious immortal realm. Although there were only a few hundred disciples in the entire teaching, none of them was lower than the mysterious immortal realm. Yuan Tianzuan was giving a lecture when he was suddenly stunned and then returned to normal. He saw that the disciples in the quasi-saint realm had the same reaction, and knew that they had also received the notice. These disciples looked at their master, then looked at each other and their fellow disciples, and fell into silence. Taizhenren hesitated and wanted to say something, but Yuan Tianzuan shook his head and continued to talk about the Tao. Lingbao Tianzuan looked at the many disciples below with a smile on his face. Although many creatures said that Jieji was not good, This was his way. Now Jeju can be said to be a place where thousands of immortals come to pay homage. There are countless inner disciples above the realm of true immortals. And the entire Jeju has tens of millions of disciples. Like his direct disciples, they have all been promoted to the quasi-saint realm. And several core disciples have also been promoted to the quasi-saint realm. Jeju is the largest sect in the entire Milky Way galaxy. Ling Bao Tianzuan was suddenly startled, and remained silent after hearing the voice transmission. His mind moved, and Du Bao Taoist came in front of him, and was worried. Ling Bao Tianzuan sighed, summoned all the quasi-saint disciples, and taught everyone various formations to increase their ability to save their lives. There are also Yang Jian, Neza, Toda Heavenly King, Wang Lingwan, various star gods, and great gods in the heaven. Yingzheng also received the message, but told him not to participate in the war. He has his own responsibility. That is to protect the entire galaxy. Yingzheng knew that the Father God had a large-scale combat mission, and the entire galaxy would become the center of the war. He immediately ordered to mobilize the entire heavenly gods, and the gods were sent to various places to maintain stability. But the galaxy is too large. Yingzheng can only summon many Xianxian realm cultivators in the heaven. Let them go to various key areas to maintain stability, and ensure that they can support each other at any time. Yingzheng looked at the list that Tai Bai Jinxing brought up to recruit. These are all casual cultivators living in the heaven. They are all Xianxian or Jinxian realm cultivators. And there are even quasi-sage realm cultivators, who are unwilling to join the heavenly court and still live in the heavenly realm. Yingzheng looked at the familiar names and recalled many memories. There are Liu Bei, Cao Cao, Sun Tzu in the immortal world and Zhang Fei in the underworld. There are also Liu Bei, Han Xian, Li Shimin, Zhu Yuanzhang, Xiao Kuangyin, Li Yuan, Emperor Wu of Han, Hu Qibing, Zhang Han, De Wujian, Lin Hao, and other cultivators in the heavenly realm. Yingzheng wrote a letter by hand. The old acquaintances in the heavens received the order from the heavens for the first time. They frowned as they looked at the heavenly soldiers who delivered the order. They were asked to lead their disciples to a certain coordinate to perform a garrison mission. Over the years, Li Shimin's descendants have ascended to the heavens one after another. Li Shimin founded the Tang dynasty again in the heavens, and his descendants in the lower world have joined them from time to time. These descendants are all gifted and talented. Otherwise, they would not be able to ascend from the lower world. There has always been a saying in the heaven that the cultivators who ascended from the lower world are all geniuses, and all forces in the heaven will scramble for them. Because the creatures who can ascend to the heaven by their own strength are better qualified and more capable than the second or even third generations in the heaven. Their descendants will continue to come and seek refuge. Except for Li Shimin. The other first-generation kings are not idle. Basically, the kings who have descendants in the human world have great power in the heaven. The kings have all been recruited by the heavenly court. They are fully qualified to join the various branches and become true gods by their personal strength or ability. But everyone didn't want to, and they were unwilling to do so. After being emperors for thousands of years, they were used to being free and unfettered. No one was willing to accept the management of the heavenly court. This time, everyone was unwilling to listen to the words of the heavenly soldiers. But when they saw the letter taken out by the heavenly soldiers and read the words on it, they knew that this was the request of the big brother in the human world. And they obeyed the order without hesitation and immediately went to shine everywhere. They didn't want to join the heavenly court because they didn't want to be bound by others. But Yingzheng never treated them badly. Whether in the human world or in the heavenly world, they created power in the heavenly world and established the dynasty without any difficulties. Because they were human beings of the same period as the Emperor of Heaven. Other beings, or the second generation of the heavenly court, created a dynasty. The immortal dynasty? Or a new dynasty promoted from the human world? You will be wiped out in a minute, and will be punished for violating the heavenly laws and regulations. But they can. They have all seen Yingzheng, and have come into contact with him. At that time, it was still the Great Qin dynasty, and they were still the Tang, Song, and Ming dynasties. Now the Tang, Ming, and Song dynasties have reappeared in the heavenly realm. But the Qin dynasty has disappeared. Other dynasties in the human world have continued for thousands of years, and new dynasties have been established and destroyed. Only the Great Qin dynasty disappeared overnight. Disappeared in the human world, and never appeared in the heavenly realm again. It is said that the descendants of the Qin dynasty were taken into the small world of Yingzheng, the heavenly emperor, to survive. It is said that the Emperor of Heaven was afraid that these descendants would abuse their power and affect the operation of the three realms by relying on their relationship as descendants of the Emperor of Heaven. So he took away all the creatures who were willing to follow the great Qin dynasty. Star citizens who were unwilling to follow were equivalent to voluntarily giving up their Qin nationality. The same is true for descendants with blood ties to Yingzheng. If they were unwilling to enter the small world, they would be removed from the bloodline of Yingzheng. It is said that this was because in the human world and the heavenly world, there were descendants of Yingzheng who relied on their status to bully others. After some immortals calculated, they really found that the other party was indeed the bloodline of Yingzheng. So they did not dare to touch him or report him. As a result, the other party did many things that angered the heavens and the people. And the impact was very bad. After knowing this, Yingzheng was very angry and finally made this decision. That is to bring his descendants, the people of the great Qin, to his own small world to live and never appear in the outside world again. There are some rumors in the heavens, saying that because of the bloodline problem, they are afraid that their descendants will be used by foreign races, and use the bloodline secretaries to murder the Emperor of Heaven. There are also many rumors. Some say that treacherous ministers are in power. Some say that the Queen of Qin is a waste. And there are all kinds of things. In short, the great Qin disappeared completely overnight. The news from the human world can be brought to the heavens. But the news from the heavens cannot be brought to the human world. These news are spread in the heavens in various ways. And there are all kinds of versions. And Yingzheng never explains. But the rumors in the human world became more and more bizarre. Some people said that it was because the Qin dynasty disturbed the dragon veins and suffered backlash. Others said that it was because the descendants of Yingzheng did something wrong, or that Yingzheng offended someone in the heaven and was killed by the other party. As for the saying that Yingzheng was the emperor in the heaven, do you believe it? It's just some old wives' stories. Some creatures in the human world touched the Great Wall inside. The Great Wall is still there. But Qin Shi Huang is no longer there. When Yingzheng was mobilizing troops, the foreign races were also preparing again. A few decades later, Zhang Yang got the news that the foreign races were ready to take action. Chapter 285 The War Begins. Sneak Attack. Demons. Sun Wukong looked at the big demons who were drinking and puffing smoke, and followed the demon team to lurk in a secret place somewhere in the Lania Kai universe. Sun Wukong had to sigh at how cautious these demons were. Not only the demons, but also the angels. In recent years, the other side has asked spies lurking in the Lania Kai universe to transport a large amount of these tobacco and alcohol back to the original universe. In the past few decades, tobacco and alcohol have become the most in-demand substances in the two universes. The most important thing is that the upper level is in short supply, and the lower level follows suit. Some people can even fight for a cigarette. The tobacco and alcohol problems caused a lot of trouble, which gave the two universe leaders a headache. But the matter is done. Not to mention the people below. Even the people at the top are the same. They can't leave. They feel itchy inside. They actually notice that the cigarettes are different. The ones they smoke have the shape of a clover leaf, while the others don't. When they smoke normal cigarettes, they say they are fake because they have no effect at all and are not strong. When Zhang Yang first made the plan, he thought that this thing is a double-edged sword. Because this thing is circulated, it will also circulate back to the Lania Kai universe, and will have a serious impact on this universe. So two black technologies were added to it to prevent this. The clover logo on each box and each cigarette is actually made of a special synthetic plant, and can be detected with specific instruments. Another reason is that the tobacco was soaked in gene liquid when it was made. This is specially made for the genes of 4 species of creatures: demons, monsters, insects, and angels. Their absorption effect is different from that of this universe. Based on the above problems, the tobacco and alcohol infiltration plan has been successful. They are also very hesitant about the sneak attack plan. Otherwise, they would not have spent so much time. After the tobacco and alcohol were widely circulated in the two universes, it was completely impossible to meet the internal requirements by spies and smuggling. In the end, it was decided that sneak attacks were necessary. Although the sneak attack plan was confirmed, the demon tribe was not completely confident in Sun Wukong. It must participate in this action. If there is an accident, it cannot escape. As for the leak, a quasi-saint tried to pass on the news in front of 3 demon emperors in the Void Realm. Don't be funny. The ghost car also stared at Sun Wukong closely. If the opponent made any unusual movements, he would be killed on the spot. This is a special hidden secret space point of the opponent. They are hiding here, waiting for an opportunity. A sneak attack is not to fly directly over. Each universe has a special organization and special magic weapon to monitor the universe area. So the best way to infiltrate is to use spies to let the creatures of the opponent's universe open up special space. At the same time, using special detection magic weapons, you can summarize the frequency of the eye of the universe and the detection of patrol personnel. These spies will calculate these data, and then take advantage of the gap to open up space and lead the aliens in. Simply put, this is equivalent to sneaking across the border. Not to mention the other side. Even if the Laniakea universe wants to go to the other universe to perform tasks, or to destroy, sneak attacks are also the same. The border between the two universes is too long, and the military garrison area is limited. It can only set up stations to patrol continuously, and then cooperate with special treasures to conduct surveys from time to time. So there is work behind the enemy lines, and many traitors are born. Directly swinging across the void is not sneaking, but invasion. This kind of sneak attack requires concealment, at least before success. As long as it is resolved quickly, it is completely possible to withdraw from the other universe before the other party reacts. It's still the same sentence. The universe is too big. The void realm is really not that idle, and has been observing the universe, especially a certain universe. Moreover, from the perspective of the demon race, the Milky Way is nothing special. It is just an ordinary small galaxy. After several shifts, the location of the blue star target can be sensed. The distance is still a bit far, but for these masters who are at least in the quasi-saint realm, it is no different from being right in front of them. They are just waiting now, waiting for the angels to take action. The two galaxies are not far apart. As long as there is a move, attention will be attracted there. Although this side will also strengthen its vigilance. This vigilance is as good as nothing for these masters. Even if a demon god of the void realm was guarding here, he would be killed by their sudden attack. Not to mention that a tobacco and alcohol storage center would be guarded by demon gods? Ha. A saint, 3 quasi-saints, and 10 golden immortals are considered to be on high alert. Don't be kidding. Under their spiritual scan, they have sensed all the data of the entire storage center. How many tobacco and alcohol there are. How many guards there are. How many star people there are on the nearby planets. And how many quasi-saints and above. What they didn't expect was that in the secret realm next to the storage center, they were also ambushed by the Styx Patriarch and others. They were also staring at the location of the other party's secret realm, and were secretly agitated. The saints and quasi-saints in the entire secret realm were all silent, not daring to breathe. This was too exciting. When they first received the notice to participate in the top-secret operation, they thought it was some kind of direct mission. It turned out to be a group fight. Of course, they did not dare to be careless. When they gathered here from all over, Zhang Yan had already told them that they must not be careless. Once they took action, they must use all their strength. Otherwise they would die without knowing how. Here, they have been divided into groups. Whether quasi-saints or saints, they are all in groups of 2. The elders took action first. Then the saints took action. And the quasi-saints took action second. At the same time, the angels also used the same routine. After several moves, they have approached the target area. The location of the Milky Way is somewhat special. It borders the demon race and the angel race. The 3 universes have troops deployed at the border and confront each other. The demon kings such as the demon car of the demon race are a little anxious. According to the agreed time, the angel race should make some noise. Why haven't they made any moves yet? The borders of the 3 universes. 5 12-winged angels and 20 10-winged angels of the angel race hit here and checked the time. The leading angel Azeroth looked at Michael in front of him with a fanatical face. This is their role model and their goal. He looked at the equally fanatical angels behind God and shouted, "The time has come. It's time for us to dedicate ourselves to God. When we reincarnate again, we will become the most trusted angels of God." Michael also had a solemn expression, as if he was infected, and said, "Fight for God." The group of death warriors in front of him shouted enthusiastically, "Fight for God! Fight for God!" Michael was full of disdain for these death warriors, a group of brain-dead and fanatic believers. These angels were taken into the Temple of Light after their reincarnation. They were brainwashed every day and only obeyed the orders of the God of Light. They were considered fanatical angels, And he was only the nominal leader of this group of angels. And he could not actually command them. He had to get the order from the God of Light. The angels did not know whether the demons had any plans. But they had their own ideas. Let the angels sneak attack first to attract firepower for the demons. Stop joking. A bunch of ugly animals with simple brains and developed limbs want angels to attract firepower for them. Ha ha. Attract firepower for us. Michael looked to the west, as if he could see the two archangels Lucifer and Gabriel, and couldn't help but sneer. Michael's mission is to attract the attention of the other side, so that this group of dead men will fly towards the warehouse where Blue Star is located regardless of everything. The other side has demons blocking, and Michael will take action to delay time. As for the two archangels Lucifer and Gabriel, they are responsible for supporting the angels such as Archangel Uriel, who are supporting the action. Uriel succeeded, and there is no need for support. Lucifer and Gabriel came here in vain, and did not achieve any success. This action has nothing to do with him. If Uriel succeeds and encounters trouble, he needs support. Lucifer and Gabriel must support him with all their strength. Even if the support is successful, Uriel will definitely say that Lucifer and Gabriel are too slow to support and step on each other. If the action fails, then Lucifer and Gabriel will have to take the main responsibility. The support is not good, and the important things are delayed. In short, success has nothing to do with them. If they fail, Kuiping led the witch tribe to stay within the border of the demon tribe, looking ahead with a blank expression, his heart full of resentment, because he was treated the same way. Chapter 286, Counterattack. Michael glanced at the time and said to the leading angel, "It's your turn. Fly towards the target with all your strength." At the same time, since the secret realm on the way, the demons should be hiding nearby. It's impossible to expose their position and attract firepower for us, even if they are not found. You know? Azeroth looked solemn, drew out the sword of light, and stood in front of his chest. "I guarantee to complete the mission. Brothers, follow me." 5 12-winged angels and 20 10-winged angels flew into the sky, wrapped in the power of light, and flew towards the target at full speed. The Protoss Legion guarding this place was startled, watching the other high-level angels flying towards this time with all their strength, and was a little unbelievable. What? Then he immediately shouted, "Enemy!" A lightsaber pierced his throat. His head rolled on the ground. His eyes widened, and his mouth murmured, "Attack!" The whole border line shouted, "Enemy attack!" The opponent did not stop at all, but flew towards the target with all his strength. The quasi-saints and saints of the Protoss heard the sound and immediately flew into the sky, watching the angel army flying out and chasing at full speed. The devouring demon god, who was guarding here, flew into the sky, but did not chase, but looked at Michael, who was approaching here, and said coldly, "What? Want to fight?" Michael shook his head and smiled. "Don't get me wrong. They have defected, and their life and death have nothing to do with me. I just came here to chat. Humph. No matter what tricks you play, these defected angels will have to rest here forever." Michael said with regret, "Oh? That's a pity." At the same time, the demons lurking under the secret realm are getting more and more impatient. What are these stinky bird people doing? If I knew it was like this, I wouldn't cooperate with them. A bunch of garbage. But Guiche knew that there was no fighting there yet, because the virtual realm's big fight was too quiet, and the surrounding virtual realms could fully sense it. Could it be that these bird people gave up? Just when Guiche and other demons were daydreaming, they suddenly looked away, couldn't believe it, and then became furious. Damn it! Fuck! How dare they attack! Several saints and dozens of quasi-saints flew out from the Lania Kai universe and surrounded this place. It was not that they were exposed, but under their perception, a group of silly angels flew over. The white feathers of these angels were covered with blood, and they were in a mess. Some angels took the initiative to hold the enemy in front and shouted, "Friends of the demon clan, come to help. We can't hold on." This one was about to die, and his expression was crazy, and laughed a few times. "Fight for God." Bomb! A huge light speed rose on the spot, and the aftermath of the explosion rippled around, making the space here shake a little. One self-destruction is nothing, but the angels are getting closer and closer. Explosion. A 12-winged angel from the Holy Realm self-destructed near the space, with a frenzied expression, as if chanting a slogan, "Friends of the demon clan, don't hide. Come and save me." Guiche made a prompt decision and took all the creatures of the secret realm to fly towards the tobacco and wine warehouse. Guiche watched another 12-winged angel self-destruct. And the other party looked at the exposed demon clan and shouted, "You finally came out. Come and save me." "Screw you. I'll save you." "Kunpeng, you TM come to help us." Guiche and other demon emperors were so angry that they trembled all over. They cursed loudly. And after another roar for help, they quickly came to the vicinity of the storage center. "Hurry up. Take them all away," Guiche ordered immediately, and then began to use his magical powers to move all the nearby things into space. As if he was going back. "Haha. Since you're here, don't leave." Wow. The surrounding space became illusory, and a group of nether sea demons and others who had been waiting for a long time surrounded them. "What?" Guiche was shocked, looking at the demons around him in disbelief. Before they could say anything, many demons rushed up and flew towards the three of them. These saints and quasi-saints also joined the battle and fought with the demon god guards and demon emperor guards. "Damn it. Sun Wukong," Fei Lian roared, thinking that Sun Wukong had deceived them, and looked at Sun Wukong with red eyes. He was dumbfounded at the sight. "Sun Wukong, you traitor! Give me your life!" Erlangshan, Neza, Jinwu Emperor, and the quasi-saint disciples of Jeju were besieging Sun Wukong. "You are the shame of heaven. You will die today." Although Sun Wukong had extraordinary abilities, he was also confused by being besieged by more than 10 quasi-saints. "Am I so hated?" Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It turned out to be the heavenly king of the tower. After defeating his opponent, this saint-level master took out the pagoda and smashed it. "Humph. It's too easy to kill it. I must put it in the pagoda and return to heaven to refine it, so that it can neither live nor die." Sun Wukong looked at the ghost car in despair and roared, "Demon Emperor! Save me! Demon Emperor! Save me!" Guiche spit out a mouthful of blood with a puff. He was hit on the head by a punch from the heavy demon god. Guiche was desperate. "I still want to save you. But who will save me?" "Kunpeng! You puff." He thought of Kunpeng and couldn't help but get angry. Shouldn't he come to help us? Did the other party deliberately watch me die here? He really wronged Kunpeng. Now the time has not come. And Kunpeng dare not let us go so blatantly. Kunpeng brought 5 witch ancestors and wanted to go to rescue. But the ancestor Yang Mei brought dozens of demon gods to stop him. And he didn't make a move. Anyway, the ancestor Yang Mei was not in a hurry at all. Kunpeng roared, "Yang Mei, have you thought it through? You? Alright. Alright. Why are you shouting? Wait a minute. The battle is almost over. Gong. Go ask the demon god for help. I'll stop them and say we were tricked by the angels and ambushed." Kunpeng showed his true form, with a huge body in the universe. Looking coldly ahead, Gong flew to the demon tribe and roared after entering the demon tribe, "Your Majesty the demon god! Your Majesty the demon god! It's bad! Help! Help!" Gong roared on the surface, but he was actually very happy in his heart. This bunch of fools. It's over this time. Right? It's right. It's really right. Gong hurriedly flew to the demon court. "Your Majesty the demon god. Something bad is going to happen. We were tricked by the angels." After hearing clearly, the demon god Dijun was surprised. "What? Come on. Follow me to knock on the gate." At the same time, Uriel on the other side sensed the fluctuations coming from afar and knew that the plan was successful. "Quick! Act according to the plan." Uriel and other angels flashed to the storage center of the Sun Galaxy. They moved the surrounding materials into space quickly and prepared to return. Uriel didn't expect the action to be so smooth and the plan to be so successful. This bunch of stupid demons. Uriel was a little speechless and worried about the IQ of the demons. At this time, a faint voice came. "Since you are here, don't leave." Chapter 287, Elimination of Traitors. The insect tribe is moving. Uriel was startled and looked at the demons and holy beings around him in shock. Before Uriel could say anything, the 5 elements demon and other demons had already attacked Uriel and other archangels. A siege battle was staged again. Uriel was furious. After blocking the 5 elements patriarch's move, he could not help but curse, "Damn it!" Uriel used his luck and roared, "Lucifer! Gabriel! Come to support quickly!" Puff. He spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Even if he had the ability to suffocate his body, it was useless. A group of demons who had been prepared in advance and were of the same realm attacked together, with neat movements, and used the combined attack technique. This was obviously prepared in advance. Even the demons who chose to deal with them were demons who targeted their moves and skills. These demons who took action cooperated well, and it was obviously a VIP ascension package tailored for them. On the other side, Lucifer and Gabriel also wanted to take action, but there were dozens of demons in front of them, so they didn't take action, just stared at them. Obviously, they just wanted to stop them from passing and didn't want to fight. Anyway, they were not anxious. Baal, go back to the God of Light for help, and say that we were tricked by the demons and ambushed. Gabriel looked at Lucifer and immediately said, okay. Ancestor Yang was very happy in his heart. This feeling was great. Zhang Yang sat in the center of the town, listening to the chief of the Wisdom clan, the demon god of eyes, and the demon god of sound constantly reporting the situation in various places on the border of the entire universe. The demon god of eyes can explore the vision of the entire universe, while the demon god of sound can hear the sounds inside the entire universe, and can also transmit sounds. In fact, Zhang Yang doesn't even need them. He can know all this by himself, because he is the master of the universe. Ancestor of Sound immediately let Ancestor of Sword lead 40 elders, the army of the God clan, and the army of the Immortal clan to the border of the Zerg clan and enter the first level combat readiness state. Order all the Star Lords bordering the Zerg clan to enter the first level combat readiness equipment, and order the 5th level Star Lords and 4th level Star Lords to send out their most elite battleships and legions to deploy at the border line bordering the Zerg clan. What? Shouldn't we send a large army to the border of the angels and demons? Ancestor Yin immediately passed on Zhang Yang's order, and then asked with some doubt. Hee. The demons and angels will not take action. After all, we will not kill these captives. Instead, we will negotiate and exchange them for a few demon gods. Of course, this negotiation will take a long time. As for the demons, there is no need to worry. The reason will be known later. So the only thing to do is to prevent the invasion of the insects. Zhang Yang sensed the entire universe and immediately looked at Elder Yin. Send a message to Ancestor Chu to start the action of eliminating traitors, and remove the secret realms of alien races lurking in this universe. Okay. The first demon god looked at the list that had been prepared and ordered, begin to act. With the first demon god's order, his shadow army set out and headed for secret places. Li Zhe was hiding the collected materials in a secret place. These were materials prepared for the demons. As long as the demons took these materials, they would give him 10 times the reward. Just as he was imagining a beautiful life in the future, a shadow bound him, and before he could say anything, he was knocked unconscious. The group of shadows did not leave, but hid in this secret place, waiting for the next lucky player. This was not done by one person, but by a huge organization. They took turns to collect and transport materials here. Moreover, according to Zhang Yang's order, these spies are not allowed to be killed, and they are still very useful. How could Zhang Yang bear to kill them? These are all talents. Whether it is to pass on intelligence in the future or sell cigarettes and alcohol to aliens, they still have to rely on them. There are countless organizations like this in the entire universe. It's better to be like this, because they are all for money. Another secret place. Zhang Hao looked at this secret place with satisfaction. He took out the drawing in his backpack and made a mark. He didn't like being here at all. He liked the angels. The angels were so pure and beautiful. A beautiful angel had promised him that as long as he worked for the angels, she would marry him when his merits were fulfilled. His mission is to dig the secret realm, and keep digging the secret realm according to the drawings provided by the angels. In this way, the angels can use the secret realm to complete a series of tasks. Just like this time, they sneaked into the Lania Kaya universe and relied on this kind of traitor. Zhang Hao just got out of the secret realm and saw a man holding a sword and looking at him coldly. Who are you? The sword flashed, and a true immortal monk fell to the ground. Garbage. Zhang Han spit and flew to another place without looking back. Milky Way. The star field near the shallow blue star. In a huge secret realm, a large amount of materials are piled up. The people inside are busy, constantly piling up cigarettes and alcohol with clover marks here. Leader Yi, there is a war going on ahead. Are you going to deliver the materials here? Yi Fengwan held a dogtail grass in his mouth, lying on the grass, looking at the sky and glancing at his subordinates. and said unhappily, "Send it. It must be delivered. Otherwise what will these foreigners do? We have a batch of goods passing through the EP251 area, and we're intercepted." Yi Fenghuan frowned and shouted, Who? Who? Didn't he show him the Emperor's token? We are selling the country by order. Bah! Selling the system. I saw it. And the other party said it didn't work. So they seized the goods. Oh my god! Yi Fenghuan stood up. This is the first time I heard that the Emperor's token didn't work. I want to see who is so bold that the goods were lost. The subordinate shook his head. No. Yi Fenghuan couldn't help but kick him, and said unhappily, Are you kidding? The subordinate was a little embarrassed. He followed you. Right behind you. And the goods were with him. So it wasn't lost. Yi Fenghuan pointed at his subordinate and scolded him. Damn. Even the King of Heaven can't deduct my money. A voice came from behind. Little Yezi. Long time no see. Yi Fenghuan shuddered and turned around to see. How? Z. Just when they were clearing out the spies everywhere. The Zerg clan had received intelligence that the Demon clan and the Angel clan had raided the Laniakaya universe and were fighting fiercely. The Insect King was excited when he heard the information from the children. Are they finally going to invade the universe together? At the same time, he felt something was wrong. Why didn't they inform me? And the other side deployed a large number of troops on the border of the Insect clan to strictly guard against the Insect clan, but did not guard against the other three universes. The Insect King judged that something must be wrong. Although the Insect clan is large in number and fearless, the Insect clan itself cannot do anything to the Laniakaya universe. The last time they tied was because there were 4 Dao realms. Now the previous generation of Insect Kings has abdicated to heal his injuries, and the entire Insect clan has been handed over to him. He has just reached the late stage of the Void Dao realm. But he still has not sensed where the previous generation of Insect Kings in the Dao realm are hiding to heal his injuries. If he swallowed the other party while he was injured, he could also advance to the Dao realm. He was unwilling to let him invade the Laniakaya universe alone. After all, in the other party's territory, this dead pervert could be resurrected infinitely, which was too scary. The Zerg invasion must have a harvest. Otherwise it would be too much of a loss. Especially after he just swallowed a silkworm. He finally evolved to the late stage of the Void Dao realm. The Insect King thought about it, and still felt that he should be cautious. Let the children not sleep. The army should suppress the situation but not attack. Wait until the situation is cleared before moving. Once the opponent is in a weak position, swallow up several of the opponent's star systems in one gulp. Yes. Zhang Yang sensed the movement of the insect army, and watching the opponent gathering at the border, he couldn't help but sneer. Finally moving? Chapter 288 Negotiation. Zhang Yang was afraid that the other party would not move. Once they did, the chess game would be over. Keep a high level of alert, and don't accidentally leak the inside information to the Zerg clan. Yes. At the same time, the 3 demon emperors of the Demon clan and the 3 angels of the Angel clan have all been captured. Many demon gods have already built a 9-story luxury villa for them. They will spend this period of time here. The demon god Dijun rushed here first. When he arrived, the battle here was over. Hundreds of demon gods gathered here, and were confronting the witch clan including the demon master Kunpeng. Dijun was so angry that he didn't dare to blame Kunpeng. After all, the other party did nothing wrong. Moreover, this battle was also commanded by him, and ordered by him. Kunpeng went to rescue him at the first time, fought with the other side, and sent troops to inform him during the battle. There is nothing wrong with the whole process. Now the 3 demon emperors of the demon race have been captured, which is a big deal for the demon race, and a serious blow to his prestige. After all, he has not achieved any effective results in so many years in office. And now 3 demon emperors have been involved. Originally, he and Kunpeng were competitors, and he was just stronger than the other side. To be honest, he has always been jealous of the witch race. This race is too weird. Especially the 10 witch ancestors, whose strength has grown too fast. After that great war, the demon master Kunpeng suddenly created a new race, the witch race. The opponent also looks like a demon race, with a full demon race aura. And there is no problem with the origin and bloodline. But the growth rate of the 10 great witch ancestors is a bit unscientific. It took the opponent only a few epochs to break through to the early stage of the Void Realm, which is indeed a bit abnormal. How could he know that these witch ancestors have fused the essence of Pangu and Kunpeng, plus the law and practice tailored for them? So this speed is not surprising. How dare he blame Kunping at this time? He still has to use him next. Can't blame his own people. Then, Dijun flew to the opposite side of the Yangmei patriarch, looking at the other party with a blank expression. Why? Want to fight? He Patriarch Yangmei didn't look at the other party, but laughed at the demon brothers around him. But his smile was full of sarcasm. After the laughter, the many demons behind Patriarch Yangmei stood in unison as if they had discussed it before. Stepped forward and shouted in unison, Fight? Okay. Don't compete. If you want to fight, don't talk nonsense. If you want to talk, then talk. Who are you showing your stinky face to? Patriarch Yangmei waved his hand and looked at Dijun calmly. What to talk about? Let them go and talk first. Dijun was unmoved and his attitude was still tough. What are you so arrogant about? It would be fine if Dong Wangtai came. But you? Forget it. If you don't want to talk, just stay here. The old man Guangming is still waiting in line. How about I talk to him first? Dijun was furious. This was not giving him any face at all. Or rather, he did not look down on him at all. He also wanted to find Dong Wangtai. But after the war, he did not find the hiding place of the previous generation of demon gods. What conditions? 1 for 1. Guiche for Pangu. Shi Tai for the demon god of the sky. Falian for the demon god of the ceiling. And the rest of the captives are also exchanged 1 for 1. Dijun rejected it outright. Impossible. Patriarch Yangmei waved his hand, and a 9-story pagoda appeared in Minghai's hand. It was the Heaven and Earth Xian Wang Yin pagoda. And the demon emperors such as Guiche, who were sealed, were suppressed inside. Patriarch Yangmei shook his head in regret. Guiche. Did Fei Lian hear you? Your boss has followed you for nothing. Do you think our request is excessive? Dijun pointed at the other party with an ugly face. Your Majesty, we will not be fooled. Stick to the principles. Guiche shouted. Hey, how loyal and righteous. The subordinates who consider the boss. It's a pity that your demon god doesn't consider you at all. What's the matter? You, Guiche, are not as good as 1/4 of Pangu? You, Fei Lian, are not as good as the sealed demon god? They are all in the middle stage of the Void Dao realm. Who is being cheated? Is it too much? Guiche still said, Your Majesty. Don't listen to the other party. But he felt bad in his heart. Yangmei was right. My Guiche is not as good as 1/4 of Pangu's will. Dijun also saw through the vicious intentions of the ancestor Yangmei. But he really didn't dare to let go of Pangu's will, because he was afraid that Pangu would come out, and the other 3 universes would be very dissatisfied, which would undoubtedly break up the nominal alliance. Everyone understood this. So Dijun could only keep silent. It just so happened that the angels also captured 3 people of the same level, and Dijun also wanted to see how the other party would choose. If the other party agreed, then the demons would not be blamed. Even if both universes chose to exchange hostages, it would be considered a care. Guiche also understood. But at this moment of being captured, he did have some thoughts in his heart. I can only say that if it wasn't me, whatever I said would be reasonable. But if it was me, I would feel particularly uncomfortable. I don't have time to waste my words on you. Since you are hesitant, go back and think about it. The angels are still waiting for me. I tell you, if you dare to make any moves or send troops before you have considered it, I will think you want to start a war, and I will kill the 3 of them immediately. Also, go back and be nice to my brothers. They are equal in status. How you treat them determines the treatment of these 3. Goodbye. After saying this, the ancestor Yangmei immediately led a dozen demon gods to the other side. He did not lie about this. The god of light was indeed waiting there. Pangu was captured. The top demon gods defected, and the captured ones were captured. Yangmei was the leader of the demon gods. Only he dared to make the decision on such a big matter. Oh, by the way, there is also Zhang Yang, the acting president. But Zhang Yang couldn't intervene in this matter. When the ancestor Yangmei arrived here, it was still the same pattern. He proposed to exchange hostages. 3 for 3. The god of light thought the same as Dijun. And he didn't dare to release Pangu's consciousness just like that. It was said that the 4 tribes were united. But in fact, only the demon tribe could still interact normally with the angel tribe. In the last war, the 3 tribes united to trick the demon tribe Satan, causing the demon tribe to no longer interact with the 3 tribes. Only when the agreed joint attack was made, the demon army was sent to attack a few times in a fake manner. Every time they fought, it was like a show match. And they returned the same way without any damage. There was no way. Who let the other side be tricked? The Zerg do not fight with anyone. And any cooperation they have with anyone is only temporary. In the end, they have only one goal, which is to devour all energy. They are all plotting against the tiger. The two sides clamored for a long time, neither fighting nor negotiating, and finally called off the troops and agreed to talk again on another day. This talk again on another day is just like the I'll treat you to dinner another day in the Northeast. When exactly it will be, we will have to wait and see. The God of Light is having a headache at the moment. In the end, he had tricked the other party with this battle plan. Although he couldn't admit it, and although he had to throw dirty water on the other party and say that the other party invited the angels to fight, they had no good intentions at all. However, he still had to consult with the demons to see what to do. Jun went back and was furious when he received the news that the angel envoy had come to the demon court. He was still shirking his responsibility and wanted to discuss what to do. Jun smiled, looked at the angel envoy and said with a smile, "Drag him out and chop him off." Chapter 289, The Disappearing Dao Realm. At this moment, the Galaxy Division of the Cosmic Elders Association was extremely lively, and everyone was extremely excited. This was the biggest victory in several epochs, capturing 6 mid-stage Void Dao Realm cultivators from the alien race, more than 100 Saint Realm cultivators, and more than 200 Quasi-Saint Realm cultivators. The rest all self-destructed on the spot or were directly destroyed. Zhang Yang looked at the usually serious demons, and the cute gods jumping and jumping, revealing a smile. Zhang Yang couldn't help but recall that before the sealed memory, he, as the Lord of the Universe, could be said to have no emotions. He would not understand why they were so happy at this moment, because in his previous view, it seemed that everything should be like this. When a strong man who can influence the operation of the entire universe has no emotions, only divinity, and no humanity, he is destined to be far away from the living beings. Zhang Yang looked at the living beings below and made a decision. That is, he must not let the living beings only care about cultivation and ignore mental health. After the final victory, he may let some quasi-saints and Holy Realm sealed memories become star masters to experience the whole process of nurturing living beings from nothing to something. Rediscover your own emotions as a living being. You can't lose your emotions for everything because of cultivation. Zhang Yang doesn't want to cultivate any more gods in the realm of the void who have no interest in everything and no sense of identity with this universe. When he reached the Saint Realm, the Star Lord could no longer command the opponent. Except in a life or death crisis, the opponent would not take action. When he reached the Void Realm, he had completely gotten rid of the constraints of the Star Lord, and even the constraints of the rules of the universe, and had no feelings for the universe. When the universe was in crisis, the opponent fled without fighting, or even chose to betray directly. Zhang Yang thought of the 3,000 demons at the time. Now only these demons are left, still firmly guarding the universe. Guarding the universe is to protect himself. In fact, it is good for Zhang Yang to communicate with living beings forever. Living beings may not need a high and mighty universe that is indifferent to everything. Let this high and mighty Lord of the universe disappear forever. Zhang Yang heaved a sigh of relief and celebrated with many demon gods. A few years later, the Insect King analyzed the news and was somewhat dissatisfied. What the hell is going on? The Insect King summoned the 2 queens. Go to the demon tribe and the angel tribe to pass on the message. Be tough, and don't let them hand over Pangu's will. The Insect King remembered that he had seen the horror of Pangu with his own eyes as an insect queen, and he couldn't help but shudder. He would never release Pangu's will even if he died. Over the years, he has been suppressing Pangu's will personally. No matter how the other party communicated with him, he pretended not to hear it. The Zerg do not trust any schemes. They only trust themselves. Only when it enters the stomach and becomes energy, it is the most reliable. Just when he was thinking about it, he was suddenly stunned and stood up in disbelief. The Laniakaya universe took the initiative to attack them and seize the Insect Pass Fortress from them. The Insect Pass Fortress is the frontline military base for the Zerg to invade the Laniakaya universe. It is a very important fortress. The Zerg has invested heavily here, and the Zerg Emperor and the Zerg King are creatures in the Void Dao realm. One Zerg Emperor can hatch a galaxy of Zerg army, and the strength is quite terrifying. The Insect Emperor can build a hatching base, in which 10 insects can be born and then hatch the insect army. It can also fight alone, and has the strength of the Void Dao realm. Now the Insect Pass fortress guarded by an Insect Emperor was actually seized. The Insect Emperor and dozens of Insect Queens were strangled to death. What is this for? Want to start a full-scale war? The Insect Emperor just wanted to gather the army and take back the Insect Pass fortress. But he got the news from the front line that the opponent retreated. The Insect Emperor was a little confused. What the hell is going on? He has already figured out the battle process. This morning, the 12 demon gods of the Laniakaya universe led the army to raid the Insect Pass fortress and seize the entire Insect Pass fortress. The Insect Emperor thought that the opponent wanted to occupy this military fortress, and the opponent might use this as a springboard to continue to attack forward. As a result, the opponent retreated again. What is this? Warning? The angry Insect King took a few deep breaths. But he was somewhat helpless. Usually, he bullied the opponent because he knew that the opponent would not dare to attack. Because the 4 universes are one, they advance and retreat together. If you attack one place, the other 3 will attack the opponent's universe. There is also a most important reason. The opponent is afraid that the Dao realm of the 4 universes will attack. As long as one Dao realm attacks, the opponent will suffer heavy losses. So the opponent dare not attack, but only dare to passively defend. But maybe for several centuries, the Dao realm cultivators have not been missing. In addition, the 4 alien races have their own ideas, and the joint battle is not effective. And a series of other reasons. This caused the opponent to become more and more courageous. The Insect Emperor thought of this inside. Where are you? The previous generation of Insect Emperor? The Insect Emperor shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Since the opponent has retreated, he will send another Insect Emperor to guard. Why did Zhang Yang dare to plot against the opponent and launch a massive attack? He had a terrifying suspicion. He suspected that the 4 alien beings in the Dao realm were no longer in the 4 universes. Pangu's will was divided into 4 parts and suppressed in the 4 universes. Zhang Yang had communicated with Pangu. When he was just suppressed, he could still sense the breath of the 4 alien beings in the Dao realm. But one day in the last 2 centuries, Pangu, who was suppressed by the angels, suddenly felt that the breath of God had disappeared, because the wills of the angels and demons could communicate with each other. Pangu knew that the aura of the previous generation of the demons had also disappeared. Pangu initially thought that the other party had recovered his strength and his aura was hidden. So he didn't care. But he didn't see the other party show up in the next few epochs. And he had doubts in his heart. Pangu had also been promoted to the Great Dao realm. Although he fell down immediately, he was much stronger than the perfect will of the Void Dao realm. So it was impossible for him to be wrong. Pangu thought that the other party had some conspiracy. So he was more cautious. His will only dared to move among the alien races. And he dared not return to the Laniakaya universe at all, for fear of exposing his plan. After all, only 1/4 of his will existed. Once exposed, he would not be able to defeat the other party at all. Pangu's will, who was imprisoned in the demon clan, also noticed that the aura of the previous generation of demon gods suddenly disappeared. But he didn't care. He thought that the demon gods had just recovered their strength and were more cautious in their actions. That was all. When Zhang Yang looked for Pangu's will in the demon clan, Pangu didn't mention this, because his will didn't know what was going on. On the contrary, when Zhang Yang was in the angel clan, when he communicated with the will suppressed in the angel clan, the other party mentioned this, and he felt it was a bit strange. At this time, Pangu, who was suppressed in the demon clan, suddenly reacted. Didn't the aura of the demon gods also suddenly disappear? The 3 wills counted with their fingers and found that the aura of the previous generation of demon gods, God, and Satan disappeared on the same day. Now the will of Pangu in the insect race is unknown, and the estimated situation is similar. If 4 Dao realm creatures all disappeared in one day, it would be too shocking. After Zhang Yang recovered his will, he boldly scanned the demon race universe with his will, and indeed did not sense the breath of the previous generation of demon gods. That's why he dared to calculate the other party like this. 6 virtual Dao realms have been captured, but the other party still has no reaction. Zhang Yang ordered the demon god to attack the Insect Pass fortress, and the insect race did not react. Did they really disappear together? No matter. Things have come to this point. As long as Pangu comes back, everything will be clear, because Pangu is also a Dao realm creature when he comes back. Zhang Yang looked at the Chongwon fortress that had been captured, and gave the order to retreat. leaving the badly damaged fortress to the enemy. Chapter 290 Desperate Zerg. Zhang Yang gave up the Zerg fortress he had taken and returned it to the other side. To be honest, many demon gods did not understand this move. After finally taking advantage of the Zerg's inattention, he took down the Zerg Pass fortress with lightning speed, and just gave it back like this? Zhang Yang just smiled at this, and did not explain. Many demon gods knew Zhang Yang's impressive achievements, and did not say much. There is no loss at present, but they have been taking advantage. 1 year later, Zhang Yang saw that the time was almost up, and said again, Ancestor Mihai, please take many elders to sneak attack the Zerg Pass fortress again. Pay attention. Retreat immediately after a successful attack, and focus on killing the enemy. The Darksea Patriarch was refreshed. Okay. I just like to fight these bugs. The Darksea Patriarch immediately took a dozen demon gods, and attacked the Insect Pass fortress, according to Zhang Yang's order. The Yangmei Patriarch looked at the Darksea demon god who left excitedly, and then looked at Zhang Yang. Do you need to be on guard against the demon race and the angel race? These two races just watch the insect race get beaten. Haha. Don't worry. Wait and see. Within 10,000 years, the 4 major cosmic problems will be solved, and peace will come. Zhang Yang stretched his waist, sensed the universe, and said casually. The demon gods who were listening around him stared with their eyes wide open, looked at each other, and dared not say a word. The Yangmei Patriarch looked at Zhang Yang deeply, but did not say anything. Meanwhile, the insect fortress just got a new insect king. In the past year, Ding Ding Dang Dang had just finished repairing the fortress, and was about to fall asleep. A life and death crisis was coming. More than a dozen demon gods appeared beside it in an instant, and they killed it as soon as they attacked. The insect king was taken away by the demon gods before he could resist, and brought back to this universe. The demon gods also changed their strategy, sneaking up on it, hitting it with a club, and then putting it in the tower and taking it away. After all, if you want to kill a master of the void realm on the spot, the noise will be too big and the time will be too long, so it will not be effective. First, quickly transfer the opponent away, bring it back to this universe, and then slowly deal with it. Bang! The insect king roared angrily, and swallowed several insect queens and insect soldiers around him into his stomach. The insect king roared angrily. Damn it! Damn it! No one expected that the enemy would come to sneak attack again, and it was still the same routine. After the sneak attack, they would wreak havoc, and then retreat immediately. Send me another one. No. 5 insect kings to recapture the Insect Pass fortress, and order the insect kings in the surrounding fortresses to be alert. If the enemy comes again, take them all down. The subordinates quickly agreed and flew out. The action was very fast, and it was afraid that if it was slow, it would also be eaten. Just when the insect king thought that the enemy would sneak attack the Insect Pass fortress again, he strengthened his vigilance and waited for it. But Zhang Yang did not come. It's not that he didn't come, but he was waiting. Decades later, Zhang Yang looked at the fortress bordering the Zerg and said with a smile, this time, we will not attack the Zerg Pass fortress first, but attack the Thorn fortress next to it head-on. Don't attack directly. The human race has just developed dark matter weapons. Let's use dark matter to wipe out the enemy. The Thorn fortress is not far from the Insect Pass fortress. It is also a large fortress guarded by the Insect King, and a very important fortress. Bomb. 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 The latest space battleship of the human race has dark matter as its core energy, and the energy it outputs is also dark matter, which increases its power by more than 100 times. At a distance, the human race's starships are lined up in a row, and the thick and long gun barrels are condensing terrifying energy. With the commander's order, thousands of cannons fired at the same time. The energy column was dark red, which looked beautiful and dangerous. When it touched the Bohemia fortress, it produced an amazing energy diffusion. Many insects felt the danger and flapped their wings desperately, but they were also blown to pieces. It was because dark matter was too overbearing and violent as energy. But this was exactly what the human race wanted. The current dark matter was limited in quantity, and was placed on warships. When it was applied to civilians, how much change would it bring to the entire universe? The Insect King desperately released energy, and resisted most of the dark matter energy. Occasionally, dark matter fell around and caused a violent explosion, which also frightened it. When did these weak creatures actually master such a terrifying weapon? When such weapons become popular, Where will the insect race have a place to stay? Your Majesty. The Insect King. Hurry up. Send reinforcements. The enemy is attacking the Bohemia fortress. Hold on, or I will swallow you. Reinforcements will be here soon. The Insect King's mind moved, and he checked the nearest Insect King through the neural control network. After looking around, it turned out that the Insect Gate fortress was the closest. Is there a trap? Hurry up, Insect King. The enemy is too fierce. I can't hold it back for long. Hurry up. Waste. Hold on. I want the Insect Gate fortress to send 3 Insect Kings to support you. You hold on for me. If you lose the fortress, you don't have to come back. Just as the 3 Insect Kings left the fortress, the demon god who had been prepared attacked again. Ah, Your Majesty. The enemy is attacking the Insect Gate fortress again. Before the Insect King could figure it out, there was no sound. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. The Insect King was already hysterical, and his mentality was broken. Which Insect King was this already? For Insect Kings had already been taken away by the other side. At this time, the 3 Insect Kings, who were halfway through the support, hesitated when they saw the battle in front and behind, whether they should go back to support or go to support. After a while, there was no movement in the front, so there was no need to support. There was no support in the front. Your Majesty, the Insect King. Get out. Get out. You are the Insect King. Waste. The roar of the Insect King spread far away, and they dared not say a word. After the Insect King had vented his anger, he stood up in despair. What should he do? If the previous generation of Insect Kings hadn't come out, the Insect Clan wouldn't be able to defeat the other side with just one universe. Especially since they had just lost 4 Insect Kings. Defense was unsuccessful, and attack was also unsuccessful. The Insect King stood up, his face livid, and flew towards the direction of the Angel Clan. He knew that if he didn't make any changes, the Insect Clan would be ruined. He went to the kings of the 3 universes in person. Even if he had to bow his head and give up some benefits, he would accept it. Not long after he flew out, his movements froze, and then his eyes became cold, and his movements became a little faster. Just after receiving the notice, he had just flown out for a while, and the other side attacked again. The other party seemed to know all the deployments of the Zerg clan, and the fortresses where the Zerg clan had a Zerg king, especially the fortresses of a Zerg king, were all given special attention by the other party. But he knew that he could not hesitate any longer. Otherwise, he would be one step too late if he went back. The Zerg king roared a few times and flew towards the Angel Clan with all his strength. What happened to the other party? It seemed that his universe had no secrets anymore, and the other party must have known that he was going to leave the Zerg clan. So he attacked multiple places at the same time. Your Majesty, please come back soon. The Laniakaya universe is invading us. We can't resist. The enemy uses a special weapon that can turn our tens of millions of insect armies into nothingness. Even the galaxies are turned into two-dimensional space and finally return to the origin. Please come back soon. The Insect King ignored him, as if he couldn't hear him. When he came to the Angel Clan with all his strength, the guarding Archangel Michael said lightly, "Our God of Light said that he is not here." The Insect King clenched his tentacles, expressionless, and flew towards the Demon Clan. But the result was the same. During this time, Laniakaya attacked frantically, obviously officially invading. However, his 4-clan alliance did not send a single reinforcement. The Insect King flew to the Demon Clan again, but the result was the same. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, the Insect King laughed up to the sky. The Insect King calmed down and informed all the insects through the spiritual realm. Tell the Laniakaya Cosmic Demon to stop invading. We accept it. We will release Pangu's will and the captured demons unconditionally. Let them wait for me to return. Chapter 291. The Insect Emperor ignored the reaction of his hand and quickly flew towards the Zerg. He was wondering all the way, when did he suddenly hit the other party? It seems that after the tobacco and alcohol came out. The other 2 races are crazy. So I want to sneak attack on the 2 major storage centers. The Insect Emperor suddenly remembered a detail. When he was called Michael just now, the other party was smoking the cigarette. Tobacco and alcohol are all circulating from the Kaya universe of Lenia. Is it? The Insect Emperor combined with all the information passed by his men. It seemed that the earliest monkeys called Sun Wukong rebelled and joined the demon. A series of pictures appeared in the Insect Emperor's mind. And the whole thing was guessing by him. He is now extremely certain that the last generation of the Insect Emperor has left the universe and is nowhere to be found. The other 3 universes are the same. Otherwise it would not be like this. The Insect Clan is almost destroyed. And the Insect Emperor does not show up. The Insect Emperor just said that he would release Pangu's will, which is what they fear the most. Now, there is no response. The Insect Emperor has returned to the Insect Clan in a myriad of thoughts. Seeing that the spatial attitude has become like this, his pupils shrank. What a terrible weapon. The Insect Emperor did not care, and appeared in the Lania Kaya universe. Yang Mei. Come out. Let's talk. The Insect Emperor put his hands behind his back, and looked at the distance expressionlessly. After a while, the space rippled, and Yang Mei walked out. Aren't you afraid that we will capture you? Yang Mei looked at the Insect King jokingly. You try? If I am captured, the Insect Clan will invade the Lania Kaya universe at all costs. If I don't swallow up a few of your galaxies, I will lose. How many times can you use that terrifying weapon of yours? It really can't be used for a few times. This time it is just a 2-dimensional foil experiment. Just to test the effect. The Insect King said directly, I am not joking with you. I agree to release Pangu's will and the suppressed demon god. Let me tell you about the person behind you. The ancestor Yang Mei raised his eyebrows. Oh? The person behind you? Who is it? The Insect King said sarcastically, Come on. You can't think of such a sinister trick. Who studied tobacco and alcohol? If you had these 2 tricks earlier, our 4 tribes would have lost long ago. Before the ancestor Yang Mei could speak, the space rippled and Zhang Yang walked out. The ancestor Yang Mei appeared in front of Zhang Yang in an instant, protecting Zhang Yang and glaring at him at the same time. Who made you come out stupidly? It's okay. Ancestor. I've seen the Insect King. I'm here. What do you want from me? Zhang Yang yawned and said to the Insect King. You played a good chess game. And those 2 stupid races are still watching the excitement. I believe you can't just attack the insect race. You have a way to counter it. The Insect King stared at Zhang Yang. I don't understand what you said. Old worm. Let's surrender. Zhang Yang didn't care. That's why he wouldn't say it. You can know. But I won't say it. I won't admit it. Hee. You did all this for only one purpose. That is to let Pangu out. Am I right? Don't rush to deny it. I can release Pangu's will. I believe you can also do something for the other 3 tribes. I only have 2 conditions. If you agree, I will give it to you. If you don't agree, I will order the Insect King to take a quarter of Pangu's will and escape to the depths of the universe. The Insect King stared at Zhang Yang and said very seriously. Zhang Yang was a little surprised. The Insect King had a high IQ and saw things very clearly, which was a bit interesting. Okay. Your first condition is to let the insect race go. And you can come to this universe to survive. Also, you don't have to let the Insect King take away Pangu's will. As long as I catch you, Pangu the ancestor will come back. Because he is suppressed in your will space. Right? Zhang Yang sensed it, and said it directly. Zhang Yang's will still has a trace of Pangu's will. So he can naturally feel that a quarter of Pangu's will is suppressed in the Insect King's mind. This Insect King is not simple. He has always kept Pangu's will in his mind, allowing Pangu to brainwash him every day and mutter every day. The Insect King stretched out his tentacles, and Pangu's consciousness became a ball of light and appeared in the Insect King's hands. As a token of my sincerity, I will give it to you. I can finally sleep well. This old thing brainwashes me every day, and keeps talking endlessly. I don't know where it gets so much to say. The Insect Emperor was overwhelmed, unsealed the light ball, and threw it directly to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang waved his hand, and the light ball turned into a human form, which was exactly Pangu's quarter of his will. Hi, ancestor. I'm home. Zhang Yang looked at Pangu's manifested will, and said with a smile, Yes, I'm back openly. Yang Mei, you did a good job. Pangu sighed, and then looked at Yang Mei and said, Brother. Yang Mei trembled with excitement, and immediately appeared beside Pangu. Although there is only 1/4 of will, it is enough to move in the Lania Kaya universe. And even as the power grows, the will gradually be completed. It doesn't matter whether the remaining 3 wills come back or not, provided that the time is long enough. Zhang Yang has a way to get back the other 3 wills, so there is no need to wait. Hey, Brother Insect Emperor. We finally meet in reality. Pangu said with a smile, while looking at the insect emperor opposite him. But he was complaining crazily in his heart. Just now, this quarter of his will has communicated with Pangu's will and Zhang Yang's will. They are all Pangu. All quarters. Look at what kind of life they live. Look at yourself again. The insect emperor doesn't care about you. He even deleted me as a friend, blocked me, and banned me from speaking. He was suffocating. Yes, let's get down to business. My first condition is to let the insect tribe go. We will leave, and leave here completely. The insect king glared at Pangu, obviously not interested in him. Zhang Yang was a little surprised, but he agreed. The second condition is that I believe you can gather Pangu's will soon, and Pangu will become a Dao realm cultivator. Let Pangu tell me what the secret of the Dao realm is. I believe you should know it. Otherwise you would not attack us. The insect king directly said the second condition. Zhang Yang looked at him deeply. This was also a question that he wanted to know, but didn't want to know now. It is now clear that there must be some secrets after the promotion to the Dao realm. And he may even have to leave here. He wants to know the secret, but he doesn't want to know it. Pangu finally rescued him. But he let him go? Pangu was suppressed for several epochs for his plan. And now he has just come out. And Zhang Yang hesitated. Pangu smiled and said, okay. When the will is back, I will be promoted to the Dao realm. I also want to know where these old guys have gone. Chapter 292 Between Mountains and Rivers, the grand ending. Zhang Yang sighed slightly, and didn't say much. The universe is too big. Even as the master of the universe, he doesn't know how he came to be, and how he was born. As a living being, especially a living being who is cultivated to the Dao realm, the road ahead is already broken. At this level, what is the pursuit? Longevity? When reaching the Saint realm, it is already considered longevity. Not to mention the Void Dao realm and the Dao realm. Immortality? The Void Dao realm may still die, but the Dao realm is completely immortal. No matter how seriously injured the Dao realm is, it is only a matter of time to recover its strength. Even if the universe is destroyed, the Dao realm can leave and go to a new universe to survive. So what is the meaning of cultivation? Zhang Yang shook his head and sighed again. Okay, don't think too much. When I advance to the Dao realm, won't everything be deciphered? No matter what the Dao realm has, I will advance, knowing that there is a road ahead, but not taking it. This is not my character. Pangu patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder and comforted him. He likes this emotional lord of the universe. He also likes the human race. Although the human race has joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, 7 emotions and 6 desires, and many messy things. Such a universe is more vibrant and can have infinite possibilities. Every mortal's life from birth to adulthood and death is full of variables. Whether you can seize the opportunity and make the right choice depends on yourself. It is because of this that there are many heroic stories of the weak defeating the strong, the counterattack of the losers, and the rise of the grassroots. Perhaps this kind of weak defeating the strong and challenging the higher level will only appear in the human race. The human race is also a race that is good at creating miracles. If everyone is like the Protoss, everything is destined from birth. This universe is too boring. Zhang Yang no longer thought about it. Looked at the insect king and said, I agree to your conditions. And there are still a few demon gods suppressed by the insect race. Let them come back. When the ancient ancestor of Panjinsheng finds a problem, he will tell you. The Zerg can also choose to stay. Thank you. There are currently 5 demons suppressed by the Zerg, including time, blood, desire, fate, and sorrow. The other 14 demons have already left. Zhang Yang knew what this meant. He was unwilling to join the Zerg, nor was he willing to return to the Laniakaya universe to go to a new universe to become a universe wanderer. Zhang Yang didn't care about the choices of these demons. As long as the origin of the law was still there, any creature could become a new demon. It was nothing more than a question of how much energy. The higher the realm, the less energy is needed, and vice versa. The same principle applies. Since the Zerg tribe has surrendered and given up the war, the next battle will be very simple. As soon as the Zerg emperor left, almost all the demons appeared beside Pangu instantly. Brother, brother. Except for those guarding the borders of several universes. Those who really couldn't come here gathered here. Pangu looked at the many demon brothers around him and burst into tears. Good. Good. All this is too difficult. From the separation of brothers, some left and some died. Alas, the demon ancestor Luoho, the immortal ancestor Hong Jun, the spirit ancestor Ling Hun, the war ancestor Mo Yuan, and hundreds of brothers will never meet again. Perhaps because of Zhang Yang's awakening. Another living being will become a demon god. But the opponent will not be Luohu or Hong Jun after all. But who can be blamed for all this? All I can say is that people with different ideologies cannot plot together. And each follows his own aspirations. The many demon gods were busy for a while. And Pangu looked at Zhang Yang, waved his hand and said, "President, come here, brother, since you are back." The president is? Pangu looked around and said happily, "Let's pass the position of president to Zhang Yang. Isn't that a good idea? When the war is completely over, we brothers will hide and go out to wander. Wouldn't it be fun?" "That's right. For brothers like me, freedom is precious. Why don't we just attack the 3 universes and finish it completely? I think it's okay." "It depends on Zhang Yang's opinion." Zhang Yang looked at the many demon gods looking at him and nodded. "In this case, Ancestor, let's take action." Each demon god leads the army to suppress the 3 universes. Don't focus on killing. Surrender and don't kill. Pangu's mind moved, and he nodded immediately. The message has been passed on. Under the leadership of Pangu, Zhou Duo demon god followed closely, and brought the army to the edge of the demon race universe. Emperor Jun had just rejected the insect race not long ago, and he was still having a headache, since the 3 demon emperors were captured. He felt that the eyes of these subordinates looking at him were not right. According to intelligence, even several demon emperors went to contact Kuiping privately, which made him extremely angry. But he was powerless. Just when he was most angry, the insect king came and said he was looking for his help. The Laniakaya universe was attacking in a big way. If he didn't unite, it would be too late. What could he do? 3 demon emperors had just been involved, and internal disputes continued. What if there was more turmoil? And there were 3 captives in the hands of the enemy. He was afraid to act rashly. He was waiting for the angels, and the angels were also waiting for him. After waiting for a long time, the army came to press on. When his subordinates reported that the leading demon god was Pangu, Di Jun was horrified and said in horror, This is impossible. Could it be the Zerg? There is only one possibility. The Zerg tribe surrendered. Di Jun thought about it, and sat down on the stool. Feeling exhausted, Emperor Jun knew that the situation was over. Just when he was about to die, Ingxiao, one of the 10 demon emperors, hurried to report, Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Kuiping led the witch tribe to rebel. 6 brothers were detained, and only I escaped. Emperor Jun felt his throat tighten, and with a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. After receiving Pangu's consciousness, Kuiping immediately summoned the remaining 7 demon emperors, saying that he wanted to build relationships. These demon emperors didn't think much about it, although they didn't deal with each other normally. Kuiping was also the 3rd person in the demon tribe, especially when Emperor Jun had a big problem. If he couldn't handle it well, Kuiping would take over. It's better not to offend him at this time. What is the Hongmen banquet? That's it. Kuiping took out the best wine, poisoned it, and took advantage of the other party's confusion to strike. The 10 witch ancestors who had been lying in ambush outside joined forces with Pangu's will, and the demon master Kuiping attacked together. As for the response, he deliberately let him run away. Kuiping didn't want to. It would be best if he could take over the power peacefully. Otherwise, the loss would be the strength of the demon clan. He had already made an agreement with Pangu that the demon clan would not be a vassal, and both sides were equal. Pangu naturally agreed without any problem. Kuiping led the witch clan to force Di Jun to abdicate. Under the double pressure of internal pressure and external military pressure, Di Jun abdicated. Kuiping did not kill the opponent, but imprisoned him first. Pangu's will, which was suppressed by the demon clan, successfully escaped and merged with the will outside. In order to prevent Kuiping from losing control of the situation, Pangu also specially sent several demon gods to guard the nearby fortress in the name of trade. A few years later, Kuiping officially ascended to the throne of the demon god. On the first day of his ascension, the Laniakaya universe withdrew its troops, and the 2 sides signed a peace declaration. The next day, the tobacco, alcohol, and some daily necessities that the demon clan had always been thinking about were continuously transported in. The unique minerals and natural treasures of the demon clan were also transported back to this universe. as the business level of the demon tribe is not very high, but they are relatively generous, and the profits are too staggering. More and more chambers of commerce are heading to the demon tribe. The entire demon race admired the newly promoted Kuenping. After all, as soon as he took the position, he brought visible benefits to the entire demon race. In order to avoid conflicts, Zhang Yang used the spirit beasts as the transport team. The entire spirit world was very lively. After all, except for the aura, there was almost no difference between the two sides. One side often dealt with the human race and was smarter than humans, while the other side was barbaric and uncivilized. And the business was smooth and fast. When the news of the demon trade spread, the human race immediately rushed over with warships and caravans. A cigarette worth a few yuan in the human race can be sold for tens of thousands of or here. The human race is crazy. Big brother, you should bargain. Basically, the human race says how much. That's how much. The human race also knows that this kind of thing will only last for a short time. As time goes by, these demons will become more clever than humans. Just like spirit beasts, Zhang Yan appeared in the demon race, looking at the endless stream of warships and spaceships between the two universes, and smiled. Before long, all of them will belong to the human race. At the same time, the angels on the other side are being surrounded by the demons and the Akaya's universe army. The god of light never thought that the insects surrendered and the demons were in chaos. For a moment, the good situation suddenly changed. The god of light was suddenly startled. Good Pangu, who is also guarded by Lucifer and Gabriel, also defect to the Lania Kai universe? The god of light thought of this and hurriedly said, Michael, go and see where Lucifer and Gabriel are. I'm afraid they will defect to the enemy. Michael was also very nervous and wanted to go out immediately. He had only taken a few steps when he heard his angels panicking and reporting, Report, Your Majesty. The god of light. Something bad has happened. Before he could move the soldier, the god of light panicked and asked, Did Lucifer and Gabriel defect to the Rania Kai universe? The god of light and Michael stared at their subordinates nervously, fearing that the other party would say yes. No. How the two gods smiled at each other. Fortunately. But the angel said shyly. The two of them took 1/3 of the angel army and defected to Satan, letting the suppressed demons run away, and declared that they were no longer angels, but fallen angels, and their wings were dyed black. Perhaps seeing that the two bosses were not angry enough, they continued to report, This is not over yet. After they surrendered to Satan, they followed the demon army to attack in the west. The Zerg attacked in the north, and Lania Kai attacked in the east. Bang. The two gods sat on the ground and murmured, It's over. It's all over. 10,000 years later, the entire universe finally restored peace. Even if there were occasional local conflicts, they did not cause any big waves. Except for the Zerg, the remaining 3 universes have already communicated with the Lania Kai universe. There is no way anyone can see that the Lania Kai universe is fully capable of fighting for alone, which is an absolute crushing strength. This proves the saying dignity is only on the edge of the sword, and truth is only within the range of the cannon. Only with strength can one have dignity. Pangu and Zhang Yang sat in the 36th heaven, drinking tea contentedly. The entire human race is managed by Ang Zheng of the heavenly court. The demon race has the demon court. The angel race is still in a civil war, and the fallen angel Lucifer is still fighting against the god of light. No one can control this, and they all claim to be orthodox. This belongs to the internal affairs of his universe, and Zhang Yang will not interfere. The demon race is still so low-key and has no sense of existence. They don't fight or compete. They just soak in the magma every day, and they are very comfortable. The reason why Zhang Yang did not swallow up the other universe was because he had already completely taken over the 4 universes. It was like meat in his mouth. He could take a bite whenever he wanted. The Zerg clan has been quite obedient since the last time. The Zerg Emperor is waiting for Pangu to be promoted to the Tao realm to see why the Tao realm will disappear, including many demon gods. The void realm of several races are paying attention. After all, this determines whether they will be promoted to the Tao realm. This matter has spread in the void realm and has become a secret unique to the void realm. And the protagonist of this matter, Pangu, is sitting in front of Zhang Yang. A small square table, with 4 people sitting. 2 Pangu, 1 Zhang Yang, and 1 Ing Zheng. It turns out that Pangu deliberately left a will, and did not completely merge together. Once merged together, He will definitely be promoted to the Tao realm. Although Pangu's will was not integrated, Pangu and Zhang Yang already knew the secret of the disappearance of the Tao realm. If Pangu's will is not integrated, it will only delay the time as much as possible. In the blink of an eye, another 100,000 years have passed. During these 100,000 years, the universe has changed with each passing day. Zhang Yang and Pangu talked a lot, and the three of them traveled all over the human race. Generally, the two of them talked, and Yingzheng recorded, and at the same time put forward their own opinions. In response to the current situation of the human race, the three discussed many ways. For example, reforms in the underworld. The entire human race is unified, and no matter where they are, they can enter the underworld reincarnation. In addition, the number of human races will increase, and with it, there will be many branches of heaven/underworld. That is, there will be many gods. Too much interference in human life by gods is not conducive to the innovation and development of the human race. And it is easy to solidify thinking. Even people will feel dissatisfied, thinking that something is always suppressing them. Once they have bad luck and bad fate, they will blame the gods. Later, the three of them unanimously decided to manage the universe in multiple dimensions. The latitude of the entire world is divided according to the realm, divided into low martial arts, medium martial arts, high martial arts, and super martial arts. The upper latitude world cannot go down to the lower latitude. This is divided by latitude, which is fair to all creatures in each latitude, and they are all universes of the same size. No matter where the creatures in the low martial arts latitude go in the universe, they cannot see the creatures in the medium martial arts latitude. The right to promote latitude is managed by each star master. Let the creatures of each level do what they want. This is good for everyone, and is also beneficial to the development of the universe. At the same time, the creatures who made mistakes in each latitude will be punished. Not only will they be punished in the underworld, but they will also be reincarnated into the world of lower latitudes. Of course, it does not mean that the creatures in lower latitudes will be ignored. If there are good seedlings and merits, they will still be led to live in the world of the upper latitude. In the future, only the heaven and the underworld can interfere with the world of different latitudes. But the gods cannot interfere with the world of lower latitudes personally. They can only send down a trace of divine power to help the human race solve their doubts. If people gain merits in the world of lower latitudes, they may be reincarnated into the world of middle latitudes in the next life. Zhang Yang told Yingzheng that the human race was handed over to him, and he should manage the entire universe well, and make the human race the core race of the universe. At the same time, he should not be satisfied with the status quo, and should go out of the universe. Zhang Yang looked at Yingzheng and said, "Heaven, hell, and Buddhism must not only grasp the real strength, but also the star realm, and be the protector of the human race. There is zero tolerance for gods who make mistakes." Zhang Yang pointed his finger, and a beautiful planet was born. Zhang Yang patted Yingzheng on the shoulder. "I promoted you. You must stay true to your original aspiration and protect our universe." Yingzheng was a little flustered. Father God, are you leaving us?" Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Pangu and I will go to see another universe. This universe will be handed over to you and many demon gods. You will be the next president." Zhang Yang pointed to the beautiful planet. "Don't worry. I will leave a trace of my will to become the star master of this planet. Unless there is something important, don't come to me." Zhang Yang looked at Pangu and brought Yingzheng to the Elders' Council of the Universe. Under the witness of many demon gods, Zhang Yang and Pangu passed the presidency to Yingzheng. Although many demon gods were reluctant, they had to continue to assist Yingzheng. It was not that they were reluctant to let Yingzheng be the president, but that they wanted to go with Pangu and Zhang Yang. "Let's go and see the mysterious universe together. It is said that it is the birthplace of the universe. This is about the secret of the birth of the universe." Although they were very reluctant, Pangu and Zhang Yang still embarked on the journey. Following them, there was also the Insect King. He did not go to that mysterious place with Pangu and Zhang Yang, but felt that he was not strong enough and wanted to go out to harm other universes. Before leaving, Zhang Yang devoured the Zerg universe, and turned the absorbed innate energy into a list of gods, a divine whip, and a jade seal, and gave Yingzheng another list, except for a few names that were already filled in the list of gods, but not stamped. The remaining places were given to Yingzheng to decide. Pangu and Zhang Yang turned into a meteor and flew from Laniakaya to outer space. Yingzheng and the demon gods looked up at the sky and watched the meteor gradually disappear. Ing Deng's eyes slid down tears. He thought of how good the Father God was to him. At the same time, he also made up his mind to help the Father God manage the human race and the universe well. After Ingzheng returned to heaven, he looked at a planet that only he could see and fell into deep thought. He remembered what the Father had said to him alone. This planet will be used as a prison. And it is also a cosmic magic weapon I left for you. You must strictly manage all the gods. Don't be polite to gods who make mistakes. Seal their memories and skills. And let the underworld reincarnate them here. They must reincarnate 99 times before they can return to their posts. I have used the laws of the universe. The people of this planet will never fly out of the universe. There will be no spiritual energy. And there will only be a simple oxygen supply to ensure that humans can survive. The technology of this planet can only develop before nuclear fusion. The lifespan of the starry sky is no more than 100 years. It is considered the most terrifying prison in the universe. The command of the planet is handed over to you. Ingzheng looked at the planet and said slowly, in that case, this planet is called. Just when Ingzheng wanted to say the name, he suddenly remembered that the Father God had left him a small note. Whether it already had a name. He quickly opened the note. On the note was written, a journey through mountains and rivers. We will meet again between mountains and rivers. Dear readers, we will see you in the next book. Ingzheng was a little confused and looked at the note with some doubts. Who is this reader? Why do we say goodbye? The whole book is over. Extra, fighting the god of war. Heaven. In the Lingxiao Palace, golden nails blocked the jade door, and phoenixes danced on the red gate. All the gods in the heaven gathered and talked about the demon monkey suppressed under the heaven and earth pagoda. The heaven and earth mirrors stood in the sky, on both sides, transmitting the real-time picture of the entire heaven to the entire universe. There are rewards and punishments. The rewards are naturally for making contributions to this universe, and the punishments are naturally for making mistakes or even betraying the creatures of this universe. The commendation meeting was held after the battle. Punishing creatures does not require such a big battle. But if we talk about the object of today's trial, it is not surprising for the immortals. The object of trial is none other than the demon monkey who betrayed heaven, humanity, and this universe. The number one traitor in this universe, Sun Wukong. Everyone knows this. In the early stage of the war, he surrendered to the first monkey of the demon race, provided direction for the creatures who subsequently rebelled, and contributed many strategies to the alien race. Even at the last moment, when he followed the demon emperor to attack this universe, he was still stubborn and sinned extremely. The battle was won. The Laniakaya universe became the final winner, and the human race's Ingzheng, that is, the emperor of the heaven, became the elder of the universe elders council and held the power of the universe. After the universe elders council announced this news to the entire universe, the human race in the entire universe was boiling. The president of the previous term was the Father God of the human race, and the president of this term is the heaven of the human race. All creatures realized that the human race was prosperous. The future universe belongs to the human race. Duan. When the golden bell rings, the three Chaos enter the altar. When the heavenly drum sounds, the 10,000 saints come to the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty has arrived. A golden light flashed, and Ingzheng appeared in front of the throne of the Emperor of Heaven, looking down majestically. Greetings to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Ingzheng said majestically, my dear ministers, please stand up. The human race in various parts of the universe stopped and looked at the mirror in the sky. Some were riding on spaceships, set to automatic navigation, and also looked at it carefully. Look! Look! Li Bai is here. What Li Bai? This is Tai Bai Jinxing, now in the Holy Realm, with a high position and power in the entire heaven, and the first immortal beside the Emperor of Heaven. Alas, we were originally equal in reputation. I thought he had already become a saint. Alas. The guests around put down their wine glasses and widened their eyes. Could it be that they had met a master? There is only one person who dares to say that he is equal to Li Bai, and that is the great immortal Du Fu. He is also a quasi-saint, and he is free and easy in the entire three realms. A man in the real fairyland wanted to make friends, picked up a pot of wine, and asked tentatively, may I ask your name? I am Tianxiu Li Bai, Canyon Assassin, Jungler, and Top Order. Damn, I met an idiot. On both sides of the Lingxiao Pagoda, dozens of Jintian marshals were placed, each of them leaning against the beams and pillars, holding a sword and holding a banner. There were hundreds of golden-armored heavenly generals standing around, each holding a halberd and a whip, holding a knife and a sword. Tai Bai Jinxing waved his whisk, looked at the gods below and said loudly, "Bring Sun Wukong forward." The two giant spirits pressed Sun Wukong forward slowly, and came to the center of the palace. The giant spirits looked at Sun Wukong as if he was a hero, shook their heads, and scolded with a smile, "Kneel down." Sun Wukong was not moved at all, and still looked the same. The gods snorted coldly when they saw Sun Wukong's look, and wanted to teach him a lesson. Anyway, they were going to ask for punishment soon. Many creatures in the three realms looked at this monkey with some confusion, wondering why such a big fight today was just for a monkey. The award ceremony has been held. Yi Fengwan, who planned to become a spy for the alien race, was named a god in heaven. They are familiar with Zhuge brothers, Zhang Han, the four marshals, Neza, Yang Jian, and countless other gods in heaven. And that Lin Hao, because of his meritorious service in the war, was named the third-rank Shenyuan Great Immortal. But he refused the high-ranking official in heaven and refused the reward. It is said that Lin Hao met Ying Zheng privately, and it is unknown what the two talked about. Lin Hao did not stay in heaven, but returned to the school where he was originally a human, and sealed his strength. He is like an ordinary principal, shining and radiating for the cause of education. His two apprentices, one is Lu Bang, the other is Xiang Yu. In the final battle, these once peerless emperors of Blue Star contributed great power, and were rewarded one by Ying Zheng. These people were no exception, and all refused the reward. Retire after success. In the world, only they can call him Brother Qin Shi Huang instead of Emperor Ying Zheng. Lin Hao also looked at the world in front of him lazily. The Heaven Court also invited him, but he did not go. For so many years, he is not married and is alone. He has not found another good brother who dares to call him fatty. While he was watching the live broadcast, the door rang. Lin Hao did not care. As the president here, he has sealed his own strength and is just an ordinary university president. Now he just wants to be an ordinary person. Lin Hao listened to Gong Chao reading the 18 major crimes of Sun Wukong and said lazily, "Come in." The door opened. Lin Hao was lying on the recliner without looking up. He saw the door open without any sound, and sat up in confusion. Bang! Lin Hao fell to the ground and said tremblingly, "Muin. Chung Zi." Lin Hao slapped himself hard, but still looked ahead in disbelief. He didn't expect it. He really didn't expect it. Ying Zheng really helped him find the Father God. "Fatty. Hao Zi." Hearing his wife's familiar voice, Lin Hao quickly stood up. "Hey wife. Damn. Forget your friends for the sake of beauty." At the same time, countless creatures began to curse Sun Wukong after hearing his accusations. This is the biggest traitor in the universe. No wonder he has to be tried publicly. Pa. The monkeys in Huagua Mountain looked at Sun Wukong tied up in the heavenly palace and burst into tears. After Gong Chao finished reading, he asked according to custom, "Sun Wukong, do you know your crime?" Sun Wukong shook his head, "No." Gong Chao didn't expect Sun Wukong to answer so straightforwardly, and said angrily, "You are dying, but you still don't repent. Join the demon clan. Betray the heavenly palace. And you are wronged?" Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong nodded seriously, "Indeed. I was wronged." The gods in the heavenly palace and the creatures in the universe were speechless. How shameless. No wonder he dared to do such a shameless thing. A god in heaven who couldn't stand it shouted, "Where are you wronged? Someone forced you to betray heaven. Someone forced you to betray this universe." Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong nodded again, "Indeed. I was forced. But it was not someone, but a god." The god laughed, "Hee. You have an accomplice." "Who forced you?" "Me. Your Majesty?" Sun Wukong was a little surprised, looking at Ying Zheng and said, "Brother Ying Zheng. How did he know?" All the creatures who looked at the mirror of heaven and earth, including the gods in heaven, were dumbfounded. On the contrary, Tai Bai Jinxing and Ying Zheng did not react. Tai Bai Jinxing waved his whisk, pointed at Sun Wukong and said with a smile, You? Tai Bai Jinxing waved his hand. Sun Wukong was untied, and then walked in front of Sun Wukong, took his hand, and stood beside Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng's expression was no longer stiff. He looked at Sun Wukong, then looked ahead, and slowly said yes. It was this emperor and Father God who forced Sun Wukong to rebel. Ying Zheng waved his hand, And the picture floated, making the events of the day public. Zhang Yang's voice was still very recognizable, and all the gods could hear it. Wukong, there is a difficult task for you. Undercover in the demon clan. Many creatures suddenly realized that Sun Wukong was an undercover in the demon clan. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, if you don't come back, you don't come back. Everyone was shocked. What kind of spirit is this? Thinking about Sun Wukong, who was undercover in the demon tribe, enduring insults and abuses while carefully providing intelligence to the universe. The creatures who had previously insulted him felt deeply guilty. Ancient said slowly, Sun Wukong, for the sake of humanity, the universe, the undercover alien race, and the victory of this universe, he has made great contributions. Sun Wukong was originally a spiritual stone between heaven and earth. After his own continuous efforts, he grew from a wild monkey with no intelligence to today. This spirit is worth learning for all living beings. According to the order of the Father God, today Sun Wukong is canonized as the first-class god of heaven, the god of war. Ingzheng waved his hand, and Sun Wukong wore a purple gold crown with phoenix wings on his head, a golden lock armor, and lotus silk shoes on his feet. What a majestic monkey king!